Down the Rabbit Hole with Oz and Jesse. How you doing, everybody? And tonight we're going to be talking about demons and dolls. Demons and dolls. That is tonight's topic. Different things that have been possessed by demons, and they are inanimate objects, obviously. Is there anything you want to add to that? Or
No, I mean, I think we're specifically looking at the ones that are the most popular and the ones that have had movies made about them, and then but mostly these dolls being not like spirits or whatever, but demonic possessed. Like, you know, everyone has a theory, but this is
so like my mother-in-law.
That's probably true for most people. But going over the stories of them and how these dolls have left its mark on culture, on our pop culture.
So if you're watching right now, we are on YouTube, we are on Abstract, we are on X, and that is at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. So don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. If you're watching on Abstract, make sure that you follow us. And obviously the same goes for Twitch and X as well. And whatever platform you choose, we appreciate you. But we are trying to build our YouTube. So if you can go over to the YouTube and hit the subscribe button, like and engage, much appreciated. All right, let's get into it.
All right, our first doll, you want to pull up the picture?
Yeah, which one is it?
Annabelle, because she's the most popular doll. And what people don't understand is she does not look like she does in the movies. Annabelle is very much a Raggedy Ann doll that has been said that it is possessed by a demon. So I didn't realize that this doll isn't as old as I thought it was, this whole story. So this starts in 1970 when a student was given this large Raggedy Ann doll as a birthday gift. And her roommate just noticed that the doll was moving on its own. It was like started subtly and appearing in different positions, not how they left it, not where they left it. It would be in different rooms in the apartment, like weird stuff, like just randomly doing weird things. It even escalated to the point where they would find little pieces of paper that were like, please help me or help me, all over the house. The messages, everyone was like freaking out. So it intensified to the fact where people were getting scratched when they came too close around the chest. People could feel someone pulling on them anytime they were too close to Annabelle. They even had a medium who said that the doll...
Does that mean they're like...
No, they're
not
a
large
steak.
shirt
No,
size.
They're not a steak.
Medium
they're
well.
No.
Okay.
So like
just want to
like
clarify for the
no.
chat. A medium, guys.
Like a seance.
So a psychic seance.
I have my
one of those. They have like the little finger bells and they dance
like
with the pointy
I don't
shoes.
know. When I think of seance and psychics, I think of like the big crystal ball and everyone's holding hands and saying weird things.
Or maybe that's just because everybody thinks I have a crystal ball. They're like, Oz, can you look into your crystal ball and tell us the future every single day? And I'm just like, you know what? Every time you ask me what's in the crystal ball, it gets a little bit fuzzier every time.
No, that's definitely not.
Unless you donate, obviously. If you donate, it gets really clear. Either. It's like it polishes it up,
Okay, so
I'm just messing.
The medium claims that the doll is possessed by a spirit of a young girl named Annabelle Higgins, who had died on the property several years before. And feeling sad, they gave the spirit permission to stay with them. When the paranormal activity escalated, the original owners were called in. They concluded that the doll wasn't inhabited by a child spirit, but which they said doesn't possess objects, but was being manipulated by a demonic entity, which means they were just manipulating the doll, making it like, oh no, I'm a cute little girl stuck inside a doll, don't get rid of me, when it really was just something horrible and demonic. Because that's like the case with most things. They pretend to be a little girl. Like, oh, I'm a little girl, you know,
Little girls are the devil.
They aren't, but that's how they used it. Anyways, because
my mama said little girls are the devil.
No. Her activity got worse and worse, and then they put her in the box.
Activity? You mean like
she was physically okay? So she was either physically lashing out, knocking things over. She was never where she was supposed to be. They'd put her in one room, they'd find her in another.
You know, there's the story I have, and we had this like tiki face thing, and me and my friends like growing up, and there were a couple of girls that were in the house, you know, my friends' girlfriends at the time, and we were pretending that this thing was alive and it was doing things, and it would move, and we would turn it upside down and put it in different places. They'd wake up in the morning and be like right next to them on the pillow. That's it was so like I could imagine that there could be some human interaction with this, like
everyone just messing with each other.
Yeah, like I mean it's all fun and games, like it's kind of normal for people to play tricks on each other, so like
absolutely
I give that a little bit of validity here.
I mean, I could see where you're going with that, but according to these people who experienced it, from visitors and everything, the scratching, the feeling like they're overheating to where they're going to pass out. Like, I mean, that's like moving something. What do you want? Like moving something, that kind of stuff, that's a whole different ball game. Like scratching people, these people really believe these things happen. So is it in their head? I mean, how do you fake some scratch marks on your back?
So here's the thing. Okay. This is what makes it valid for me. Okay. Ed and Lorraine Warren. Okay. They work with the Catholic Church. They were ordained ministers with the church. And if you know anything about the churches, they do not allow you to do basically like exorcisms and things like that without approval from the Vatican, right? So you have to have approval from the church. Somebody has to come forward and say, hey, there's some validity here. It has to be proven that there is something, because they do take into account, you know, for mischief and mental health and different things like that, right?
Well, they didn't always used to do that. That's fairly new.
Right, but they were, at that time, they were doing that, okay? So when Ed and Lorraine got involved, that was the case. So the fact that the church got involved and were like, this is serious enough to do something about it, is what makes me feel like there's some validity to what happened, because there had to be some type of thing that they saw in the doll that, you know, made them take it. Otherwise, they just thought it was a collector's item, and they were like, you know what, we could totally just take this thing and we'll put it in this little case and it'll become very valuable. But I don't see that.
It's not valuable. It's terrifying.
It's very valuable. It was stolen.
It was stolen. That was actually debunked. That never happened.
No.
It never happened, but people wanted to...
See,
this is another
and
thing.
Here
people
comes the
play
conspiracies.
Pranks. No, people play pranks. And I looked into that because I thought that too. And I was like, well, that's not great. I don't like dolls. I've always made that very clear. I hate dolls. Dolls are creepy. Their eyes follow you. It's odd. Like, I never owned dolls growing up. But the fact that they were so scared of it, it literally says, warning, positively do not open. The box gets taken. She does not get taken out of it.
Okay, so here's my thing is, if Annabelle is this supernatural doll thing, right? And they decide, oh, we're going to take it on tour and we're going to show it off to people. And
yeah, because people are weird and they like being around that.
Right, and I get it. But who's to say if this thing that literally, when they brought it to Louisiana, the plantation burnt down, okay? And I have a clip. We're going to watch the clip here in just a minute. But what I want to say is if it did go missing and it was gone, would you believe the official story that, oh, we totally found it, it was never lost? No, I would. First thing I would do is I would go get a Raggedy Ann doll, stuff it in the box, and say, look, we found Annabelle. There she is. For all we know, Annabelle is lurking in the shadows behind your bed, in your closet right now, prying from around the corner, looking to menace society right now, for all we know. As far as I'm concerned, I do not trust the official story. I think she could potentially be out there like Chucky, roaming around, doing little things and whatnot. I refuse to believe the idea that she's just, oh, she went missing. Oh, no, she's back. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
You can't prove that one way or another.
Either way, I choose to believe to look over my shoulder because Annabelle's down the rabbit hole over there, okay?
But hear me out then. Okay, so by that logic, maybe she never even left and it was all a publicity stunt and it wasn't the real doll, but because people will buy anything and people are delusional and they love this creepy kind of stuff, they could have just been faking it.
That makes more sense. Except for the videos that I found while she went on tour. Some YouTubers went and they opened the box and were allowed to like touch.
That's
her
impossible.
So we're gonna watch the
because
video.
then it's not the real box. There's just no way.
You're not real, man.
None of us are real, technically.
All right, so let's start with this, okay? Let's give this a little gander here. I'm gonna put my headphones on so I can hear. Or do you want to hear it?
Drop my stuff.
Because I already heard it.
Okay. All right. Make sure it's on the screen.
So you can just put this up to your ear like this and take a little listen. And so let's listen to this. This is from YouTube. These guys are freaking hilarious, by the way.
Can they see it?
Yeah, they can see the. So it's right here. Okay. So let's take a little listen.
Recently too, what happened in New Orleans? What happened? Fam, they moved the Annabelle doll. Did you see that? They took the Annabelle doll off the real case and they're doing a tour with it.
Oh shit. They brought it there?
Yes, and the first one was Louisiana.
Oh my god.
The warden literally told that person, this is the most dangerous thing we have at our museum. You must be sick in the head if you want to do a tour with it.
And then they're doing a tour.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
look at this.
He's doing that then.
Fam, he has holy water
Yeah.
and a prayer beside him, and the Annabelle doll is right in that black thing.
Oh my
And then you see him
bro.
every time they have to do this.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you said a lot of like the were like buried and stuff like that.
There's a lot of that were
Fam, right after the Annabelle doll left, two things happened in New Orleans that was really big. One was the plantation caught on fire.
Oh shit.
One of the longest standing plantation houses burned to death. I saw a video where people are saying when they took pictures of the fire, there would be silhouettes everywhere, ghosts. And I'm like, yo, that makes sense because if people died there, so boom, if you see right here, zoom in on the circles, the ancestors.
Damn, so right away they brought the doll into the fire. That's crazy.
The Nottoway plantation started burning.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You see all these silhouettes like actual like ghosts, fam. No, and just recently too, what happened in New Orleans?
What happened?
Fam, they moved the Annabelle doll. Did you see that? They took the Annabelle doll.
Okay.
You want a real answer to that? Because I got a better answer than the doll.
Okay, tell me.
What is the history of these huge plantations that have been around for over 100 years, and what kind of apparitions or ghosts would be lurking there wanting to set it on fire? Let's go back in history a little bit.
Master sir, please, master sir. And
So
he'd be like, go pick my cotton.
If
He's like,
anyone
I'm gonna voodoo the ghost of Annabelle on you.
If anybody wanted to burn it down, that's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is I want to burn it all down.
That's
I'm
a
with
little
it.
different.
Let's leave the government shut down. Let's just leave it that way. Anyway, let's not get too political on
No.
that. But yes, so the plantation did burn down, and also I believe it was 12 inmates escaped from prison.
And that I don't know.
The same time. So let's pull that one up here.
Oh my gosh.
So the rabbit hole gets deep, chat. All right, the rabbit hole is deep. So they're moving the Annabelle doll to the French Quarter. He's blessing it and praying over it. Right, this is their little ritual thingy that they're doing. Right, and that's his little prayer. He's got to read. He's got it written down so he doesn't forget. just like Jesse. She got
Most gracious Virgin Mary, thou who was crushed the head of the serpent, protect us from vengeance from the evil one. We offer prayers, supplications, sufferings, and good works to thee, so that thou may purify them, sanctify them, and present them to thy Son.
I'm going to open up the case.
So,
You're going to quickly,
Annabelle
I mean quick.
in the case, right?
Grab it and put it in.
This is obviously not the real Annabelle.
It's Annabelle is worn looking, not bright,
Right.
and
So this is a regular.
They
this
said they can't
video
see.
right here. You guys can't
Close it
tell.
up fast.
Sorry. Let's go back
Close it up
to.
there.
So look, he's blessing it. We saw him blessing it, right? And then this is the Annabelle doll. They're supposedly are moving. That is not the real Annabelle.
it's not. It's that red.
100%
That hair is too red.
Yeah, and they move it into this other box. This is, I don't know what this is. Maybe it's a haunted house or something.
That's all right.
That's not the real doll. There
In the name of the Father,
in the
Son,
other
and Holy
video we
Ghost.
just watched.
Hail Mary,
that
full of
was
grace, the
actual
Lord is with thee.
image.
Blessed art thou
You know what's
amongst
crazy
women,
is
and blessed
I-
is the
Any
fruit
one
of
that I
thy
had, yeah.
womb.
I had a
Holy Mary,
raggedy
Mother of
Ann
God,
and Andy
pray
doll
for us sinners,
growing up.
now and at the hour of our
My
death.
parents had.
Amen.
And
Yeah.
one year for Halloween,
Let me see your hands
my
again.
sister and I dressed up as Raggedy Ann.
Yeah, okay. And now she's
That's
transferred.
Well, my parents always
One
chose
time.
it. You just gotta watch.
Now she's transferred over.
It's actually holy water.
And we're going to keep her in there temporarily.
Do you
It's
remember
not
when Lorraine
that
Warren said this about the
raggedy
Annabelle doll?
Don't
What?
ever touch
It's
any of
Raggedy
it.
Ann.
And if you do, let me know.
It's a long video.
This is the
Yeah,
worst
so
thing.
that's the actual.
That doll.
But I guess some people forgot about
That's
that
not
because
it.
she's on tour right now.
Right?
So they took her to New Orleans, and why does a plantation house from
There's no-
1859 burn down after?
No.
So
This
here's
mansion
the
was
thing:
about
is
53,000 square
What happened
feet
in
with
1859 on
64
that little
rooms,
plantation
and it
there,
burns
my
down
friend?
after Annabelle
You tell
decides
me.
to visit the city. The fire is
Slavery.
still under
hold on.
investigation,
Well,
so
yeah,
you
we
could-
know that, but let's.
There's
rewind.
more things at play than a doll.
Is that
and it burns
Let me
down
tell
after
you.
right? But
If I was
that is not the actual doll. This is the one
So
that was
then-
supposed to be on
so if
tour.
it's still in New Orleans and nothing's ever happened because they kept it in the box, why would the fires? That doesn't sound right.
I think they took a fake doll on tour.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's why they're like,
But-
oh, we lost it to cause hysteria because people
Right.
are dumb.
So if there's like a spirit or something, and there's supposed to be like a legion of demonic entities attached.
I
to
can believe
Annabelle.
that.
It's called Legion, and if you ask it its name or whatever, it identifies itself as like thousands of entities. Right? Who's to say that a spiritual force couldn't attach itself to this doll? Just based off of the rhetoric, behind it and everything that they're doing, it could have created a whole new entity, or not created, but a new entity could have latched onto it. Who knows? They could have done some kind of ritual thing to it. Who knows, right?
Demons don't like other demons.
That's not true, because Legion is one that possesses, like Judas was possessed
that's-
by Legion, right?
There's
Which is
no actual
right. But if you go off of
structure to
biblical, right. But
that's the problem.
it doesn't have to be one entity. People can be possessed, and objects can be possessed by more than one entity. Okay.
No,
Yes. Read your Bible.
no.
In the Bible, it states that there was a man that was he was full of demons, and Jesus cast out the demons and sent them into a herd of pigs, because there were so many demons. They went into all the pigs,
Well,
and the
those
pigs
pigs
ran
didn't deserve
into the sea and drowned themselves.
Poor pork chop.
I'm just saying that
No,
this is
that doesn't make any sense. Take the Bible out. Explain it to me.
there.
Take the Bible
There's more-
out. Explain it to me.
It's a spiritual entity. It's not like it's taking up physical
Because
real
there's
estate.
a difference between demon, spirit, and
Haven't
ghost
you-
if you see it that way.
Haven't you seen people so there were these people that I interacted with, and I'll tell this full story later on. Now is not the time and the place, but I'm going to breadcrumb you guys a little bit right now. This is part of the breadcrumb trail that I am leaving for you guys. But there was this man, and he would talk, and sometimes he would talk really like this, and then and
he went from Elmo to Louis Armstrong.
yeah.
Okay,
He
got
was
it.
like, I see skies are green,
And now you're just Schwarzenegger.
plantations too. I whip them too.
Don't sing.
All right, just me and you, and I think to myself. Okay, I'll stop singing. What a wonderful world.
I have to hear this like live. Yeah. Please
So-
feel sorry for me.
This guy was possessed by multiple entities, and each one of these entities that he had in him had a different ability. One of them was this,
Schizophrenia.
I mean, if that's what you want to scientifically call it, but I seen it in a way where God showed me through my path and my walk and my journey that there was something more than that.
Take the Bible out of it. And then there's no argument anymore.
And that's, I mean, you can label it as whatever you want, but here's the thing is we have to have an open mind that there are some things that science cannot explain.
Well, clearly, or we wouldn't be doing this.
Exactly. So tell me when I can unmute. What do you mean unmute? So
Unmute what? Are we muted?
I don't know, but basically the
Oh, he's talking about your horrible singing. Now I know what he's talking
oh
about.
my God,
You are correct.
you're not allowed to mute
say
me.
that.
Okay, you
I
have
get
to
it.
watch
I
the
can't
whole
mute,
show.
but you mute for me.
Okay, so we have to understand that yes, we can put a scientific explanation on everything, okay, and we can look at it from a logical perspective, but we have to, especially with these things that we're talking about, that we're looking into, we need to have an open mind, and we need to start, in my personal opinion, I think we should blend science with spirituality. I think that they go hand in hand. Because we have the separation of church and state and all these things, right? That's a no-no, right? But I do believe that they are similar, one and the same. Yes, we have physics, but there are things that defy the laws of physics. You know, there are things that we can give it this label, and that's how we can describe it and give it a way for our puny little brains to understand. But there are just some things out there that we cannot explain. No matter what scientific explanation you want to put on it, for me, in my life, in my experiences, I have come to find that yes, there is versions of people who are mentally unwell and they are schizophrenic. And then there are other people that are possessed by demons and they are granted powers because of those demonic entities that are within them. And that's what I'm referring to with this guy. This is how I knew that he was possessed by demons and that he was not schizophrenic, because the different personalities or whatever that he had, they gave him abilities that no human could do. And you ever saw the movie Split? Remember? It was the Unbreakable.
I remember the movie.
And basically the beast, right, had this special abilities and stuff. I believe that those are demonic forces that actually possess people, that give them abilities. And then I believe there are people that are just unwell and they have split personalities. But I believe that the difference is that when you are given the ability to speak perfect Latin and you never spoke Latin before in your life, that is one thing that the Catholic Church uses to determine whether or not something is just a person with mental illness or someone that's actually possessed by a demon.
Okay. Or maybe someone has access to more of their brain than we do.
I mean, that's possible.
Because you could remember, like, they've even said we could have memories of a past life, hence why we don't get the full access to our brain, because we're not allowed to have it. Our brain can only function at 20 to 30% at max. That's if you're super, super smart.
Gen X says Mark 5'9". You wanna look that one up? Should we?
I don't have the computer.
Let me see here. Let me see if I can pull that one up right now. Mark 5:9. I believe that is the demons in the man. So I have actually read every page in the Bible.
So have I. We both went to Christian school.
Well, most people who went to
We
Christian
got
school
tested
never
on
actually.
it.
Okay, so here it is. And this is from the King James Version, Mark 5:9. And he asked him, "What is thy name?" And he answered, saying, "My name is Legion, for there are many."
If you believe the Bible, right?
I do believe the Bible.
I don't.
And you're entitled to have that opinion. But those of you who don't believe in the Bible, I would encourage you to read it. And as you read it, reach out to God and say, "I would like for you to reveal yourself to me," and he will, and you will see that it is real.
Okay, I'm not having a Bible lesson with you today.
I'm just saying.
And the reason that we aren't allowed to use our full capacity of our brain, we have no idea. But as of now, most people don't ever use more than 20%, and only the high elite use a little bit higher percentage. But for whatever reason, our bodies cannot actually process using our brain at 100% capacity. And I think there's they think that we would be telepathic or whatever that case, there's a block that we're just only allowed to use bits and pieces of each part of our brain to answer that question.
And I agree with that. And I think that that is a real explanation for some cases. And in some cases, I believe that there is a more likelihood of a demonic possession. And there's a list of things that, the church
That's my
for.
whole issue is the church.
And I'll tell you this,
Creating
I do not
this demonic possession thing to make experiments out of people, or to be like, these are the same people who are like, mental health isn't real, you need God, when they really just needed medication.
And I agree with that. But I think that there's also something else that is real out there that can't be explained.
Possible.
How do you explain the spirit box thing?
I believe that ghosts are real.
Right. And I believe that I don't believe that all of them are ghosts. I think that some of them are demons, which are basically the fallen angels, and whatever you want to call it. Like in any religion, right? First of all, I'm not religious, okay? I just understand that there's something bigger out there that we can't begin to understand. I do not believe in church as a religion. I think that most churches and the people that are in churches are very hypocritical and are probably some of the worst people, and I do not find myself equally yoked with them because they have these righteous blinders on, and they refuse to see the truth because they think they're holier than thou. So I do not find myself having church with them in a building. I do not believe God is in a building. The best church I ever had was with my grandfather. We used to feed the homeless every Sunday from 1983 to 2007. Every single Sunday, never missed one. And one time, my grandfather, it was just me and him, and on a Sunday, we went down to the liquor store. We grabbed a couple 40 ounces of malt liquor and went to the park. Just me and him. I was 21 at the time. This was much later on. And we just sat down with some of the homeless people there. And we said, "Hey, you guys want to share a beer with us?" And we passed around the 40, and we were just sitting there talking, and we were just fellowshipping with one another, telling our past stories and things that we've been through, our struggles. We prayed for them, and that was the best church I ever went to. It was helping people, even with just a beer as a way to open it up. And nowhere in the Bible does it say you can't have a beer. I don't understand where all these
if you believe the Bible, he turned water into wine.
Exactly.
And that's lit. Just saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's the kind of God I want to have. If
someone could do that in front of me, I'm like, I'd be a believer. But
I turn water into wine. I just add a little bit of fruit and sugar to it.
That's not how that happened.
That's how I do it.
You're done preaching to me now.
I'm just saying,
I get it why you guys have to believe what you do. It gives you purpose. It gives you something that's greater than yourself to explain things you don't understand. I totally get it. But there are things that just don't make sense because they don't make sense.
Right. But according to Mark 5:9, he calls him Legion, for there are many. And Legion is apparently what is in Annabelle. Okay? At least what I've come to find. So let's finish watching this clip.
Oh, it's so long.
Annabelle decides to visit the city. The fire is still under investigation, so you could call it a creepy coincidence, but if you watch the Conjuring and Annabelle movies, you will know how evil she truly is. But that's not the only weird thing that happened over there. 10 inmates escaped from a prison shortly after.
So these are the inmates
The way they did it, they like escaped from a wall behind the toilet. This is not
now
even
what she says is a little hyperbolic, like, oh, only a doll could fit through
She
there.
could have
No,
helped them. And guess where she's at now? San Antonio, Texas. I'll be praying for you all.
Can we also point out that when these fires happened, everyone was angry. The world is divided. And these were representations of ugly history, of ugly U.S. history.
And
I don't think one is connected to the other.
Someone could have literally just gone out and said, hey, Annabelle is out of her cage. Let's go light something on fire because it'll go viral. You know, people are crazy. Okay. I'm just saying, but maybe it was the spirits that were let out from Annabelle that caused someone to do such a thing. Me personally, I think it was just somebody was like, hey, we should totally set this plantation on fire because
the history that it holds.
Fuck these people. And two, oh, we can blame it on Annabelle.
That's what I would do.
That's what I would do too.
But right, we don't know, but that the most likely scenario, the history that those plantations have, they probably deserve to be burned. Not saying that anybody should have got hurt. I'm just saying,
I don't care what happened there. I don't think you should burn down a building just because it was the man who, was the judge for the Salem witch trials. Like, you don't burn the building down. No, it's a part of history, and there's things we can learn from history.
They literally rename cities when atrocities happen there. There's a few in California. They're like, we're going to rebrand. We can't be associated.
But if you burn the building down, there's nothing there to point at and say, hey, that's where this thing happened. No, once it's there, eventually, over time, it's lost and no one talks about it anymore. There's no remnants of it. There's no history left behind
of it. That's the point.
I know. So like burning down a plantation because atrocities happen there doesn't mean that we should burn all those things down, take down all those statues. No, they should be put there in place so that way there can be teaching that happens from it.
Do you know what they're taking out of the schools for kids to learn?
What's that?
Anything that has to do with that time period. So it is in someone's best interest to get rid of them so they're not landmarks and people can't be like, see, we were terrible people. No, it didn't even happen.
History is written by the winners. So whoever wins rewrites history in their favor or whatever they're liking to be.
Well, that's not what's happening because those plantation owners didn't win. And so if you take out there were no losers and the Confederate Army really won, where are we at here?
The South will live on.
Like, it's so weird because, like, I see that flag and I'm like, you lost, right? Like, that's a loser
We're proud
flag.
people here. I'm being hyperbolic, by the way. I'm poking fun at the idea.
I believe there's some sort of balance between spirituality and logic, but I'm always going to lean towards that logic angle.
Right. And for me, I'm going to be in the middle with both. I'm going to give there some validity to the mind is a powerful thing and give some validity to that there just might be something supernatural. So I'm going to be open to both aspects and not discount one or the other just because one is easy for our mind to wrap around.
Okay.
Okay, so let's finish watching our little clip here.
It's not. It's 30 minutes.
Let's finish it here.
25. We like to fuck around and find out. So what do? We take Annabelle on a world tour. Okay, we're just moving her all over the place. They send her to New Orleans.
Moving her all over the place. New Orleans, man. There's a lot of creepy energy in New Orleans.
I disagree. It depends on what you discern as creepy.
To the ground.
I mean, there's vampires.
They literally had the fire out at one point and it reignited
Little
itself.
clip.
If that's not the ancestors speaking their truth.
Yeah, it's not a little clip. I know, that's what I just said.
11,
But I want you guys to see.
10 or
So these are
11
the prisoners that
convicts
escaped, right?
Escape a prison. Okay? There were 10
That's pretty much
convicts.
all there was to
Some
take from this.
convicted
Hold
of
on.
unaliving people on the loose
This
in
is
New
what I
Orleans.
want you to
Actually, I
see
think they've
right
called
here.
She would cause chaos. I just didn't think it would end up like this.
Annabelle.
So this is the
a
actual Ed and
Raggedy Ann
Lorraine
doll
Moore.
that's made like thousands
So
of
I
other
wanted
dolls.
chat to get a chance to
Except
see
that this
them.
doll
And
was used in
this is
communication.
supposedly
having
the original
seance.
doll. I don't think it
A
is, though.
nurse had
Maybe it
received the
is.
doll 1971 as a
They're just
present,
kind of
Christmas
explaining,
present from
you know,
her
what
mother.
happened. The nurse
And the doll
received the
stands about
doll.
3 foot
What
high.
we talked about.
Right,
And she would
exactly.
take it to bed with her at night.
So I just wanted you guys to get a little context to who they are. They're not the people that you saw in the movie or whatever. So there's that, okay? So this is the video. This one is short. So there were some YouTubers that while it was on display, and this is what makes me believe that it was the real people. Oh, did we lose it?
They've opened Annabelle's box to investigate whether she's actually haunted or not,
these
and they
YouTubers
found
right
out
here,
something terrifying. Owner of the museum
they
let
were
them
given
open the
an
case for only
experience
5
with
minutes
the
to make this
doll,
meeting
with it
relatively
opened,
safe. And they even
and
asked a
watch
priest
and
to
see
say
what
a prayer.
happens.
So after opening the case, there was no coming back.
We didn't want to waste any time that we had to be able to do this.
At any point you feel threatened or anything like that, don't hesitate to leave the museum for a little bit.
They used the Estes method to communicate with the doll. It's the same one they used to talk to Peggy. Watch what happened.
Annabelle, or any spirits here, you can speak through Colby to tell us a message or to talk with us. Is there anybody here in the museum with us?
200,000?
What? Are you connected in any other way to other haunted dolls?
Everybody against you.
Meeting with the doll showed immediate results because after getting into the car, they had a serious argument and finished recording.
You always believed.
I mean, these guys were seriously traumatized from this.
They've opened Annabelle's
seems
box.
pretty real and legitimate to me. This is why I believe that they had the real doll on tour. This, I think, is the real doll right here. I thought it wasn't. There was another image, though, that looked more like it. Maybe that was the wrong image. I'm not completely sure. But I do know that this image is from Ed and Lorraine's basement, where they have all these different artifacts and things that they've gathered over the years. Maybe they're just pack rats and they saw cool things and they're like, oh, it's got a demon, we better take it with us and add it to our little collection. I think that's plausible. Maybe not. I mean, my dad's a pack rat. Okay, my dad wants, if you've got something that he doesn't have, he's got to have it, and he would blame it on the devil to get it away from you. I'm just saying, it is plausible, right?
I think you're way out there with this one.
Why not?
Because, like you said, they were religious people.
It's the devil. Give me your action figures.
You know how I feel about hiding behind God for your bad actions. Own them. Don't say, oh, I did this bad thing because the devil made me do it.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's maybe what they were doing. Like, for instance, I have this. Those of you who have been around for the show for a long time, on my desk I have the baseball here, right? Signed by Mike Trout. Now, if I had this and you were a preacher and you were like, oh, the devil lives in that ball, I better take it with me. I better take that ball from you.
People use God to do terrible things. You're proving my point.
I believe that is a possibility. Like, I'm not taking that off the table. I'm open to the fact that there are some things that we can explain and we can wrap our head around, and there are some things that we can't. And just because something happened doesn't mean that we just jump straight to ghosts, right?
Right.
We should look at the logical explanation. Why would they have this whole pack rat, display of things?
Have you seen New Orleans? They just do stuff like that.
Well, this isn't New Orleans. This is Ed and Lorraine's basement. All these little artifacts are supposedly.
I got that picture from New Orleans.
Oh, this is from New Orleans?
That's New Orleans.
Okay. Well, there is a place, and it's Ed and Lorraine's basement. And we can maybe post a
They
clip
moved
of it
it
later.
though. That was the whole thing. They gave it to this place and they kept it in that box and gave them the box so that people in New Orleans could go see. You can go see it today.
They got older and they were like, you know what? We need to make some money off of this stuff.
Yeah,
now.
they're not around anymore.
We've been pack ratting this stuff for umpteen years. It's time to cash in on our
Don't
investment.
you think it would be weird if you were religious and you want to have all this negativity in your basement? Don't you find that odd?
That's why I'm leaning towards the idea of maybe they're just hoarders and they were like, oh, that looks really cool. I want that. It has the devil in it. Let us take it off your hands. Free of charge.
Sure.
It seems plausible.
No, it doesn't. All right, next doll.
Okay. All right. So
yeah, I know.
Here's my thing is I don't think that the real Annabelle went on tour.
Whether you believe it or not, do you believe the stories about the doll? That's what it's about. Whether it went wherever, whomever, wherever it came from. Do you believe that this doll had a demon in it that was literally just harassing and terrorizing people?
I do, based off of the video of the YouTubers. Because the YouTubers,
this is where we are.
I mean,
but there's history. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but what I'm saying, there's a lot of history of people like, oh, we visited in the doll. Well, you know what I mean? Like,
right. So there's a long track record of things happening. Obviously, YouTubers can be YouTubers, right? We're YouTubers, you know.
Right.
I make up things on the fly all the time just for show value, right?
That's fun.
It is what it is. But, you know, let's not... You know,
because when you bring religion into anything, you make it a touchy subject.
I understand that. I just think that
not just for me, I don't care.
There's some validity
that don't want to hear that.
There's some validity in the fact that it may have been the real Annabelle doll that went on tour. There's some validity in the fact that it possibly does have demon possession because of what happened with the YouTuber. And there is some validity to the fact that it may or may not have gone missing and is still out there lurking in the shadows underneath your bed, waiting, watching.
In this world, all of those are very, that could happen. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the main thing here. It's like, let's think about it. Let's have an open mind, chat. Like, let's, you know, explore every possibility that it possibly could be. Because we don't know. We have no hard facts here.
No.
That's the fact of the matter, is there is no hard facts.
Everything we talk about, there's no hard facts, whether it's alien, ghosts, whatever conspiracy theories that we are jumping down, there are no hard facts.
Well, the moon landing is a hard fact.
That's
okay. We definitely have the video footage of something happened.
So
millions of people saw it.
So what I'm saying is it's all speculation, and we all have to come to our own logical.
Right. And the idea is for you as the viewer to decide for yourself. We're not here to tell you what to think.
We just decide what we think and our opinions, and everyone has their own.
You know what I think? Little girls are the devil.
That might be true.
The devil is in the doll.
I'm raising psychological warfare. All right, bring up Robert the doll.
All right, Robert the doll.
This story's a little older.
This one's freaky. Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
It looks so sweet and innocent, but oh my goodness.
I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so the story of this one.
Hold on, before let me just set the room real quick. I had never heard this story.
I did.
Until you told me about it. And then I started deep diving into it for the show. And I got a little freaked out. Okay. Yeah. This is crazy, chat. If you haven't heard
Robert
of Robert the doll.
Robert the doll.
So tell us, who is Robert the doll? I'm sure most of you haven't heard of Robert the doll. I would say Robert the doll is creepier than Annabelle.
Oh yeah, and not only that, Robert's been around for a very long time.
Right. So tell us about Robert the doll. Who is he? What does he do?
So Robert the doll, this toy was given to a little boy in 1904.
1904.
He was originally given to Robert Eugene Otto, a young boy from the Key West.
So that's 120 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah,
121 years ago. Dang.
The doll was manufactured in Germany and was brought to Otto's grandfather during a trip abroad. They speculated that the doll may have originally intended for a window display, and it was not to be for sale, but the grandfather convinced them to sell it to him. A variation of the origin story claims that a Bohemian servant, like somebody off the street, is the one who sold it to him, or practiced voodoo, cursed the doll, you know, the same old rhetoric.
Voodoo.
Right. It comes back to that,
voodoo.
that kind of rhetoric. Young Robert Eugene Otto became so attached to the doll that he gave it its own name, and instead on being called Gene. So this boy goes, okay, this doll is named Robert and my name's Gene now because I love this doll so much.
Wait a minute. So let's jump down the rabbit hole a little bit here before we go any deeper. So the little boy's name's Robert.
Robert Eugene, yes.
Right. And so the boy says, I want the doll's name to be Robert and for me to be Gene.
Right.
Now that is a sign of demonic possession.
Well, that's a sign of some kind of connection where the doll, either the doll's like, I want your name, call your name.
Right. Or basically he's like, I no longer live in my body. I'm a vessel for this entity to take me over. And now I reside in the doll and it has possession over me. So that is,
it is odd.
Sign number one.
It is odd for the little
possession.
for a little child to be like, I'm Gene now. The doll is Robert. Like I don't know if my 5-year-old came up and said that to me. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a little weird, but sure, son. Like, I don't know how I would react to that.
Every time you say Gene, I think of Gene from Bob's Burgers going a jiggly, 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 jiggly.
Anyways, as a child, Gene would often blame any mischief or misbehavior on the doll, saying Robert did it when toys were mutilated or objects were overturned in his room. Neighbors, according to legend, neighbors claimed to see the doll moving in the upstairs window when the family wasn't at home. The Ottos and their guests also reported hearing giggling and seeing the doll's face expression change wherever the doll was.
Okay. Let's rewind a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So the story that I read about it is basically the doll was doing weird things and moving on its own, and creepy, weird things were happening. So they locked it away in the attic.
Okay. Well, before we get to that, that wasn't just the only case. The incident that occurred for that to happen. Okay. So one night after hearing commotion in Gene's room, his parents found the room in disarray. Gene was terrified, shaking and screaming in his bed, insisting Robert was responsible. All of his toys and everything were mutilated. Everything in the room was destroyed.
Hold on. Don't you think that a kid could be having a temper tantrum and did a bunch of crazy stuff, or maybe split personality disorder,
yes,
or you know, whatever,
very logical, yes,
and then uses that as a reason to blame it on something? Because I'll tell you what, right now, my 5-year-old, or I think she's like 6 now, when she was younger, even now still, she would do things and blame it on the devil. The devil made me do it.
I believe that.
So, is it perfectly logical for a child to lash out and do something like that and then blame it on a doll?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The question is this. They were not home, and the neighbors saw it moving around in the attic.
Right.
That's what's creepy to me. That's what leads me down the crazy rabbit hole of this is some demonic thing, right?
But here's my issue. So Gene, and he stayed with this name. He never went back to Robert, even after he went to college. And he kept the doll. He kept it. Okay, so
not me. I'm gonna light it on fire. You know, I had a Furby one time, and this thing was possessed. Okay, and it was like going. It was going like crazy. And we took the batteries out of it, and it kept like going. So we torched it with a torch.
Yeah, that was the right move. Those things were creepy.
And it was literally on fire, still going like yeah. It was creepy.
No, so this dude, he literally brought it back to his childhood home after studying and being abroad. His wife, Anne, was reportedly uneasy with Robert and had him moved to the attic. Visitors claimed to hear giggling and footsteps coming from the attic after the doll was confined. So this is Robert's reputation. He's obviously in a museum now, locked up, like you see right here. And the story is, if you take a picture of him without asking for permission, you just get bad luck and bad things happen to you. And they literally
Elaborate. Okay.
like car accident, something bad happens, they lose their job.
You get the bad juju.
Yeah, they get that bad vibe, that bad. And so what they have to do is send in an apology or come apologize to the doll for taking its picture
Dear
without
Mr.
permission.
Doll, Robert the doll.
Dear Robert,
we are so sorry that we used Flash. Please forgive us. Our utmost apologies. Could I please get the winning lottery numbers this week? I've been doing so bad.
I believe the government was surveillance through Furbies. I think that was like a test program, by the way. I
believe that too. They had like that little like camera sensor thing.
And you just do you remember the Simpsons? Oh, you didn't watch the Simpsons. There's a Simpson episode that made fun of the Furbies, and they were literally monitoring children to see what kind of toys they liked, so they knew which toys to make for Christmas.
I mean, that checks out.
It does, right? Yeah.
I would not.
When it comes to the government, anything's possible.
I would not put it past any government entity to do something with toys, especially toys, right? Because children, because it's about money, right? Like that's why they monitor everything we do online. They want the data. The data can literally, Facebook knows when you have to poop. They know you have to poop before you do. This is a real thing.
Are you talking about that? This is how we all only watch cartoons. Are you talking about that American Dad episode where she finally got a conspiracy theory right, and it was Project Poop, and they were filming everyone while they were people who were on the toilet looking at their phones, and they were filming them?
Yeah. and like, so the camera's looking at you and it's looking down. So if you're beating it in the bathroom, the CIA's got footage on you. They're watching you. Big Brother is watching you. Spank the monkey. All right. So you just remember that. And one day when you run for Congress, they're going to say, you better play ball or we're going to show them videos. We got a whole spank bank full of them, baby.
Spank bank. No.
I mean, it makes sense. Why, next time you're beating your meat and you're in the bathroom, look at what direction the cameras are looking right at your face.
Who takes their phone in the bathroom? That's disgusting. That's where germs live. I mean, never, I get, I put when I have music, when I take a shower, but when I'm using the restroom, why would you take your phone in there where germs and poop and pee live? What the hell is wrong with people?
I get my best TikTok work done while I'm on the toilet.
Oh, that's so disgusting.
Those are my best lives ever.
No.
Yeah. And you know what? As long as you're using a mic, they don't know because, if you got your regular phone mic, they hear the echo, right? But if you got your little mic going and then you're good, they don't even know it.
That's disgusting.
True story, chat.
That's disgusting.
True story, chat.
No.
Yeah. Next time I'm live, I'm just going to say this is a TP live, and all y'all from YouTube are going to know what I'm talking about. We are on a TP live right now.
I don't understand it. I guess that's
toilet paper.
I'm not gross, so I'm not.
Oh, gross. I'm just kidding. Come on,
don't lie.
Entertainment.
Don't lie. You're a man. I've seen every male do it. Just take their phone in there, and I have teenagers. I can hear that freaking the YouTube videos coming out of there.
If I don't take my phone to the bathroom, I have the most boring poop I've ever had in my life.
You mean you're left alone with your thoughts and you don't want to be?
Yeah. I need entertainment while I poop. At least Angry Birds. I used to do the Angry Birds while I poop. That was my main thing. Yeah. So I'd be dropping poops and shooting birds.
Okay. That's I think you're addicted if you can't. That's what I'm saying. Remember when I like doing things I put my people are like, oh, I was trying to get a hold of you. I put my phone down. I don't remember where I put it. I'm going out and doing stuff and living my life or baking or talking to my kids. People have gotten so dependent, and it's go live. Don't be on your phone. If you can't go to the restroom without your phone,
I get the most work done on the toilet and while I'm golfing. That's where I get the most business handled. I'm killing 2 shits at one time.
I don't think that's
2 turds in one stone. What? Getting 2 birds with 1 stone? I'm killing 2 turds with 1 stone.
No.
Yeah. No. I can kill 2 turds and get stoned.
But think about both those things you said are solitary and confined.
Yeah, I don't like solitary confinement.
But that's what you're choosing.
No,
because
no.
you're using your phone.
I'd rather have my celly in there with me. My phone is my celly. It's my cell phone. You gotta have the homie in there with you. Can't poop alone.
I digress. All right, next one, Valley of the Dolls.
Some of y'all never been locked up, and it shows.
Okay, well, that's a different story for a different day, ain't it?
It is.
It is. What is it? Some of you never had a second cop car pull up, and it shows.
Yeah. I've had like 11 cop cars pull up on me.
You got me beat.
I was a menace. He told that one. I didn't tell the whole story, but they did put me in solitary confinement for 15 days straight in the dungeon. I was in the dungeon. And that was the most awful and mentally trying time of my life, was being in that situation. And if I didn't have the mental fortitude that I have, any other person would have cracked.
All right, Shelly's in second place with the 9 cars.
9 cars.
That's pretty good. I only had 2 because I was
9
pregnant
cars.
and I beat someone up.
What did you do? You got caught stealing cats, didn't you?
No, she got caught stealing horses or chickens. I knew it.
I think it was the cats. Every time I see her, she's got a new cat.
No. She's just a good person that loves animals.
I mean, I do love cats.
I do love cats. I would steal some cats. I'd be like, oh, they're sitting on their porch. They need a home.
It was horses?
I knew it.
You're lucky they didn't hang you for it.
Hey, that was the old rules.
That's what they do. They
lynch you.
you.
She wouldn't have stole anything bad. It would have been something that was beautiful and she was trying to help.
They said, oh, she stole a horse.
You're in the
up.
bathroom now. See, this
Call
is
for
what
backup.
Look at, I'm in the bathroom. This is what I'm talking about.
See,
what is
he's
wrong
in the
with
bathroom.
y'all? What is wrong with y'all?
Hey, make sure you wash your hands, please.
It's too late. What is it? Okay, so that's my thing. If you're on, okay, so we really got down a rabbit hole. I know here, didn't we? I mean, we have other stuff to talk about, but look, okay, I'm gonna visualize. Okay, you're in the bathroom. No. Oh, okay. You're in the bathroom. No, okay. So your phone is in your hand. How do you squiggle out? So you take your phone and you like push down, right? And the undies, and you lift up your phone, but then how do you wipe? Do you just like lean to the side and not to your phone? Like, how does that work? And then how do you wipe?
I will tell you how.
Okay, no,
very
let
carefully.
Me finish. Let me finish.
Very carefully.
And not only that, do you wipe, and you're not going to do it well with one hand and do it correctly because you're too busy looking at your phone. That then you got to. How do you?
I got one of those neck things from the TikTok shop.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
And I got my phone, and then I just use my nose.
Not only that, then you have your phone.
Swipe. I'm swiping like this.
Do you put it on the sink and wash your hands? Your poop hands next to the phone. How? Am I crazy? Like, is that not disgusting? Like,
I would say
visualize that.
This is why I never want to touch anyone else's phone, because I would imagine that
they're disgusting like you.
Every phone.
They're disgusting like
has
you.
Shit on it, guaranteed. And then you put it up to your face and you talk to it. I only talk on my phone in speakerphone. All right, more on Robert the doll. Reel it in.
I know. I'm sorry.
You got to reel it in here, guys. We're out here.
I don't know how we even got there.
Okay. So Robert the doll.
Okay. So that history. So he's still, again, he says that they say that he gives cursed energy. And not only that, you can see all the letters in the background. They keep every single one of them. There
so
are
if you take a picture
without permission, and if you don't come back and apologize or send in an apology, you just get bad luck.
What if you call it names or something like that? You
yeah,
piss
it doesn't
off.
like disrespect. Yes, it's been around a long time.
It wants reverence.
Kinda.
So basically, you have to be all hail to the Robert.
Right.
Robert, please, if it would be all right with you, may I take a picture? Now, does it answer you and say yes or no?
No, the bad luck just stops.
I know, but what if you do want to take a picture and you're like, hey, bro, can I totally take a picture of you?
And then nothing happens to them, according to Key West, where he is staying.
Yeah, but don't you think that there's a possibility that they made all this up?
Absolutely.
And that people just get it in their mind.
Absolutely.
And it's like...
they are manifesting it.
Yeah, they're manifesting the negativity
like,
into their life.
Let's see if this is true. And then they manifest it and they're like, oh, my life sucks.
Right. And then they start noticing negative things happening in their life because they're dwelling on negative thoughts that this might have happened. Or it's freaking real.
This doll, I knew about it because it was connected to other things the stories that we had growing up. So, but this doll has been around, like, look at it. Like, that is
121 years.
121 years in almost beautiful condition, but you can see it's wear and tear. It's the moth eating, like all that kind of stuff because it was left in an attic. But that thing...
Was this doll ever cute and loved before?
Yes.
I would imagine so.
Okay, so this doll's name is Robert, right? That was the boy's name. He loved his doll so much. He gave his name Robert to the doll, and he used his middle name as Gene and still went by Gene his whole life, leaving Robert with his own name.
But mind you, that 120 years ago, the quality of craftsmanship for dolls wasn't like what we have now. Now we have all these different materials and things. So like, back then, like kids would get a hand carved wooden horse from their dad.
And they would,
for Christmas. You know what I mean? So it does. This is the quality of what it was. So I don't see it being
no idea what the
quality.
Dog's name is. They never mentioned that because it was just an entity of its own.
I'm scared of the dog. Like it's gonna bite my ankles. I hate Chihuahuas. They are the worst dogs ever. Like we'll never hate an animal, okay? But I don't want it around me. I don't want to look at it. I don't want.
They're fierce.
It seems like it's an abomination. Okay, dogs were not meant to be that small and that angry.
I disagree because I'm Hispanic and I'm small and I'm angry. So let's go down that road.
So your new nickname is Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
We'll call you Yo Quiero Taco Bell.
No, that ain't it. Okay, Valley of the Dolls.
All right, so that's it.
For this one, yes. So there is a hard to find history on this one, except for people are terrified.
So don't piss off Robert, or you're going to have to write a letter.
Don't do that.
If you don't like homework, don't go visit Robert.
And if you're going to go take a picture, please ask for permission. This dude don't play. I
don't know.
Okay.
I'm not buying it. Before
history
we get
is history. It's like saying that, what does the Bible say? Some guy lived to 500 years. We know that's not true.
It seems psychosomatic. And wouldn't you want to write a letter that they're possibly going to put up in the case for somebody to read?
I would never be around dolls. So
I'm going to write a letter and never been there. Be like, I'm so sorry, Robert. I didn't mean to piss you off.
What if you do that and it's like this lying piece of... I didn't curse him. He's cursed now.
I feel like we need to write a letter just for talking about it right now. Right? Because if it is real, he must know that we're talking shit right now.
Well, if we send the letter,
you wrote those. You better write a letter. You better write an apology.
Look, my life already sucks, and I already have bad luck. Come at me, bro.
There you go.
I'll call their bluff. You know how I am.
Jesse is gonna get. So we got another image of Robert the doll. Let's check it out here.
Cutie pie.
Let's take a look.
I just can't see how this doll did so many bad things.
So this is another image of the doll from the side, and what I want to know is who is this guy that looking like Walt Disney right here?
That's what we're focusing on.
I'm just saying, did Walt Disney have something to do with this?
I don't know. Maybe they had beef. This doll's been around forever.
Yeah, maybe
a doll that's been preserved, and it's very rare, over 100 years. There had to be, whether you believe it or not, there had to be something very special about Robert for them to keep.
Let's see here. That's Walt Disney.
No, it's not. Actually, that looks
is
like
Walt Disney.
Remember,
chat.
this doll was made in Germany, and that looks like a German.
That's the devil.
No, it's Germans are not. Certain people.
What about this? Look at this. This looks like an official seal from the government. Maybe
they're the ones who own it.
That looks like
it was given to
seal.
Key West Historical Society.
This looks like the Florida State seal. Obviously, it's a bit pixelated. You zoom out, and then this looks like maybe it says like the something. So there's some kind of something to it. But look at this. This looks like the swastika with the eagle above it.
No, it doesn't.
I'm just saying, I deep dive into this stuff. I was looking at the background stuff here. What I want to know is, what is this?
I think it was the little boy holding it.
What is that?
I don't know.
It looks like a goat eating a child.
What?
You don't see the goat? That's a goat.
I think just everything's a goat to him. That's not a goat.
That's a goat.
You always think you see goats when there's no goats.
What is this? What am I looking at?
I don't know. I wasn't looking at that stuff. I was looking at Robert.
TikTok seller says, I blame Israel. I'm sure that
you're probably
Hitler Youth
right.
does as well.
McDonald's.
All right.
Okay.
Reel it in.
Okay, where's
Jesse? You keep getting off topic.
It's not me. It's not me.
All right. Here we are. We're back. So
bring it up.
The next one. I think it's this one here.
Okay, that's a good one.
You want to do that one?
Yeah. Oh, we lost us.
Oops.
Oops.
Hold on, chat. We're here.
Okay. So the Valley of the Dolls, and I'm sure most people, especially if you're Hispanic, you know about this place and its history. But in case you don't, this is part of the Chimilaco, I can't say it, canals in South Mexico City. This particular
D in English, Bobby. You speak English.
Dedicated to, so there was a hermit caretaker, Julian Santiano Barrera, reportedly discovered a body. Yes, and this was in the 1950s. The body of a young girl who had drowned in the canal. This canal is infamous for the horrific things that have happened. While some say he found her body and a doll floating nearby, others, including relatives, believe he might have imagined the girl entirely due to his reclusive state. Haunted.
Wait. Hold there.
Yes.
So they're saying, because he was basically a hermit to this island, that he was seeing things, is what people are trying to say. That's you. Your missus, everything has to be scientific and has to have an explanation behind it, right? Okay. Don't you think that he could have seen something?
I do. Now, I'm not dismissing what he saw, because there's something that deeply troubled him that started him on the venture that he went, because I don't think he could have just decided one day, I'm gonna be weird. And when he grew his own food. He didn't bother anybody. People came and, he traded food for other stuff. Nothing about him screamed crazy. He just didn't like people. Being a hermit doesn't mean crazy. Being a hermit means I don't like people. That's my thing.
It seems like maybe trauma could have been due to it.
Seeing a dead little girl might be traumatized.
Right, and that would totally do it. But and that would explain some of this. But at the same time, don't you think like maybe there was something that happened before? Like, let's say that, because he said he found a drowned girl, right? Mm-hmm. But where's the girl? There was no body found. There was,
we'll get into that.
Right. So my question is maybe this is induced paranoia.
But I'm the logical one.
I'm just saying, like, we got to look at it logically and illogically.
That's what I was getting to.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so elaborate.
Okay. All right. Haunted by his inability to save her or by her spirit, Barrera hung the doll he found in a tree as a memorial, and it is still there, but it's in the spidery part of it. Driven by a perceived need to appease her restless spirit, Barrera spent the next 50 years scouring canals and trash heaps and trading produce for more dolls. He hung thousands of dolls, many of them mutilated, dirty, and broken across the island. So pretty much anybody could bring a doll and hang it as tribute to the little girl.
I'm hanging a doll.
In 2001, Barrera was found dead, drowned in the same spot in the canal where the little girl had said to have died decades earlier.
I don't understand. Like, how is hanging dolls?
It was like a tribute to the little girl. So when he found the little girl, she had a doll. He took the doll since he couldn't help the little girl.
I don't think the little girl liked this. I don't think this is what the little girl meant.
She was deceased. How would you know?
If she existed at all.
She had a little doll with her when she passed away. What are you talking? Every girl has little dolls. Well, most girls. I didn't.
Yeah, dolls freak me out.
Dolls freak me out.
That's why we did this show, because I was like, what's something
I don't like
freaky?
Dolls. Dolls are creepy. But my thing is that she apparently when he found her and she was drowned, she had a little doll with her. So he took that doll, and to appease her spirit, because we don't know what the little girl just drowned, nobody came looking for her and all that kind of stuff. So his way of dealing with that trauma was collecting the dolls for her.
I'm leaning towards, like, the dude was smoking some good stuff and, had a traumatic experience, thought he saw something, maybe went a little bit off his rocker and started doing this to find a way, like a coping mechanism for.
Yeah, I would think
this seems more psychological than it does. Like the other ones seem more demonic. This seems more psychological to me.
Okay, so remember, he was found dead in the same spot the little girl had died. His nephew Anastasio, who had inherited the island, continued the tribute. Then he also died of a heart attack in the same location. All three of them died in the same spot. The island is now legend centers believe the dolls are possessed by a spirit of the drowned girl. Over time, it included the souls of the other dead children as well as Barrera's own spirit. And there's also the conspiracy that he was killing children, and this is why he put up all the... It depends.
Where's the children?
Yeah, I mean, you can kill somebody and no body, no case.
So that's a lot of kids.
But their thing is that it was to appease the spirit from bad things happening. But 3 people dying but here's the thing about this canal, and what people don't really understand. This is the same canal that is connected to a lot of folklore. I can't say this one either. Nojales? No, that is right. Dark spirits that disguise themselves as black-eyed girls or animals like fish and leopards lure victims into the water. This is the
like
same canal. Yes, the canal that is connected to this island. Also, part of this canal is La Llorona, the legend of the weeping woman searching for her children that she drowned. It is also associated with these waterways. The paranormal activity to this canal's dark history, the canals were part of vast Aztec lake system. After Hernan Cortez conquered the region, it is said that more than 30,000 Aztec bodies were dumped there, potentially opening a portal of evil entities.
Okay,
it's a whole different, because everything connected with this canal is connected with a lot of dark folklore for Mexico City.
Okay, so I'm leaning towards supernatural now that we have the full story here. It does seem plausible the dude could have, went off of his rocker on this one.
Oh, of course, anybody.
But maybe something drove him to that. Maybe some type of spiritual entity. Like, if La Llorona is in my backyard, I'm probably not going to be the sanest person.
Well, think about the water. It's all about the water. Like, this is all attributed to this canal and this island that is right next to the canal. Like,
well, we do know
drowned children and
water can store energy.
Right, and I don't know how familiar people are with Aztecs, but they were not kind. And if they were leaving this world, they did some horrific things.
Child sacrifices.
Sacrifice anything that they thought would please the gods, they did it.
That's terrifying. And this is why I don't like religion. For that reason right there. I'm not a religious person. I'm a spiritual person. You know, I see it more as like a relationship. But yeah, I think when you get religious and things, it can send you down a very, very dark path. You know, they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? So, you know, these people may have had good intentions. Oh, we're going to make it rain. Let's totally kill our children. That'll do it.
Yeah. And a lot of people disappear, then everyone gets gaslighting into believing it never happened. And that's like what you're trying to, oh, nope, that didn't happen. There was no drowned little girl or the La Llorona. No, there's no dead babies.
Right.
That's a hard one because not only, I guess what bothers me about this one than the other ones is the bodies of the people, the little girl, the owner, and the nephew all died in the same place.
In the exact same spot.
In the exact same spot.
So, hold on. Dude finds a little girl.
Correct, with a doll.
In the water, drowned,
yes.
Right? And then he dies there at the water in the same spot.
Drowns.
And then his nephew dies at the water.
Heart attack, drowns.
And then someone else?
No, nobody else. Nobody
So
wanted to be on the island
everyone's
anymore.
Like, I ain't going over that
No,
spot.
they do allow people to visit during the day. They do not suggest you be there at night. It is very horrifying and terrifying. Bad things happen.
I feel like we should go at night.
Oh, yeah, not that one. I don't like dolls. I know the history. I've been to Mexico City. You stay away from that. Canal is a huge tourist spot. I grew up with the story of La Llorona because my mother was mean.
What about the cucuy?
No, we grew up with all of that. The cucuy chased you down the hallway when you were going to the restroom. Like my mom, just didn't want us to leave our room or our house at any given moment. She was just like, how can I scare these kids? And they were real folklores. They've been around forever.
If you get up and go to the bathroom at night,
going to the kitchen.
If you go into the kitchen and steal snacks, the cucuy and the La Llorona is going to come get you in the night.
That was what she did. She goes, yeah. That was our nighttime stories. We didn't get no Hansel and Gretel or.
And see, this is how religion can
Three
control
Bears.
people. Lore like this can control people, right? We're literally controlling children to stay in their beds and not get into snacks by telling them that the creature from the Black Lagoon is lurking in the shadows.
It's like when you get told, and I found out that this isn't true. Like if you go to bed with wet hair, you'll be sick the next morning. You know that's not true, right?
Yeah, but you don't want to go to bed with wet hair because it can breed bacteria in your pillow. That's the real reason, right? Why you don't go. But we tell children these crazy stories so they'll think, oh my God, if I get out of bed, the crazy demon monkey's going to grab my ankle and yank me into hell, you know?
I mean,
because kids,
maybe that did happen.
Right, but if you tell kids things logically, they're just going to disobey, right? So we come up with the cucuy and the chupacabra to scare them into
Who says those
doing
things
something
aren't
safe.
real?
I mean, I
that
believe they're
story came from somewhere.
I've actually seen a chupacabra.
Bald dog?
They have one on display.
It's a bald dog. It's a bald, oversized dog.
It's a chupacabra, and no one can tell me otherwise.
It's a hairless dog.
It's a chihuahua. Chihuahuas are chupacabras.
They're not hairless.
All right. So do we have another picture here? Let's see here. So that's our picture now. And here's my thing. Is it seems made up until you factor in the idea that maybe there is...
Those are the trips you can take.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up here. So because people all died in the same spot, that's where I'm like, okay, maybe this is
the only story I give any weight to. Because they were talking
about?
People.
What about freaking Annabelle and the dude?
Do you want my honest opinion on that? Now, I gave the story of the background because that's my job to do so. I think it's crap. The doll thing, the dolls being possessed, is crap. Just plain crap.
I don't think so.
I believe, again, whether you believe in demons or not, demons, and even the church, they want bodies. And in your thing about this guy being possessed,
like dead bodies,
they want a live vessel. They have they can't get anything accomplished with a doll. They need a person. They need a body. Okay,
that was one thing that I was researching.
Because I was like, they need a body, they need a host. So when I see these doll ones, I think those people of Annabelle, they made a fortune, and they used religion to, again, not a fan of religion. They use that to push their narrative. Second, the other doll, again, why would you hold on to it? Oh, Robert made me do it, or Robert did it. That sounds like a child didn't want to get in trouble.
It's mutilating toys, so we're just going to put it in the attic. I'd burn that thing. I burned my Furby.
He kept it.
Maybe it was because the child was so attached to it.
It is weird, though, that he still let it keep its name. Like, that's still trippy. Like, he must have believed it so much. Now, again, I could be wrong. These things could be totally real. But in my brain, the two dolls are complete bullshit. To me, it's crap.
I want to believe.
I get it. And people do. People do. But the Valley of the Dolls, knowing Mexico City, knowing the lore behind this canal, pushes me in the other way. Because I know there's some especially, so my native heritage who settled here in California, in Southern California, are the sister tribe to the Aztecs.
So you sacrificed humans and children?
They did. They for sure did. It explains why I'm so mean. But here's my thing. They did horrific things on that land. I'm not going to make excuses. So did the Mayans. So did most tribes all around the world, but I honestly think, out of reading all of it, the Aztecs were pretty freaking bad.
Right.
So,
and like the Annabelle doll thing, it goes back to what, like the 70s. You know, the Robert the doll goes back to, 121 years ago. This goes back like what, thousands of years ago?
These folklore have been around for a very long time. Now, granted, this guy who had the Valley of the Dolls was in his, it started in the 50s. He was older, and, he was very reclusive. So people wanted to dismiss him. And he literally traded like fruits and vegetables for dolls to keep her happy, to keep her spirit alive.
I saw that he was literally farming to basically survive and to buy dolls
and to get the dolls for the little girl. What would he wasn't asking for money.
Well, I will tell you this.
He wasn't asking for anything. He just wanted to appease this little girl that he couldn't help, and he felt so devastated he couldn't help her.
After he passed, and then his nephew took over and he passed, there wasn't as many dolls as there is today.
Nope,
the reason it's so much is because people go and visit and they bring a doll. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of people probably every year that are bringing dolls. So now it's more overridden, and it's become more of an attraction.
A tourist attraction. But as long as they keep bringing the dolls, the spirits are happy.
Maybe there was a couple dozen, maybe a few hundred to begin with. Now we're talking about thousands. So it's a whole island of the dolls. It's become this lure over time. I wouldn't put it past Mexico to do something like this to bring in tourist attraction and American US dollars.
That's true.
For every supernatural thing.
But the story of the two deaths are documented.
Follow the money. The money will tell you the truth.
But these little things didn't start till a few years, like 10, 20 years ago. This happened in the 50s. I think we forget that we're not in the 1900s anymore. We're in the 2000s. And so the reason why this was cornered off for a while, because Mexico is very superstitious. Whether you realize that, I get Americans are. No, Mexicans, Spanish, any of that in that family were superstitious to the max. And I think their big thing was, we need to stay away from it. The canal wasn't used for a long time unless it was necessary, because they were afraid of the bad
now
spirits.
They're doing tours through it.
Because Americans
it must have not been that bad.
Because Americans will pay to do dumb shit.
I don't know. we went from we're not going anywhere near it to like, oh yeah, let's just totally take families with their children through the canal. If it was unsafe, why would they do that?
No, I'm not saying it's unsafe. I'm just saying it's haunted. There's a big difference. I live in a house I know is haunted. I see it all the time. I don't move. We gonna live together, and someday I'm gonna try to get them to pay rent. Do you understand?
This studio is haunted.
I believe that because the house you live in, the house I live in, these houses were made in what 1930,
like 80 years
1940.
old.
They're almost 100 years old.
Yeah,
there's some sketchy shit.
Everything around here is old, and I think the older something is, the more likely it is to have like something attached to it. So. Yes,
so something can be haunted. Okay, people. Okay, you're saying that. Oh, people don't. Why are they? Okay, you say that, but how many people go to the Winchester house? How many people?
Because it's freaky and weird and different.
Because it's haunted.
Is it though, or is it just a staircase that leads to nothing? A door that goes out to
people will pay,
nowhere.
But I'm saying though. Ghosts or not, people will pay to see haunted stuff.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't mean they're not haunted, or they are.
Or the story when the 50s was something completely different, and then they rewrote the story for cha-ching. So that way they can have their tourism.
But you can coexist without being possessed. I think that's what people don't understand. You can coexist with the ghost. You can coexist with aliens. You can coexist with things you don't understand.
Well, I think there are good entities and there are bad entities. And I think in this circumstance, I would say this is a bad entity because, two people evidently lost their life and possibly a little girl. So there's probably something evil and demonic. When I look at the La Llorona, okay?
Doesn't that tie in? She was looking for the children she drowned, and there was a little girl that popped up on the guy's island.
I think this is La Llorona. This is probably the
real.
That's
the one story I believe
because it's the postquel, right? Like it's not the prequel, it's not the origin story. This is what happened
a very long time,
right? So I'm thinking this is what happened after, and what I think is La Llorona's origin story comes from the Aztec background that comes with this. So like
correct. That's probably more likely.
A lot of evil and demonic and killing of children and people and mutilation and all that stems to cause a dark force and energy, which then possessed a mother to drown her children, which then possessed a man to see. Basically he saw the them getting drowned, right? So here's the thing: it's like a cascading domino effect, right? So he now saw an apparition of this drowning girl, or maybe it was a real drowning girl, or maybe he drowned a girl there. We don't know, right? But it obviously is this cascading effect of demonic energy over the years, and it's probably the same entity because these things are timeless. They don't die, right? And so over the years, it's transferred itself, and it transferred itself into this man who caused him to go crazy, or maybe it was in the doll. Right now, you say it's not in the doll. I think it can be in the doll. Maybe it's in the island. Maybe it's in the water. Maybe it's in Annabelle. Maybe it's in the air, in the ether. Right. I do believe that entities can attach themselves to you without entering into you. You have to give an entity
like
permission.
A tick?
No, like you have to give it permission to enter into you, right?
So I would like to hear when a demon asks for permission.
Well, it's like, when you do like a Ouija board, right? You're giving it permission to communicate with you.
Those are fake, right?
No, they are not. And let me tell you something. I will give you a firsthand experience of a demonic entity trying.
I played with Ouija boards growing up, and the only creepy thing was my dad turning on and off the lights so that we would scream.
Right, maybe there was no entity that, no energy in that space and time. What I'm saying is those things do exist. They are real. There is a scientific explanation for the Ouija board, and we'll do a whole thing on Ouija boards probably one of these days. But what I'm saying is I know for a fact from my personal experience, I have dealt with demonic entities. I've dealt with these spiritual forces and battles that have happened, and I have seen, or not seen, but interacted, and they would basically tell me that, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Every single time I've encountered one of these things, it's always said the same words: let me in. Let me in. And I always am like, you can get off, but you can't come in. Bye. Get out of here.
Okay, so you've experienced that.
Yes.
Okay. So then you should believe all the other stuff, right? You weren't
I
there.
do believe it. We were talking about,
I'm saying, like,
we need to have an open mind to scientific reasoning and to supernatural.
I just can't buy the supernatural part on this one. The only one I can, and it's not so much the Valley of the Dolls. I believe he saw what he saw. I believe that he believed what he believed. But I also know with the folklore that I was raised with, the reason she drowned her kids was, you were correct, the Aztec Indians were going to sacrifice them, and the better way so that they weren't mutilated and slit their throats, she drowned them. And then she cried because that was her way of saving her own children from a horrible fate.
They do say that drowning is one of the most peaceful deaths.
I mean, I don't really want to try it, but I know the most peaceful death is actually freezing to death.
Yeah, but I mean also drowning, though, because
really?
You go into a dream state. Obviously there's some panic behind it. Yes, if you're panicking.
That sounds horrifying.
But like, there are people who have drowned, died, and then were resuscitated, and their experiences, what they talk about is that it's not a painful death. It's not, basically you go into like a dreamlike state of hallucination and you're just gone.
According to science, it's better to die from freezing to death because your sensors just start shutting off.
I don't know, man. I feel like being cold, shivering.
You stop shivering at some point.
Yeah, but it seems like that would be long and drug out, Whereas drowning, it's a few minutes.
At least you can still breathe. That's the difference.
But you actually
breathing in water.
You get to a point
you?
where you breathe in the water and like you don't get that gas. You know how like when you're holding your breath
drowned.
And you have to.
It is horrifying.
That's the panic state of it. But I've actually saved someone's life and resuscitated them. I had a pool at one time, and we were all heavily drinking, and this girl, she was very drunk. She dove into the pool off the diving board and was like swimming around, and because she was so drunk and got disoriented, she couldn't find her way up. And I actually had to jump in and dive and grab her and take her to the top and do CPR. And, someone in that state, they're drunk, they don't know which way is up, they're just swimming around. They're probably not thinking, it's probably not a horrific thing. You're drunk, you're not
okay. So under the right circumstances, drowning is fun. I mean,
I'm just saying.
But I get what you're saying, and you're getting frustrated with me. But that sounds insane. That does not sound like heat exhaustion would even be better. Like, you just fall asleep and you just don't wake up. I want one that I can just fall asleep.
I
and
feel
you don't
like
wake
low
up.
oxygen would be the way. Whereas
that's what I'm saying. Cold. That is. Anywhere you go, the best way to die is to freeze to death because your oxygen slowly lowers, your sensors slowly turn off, you just fall asleep and you never wake up.
Yeah, and I mean, so like I used to collect insects, and one of the ways that we would collect insects is we would collect them and then put them in the freezer, and they would fall asleep, and that's how they would go.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a humane way to do it. So I could see that. Okay. Also, lack of oxygen. Basically, you get really tired and you take a nap and you don't wake up. I don't know. I hate the heat. I hate.
But if you were
hot.
to go lay down because you were so hot and your breathing starts
You're
so hot. I had to.
Did I go too far?
I had to see.
I went too far, chat. I don't know. Maybe it's the mustache. That's what's so hot. Maybe it's the red beard.
Help me. Anyways, but heat exhaustion. You just get tired, go to sleep.
Yeah. Anyway, so back to what we're talking about, the Island of the Dolls, right? Honestly,
I want to know what people think because I don't know how people are familiar. Again, I love Hispanic heritage, and this isn't just Mexico. Spain has a lot of their own folklore as well, and that's where most of my ancestors are from, is Spain, and from the sister of the Aztecs that settled in Southern California. But my thing is that what is the difference between taking this tour bus to this haunted island that it is all these Americans and foreigners who go to the haunted houses that are all over California, or I mean the United States? How is that any different? You're like discrediting it. Well, it's not that scary if people go, but there's haunted houses everywhere.
I think people will find any reason to monetize something.
Well, yeah, but this wasn't monetized till, I guess you want to call it that, for a while back.
Right. So, yeah, maybe it was just ancient lure that turned into something that they could market.
But what the point is for, this is why this all comes together for me, is the drowned children, the black-eyed girls luring people into the water. Doesn't that seem like, even though came at different times, doesn't that seem like it's all connected? That's the only one that I could find that was connected to something else, to something else, to something else.
Yes. I think that this is the most likely to be real.
Right.
But at the same time, I think there's some truth in all of it. I'm leaning towards all of it is real. Every single one of them.
No.
I think the least likely one is the Robert one.
The oldest one?
Right. Well, it's not the oldest because this goes back to the ancient Aztecs, right?
Right.
But I would say that one, because I would write a letter just to get my letter posted up there.
Of course you would.
Yeah. Why would? Who would? So many.
Because I'm not weird. It's not.
But I do think that entities can attach to objects, but I think they would much rather attach to a human. And I think in the Robert case, the human was the little boy, and that's why he switched names, because the little boy went into the doll and the demonic entity took over the little boy.
But Gene, what he called himself, had a fairly normal life. Went to college, married, had kids.
And there's lots of people that are demon possessed that live normal lives.
This is all based on the fact that
and then
demons
next
are
thing
real.
you know, one day they snap.
I think you and me have different words for demon.
Possibly.
Yeah.
When I think of demon, I think of fallen angel, nefarious
and I can't
entity.
Wrap my head around
see
a religious answer.
Like when I say ghost, I'm thinking of a disembodied soul, right? Roaming the earth.
That I believe. Limbo, that's where people get stuck at. I mean, I don't believe in whatever, but I do believe that we either reincarnate or we get to have we get just the same life over and over in a multi-universe. Like, we don't know anything.
When I say demon, I'm referring to some nefarious, evil entity that has, ill intentions.
Okay.
That's what I refer to as demon. I think that ghosts can be good or bad. I think more or less the ghosts that are bad are more likely demons, and the ghosts are more likely just disembodied people. And I think people inherently are good. I think people do evil things. And I think there are very, very evil people out there.
Correct.
And those are probably some evil spirits, But I think generally if you're going to encounter a spirit, it's more likely for it to not be evil, because people, I think, the majority of people inherently want to be good. At least I feel that way, because I want to be good. I want to be a good person. I want to help people. I want to do good things. I think, people as a group, as a whole, as a society are very ugly and gross and very malicious and selfish. And,
yes and no.
but I think the individual deep down inside has a yearning want to be good, right?
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. You're talking about, I don't believe in this whole demonic thing. I do believe in lost spirits, I guess what you would call them, ghosts, spirits that are stuck in limbo and they have nowhere to go. The reason I don't believe in the whole demonic thing is, one, science can prove that it could be mental illness, schizophrenia. But one of my problems is most criminals, do you know what they hide behind? The devil made me do it. And if that
isn't there a show called The Devil Made Me Do It?
Yes, which I've watched in its entirety. But here's my thing. That is my issue with this whole demonic thing. It needs to be labeled as something else. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I get it. It's a
That's
cop
why
out.
it's a religious. That's why I have my whole thing with people who are like, oh, you have to one, I don't forgive and I don't forget, but one, oh, you have to forgive them, the devil made me do it. First of all, that is not an excuse. Do you know right from wrong? Great. Now people who don't know right from wrong, who suffer from psychopathy, that's different. They don't know right from wrong. They think what they're doing is okay. I know you don't like my logical answer right now, and I'm not discrediting that maybe I'm completely wrong and demons are real and I have no idea what I'm talking about, but from a psychology perspective, it sounds more like a scapegoat. Do I believe in spirits that live on this planet?
Did you just say goat? I heard goat.
Scapegoat.
I'm the scapegoat.
Just a goat. But I do believe in spirits being lost, because whatever happened that led them to
like
that
limbo.
Yeah, limbo. I've always believed in limbo, and until they find peace, they can't leave to wherever you believe you go after this life. I believe in that. But demons is very specific. All these personalities stuck inside of you. And I know the movie Split, great movie. Like, if you had to think of something demonic, but that wasn't who he was, what did they classify it? Schizophrenia.
Right, it was classified as schizophrenia, but I think the difference is someone that's schizophrenic, split personality disorder, they have those different personalities, they have different things. I think what makes it demonic is those same characteristics, but with abilities attached to it.
And that could be very true, but they could have always had those abilities.
No, like there was one I was seeing, and the girl took an apple and
I know what you're talking about. We're going to cover that story.
Yeah, and so like it's like that's a supernatural ability.
Or okay, so here's my thing.
You can't just do that. You just, I'm sorry,
not
but
with these arms, but I mean, if I pump some, metal,
I would challenge like a really ripped. We'll get John Cena, because you can't see him.
We can't see him. We're just going to see an apple explode.
Just see an apple, right? Okay. And I think that even someone like John Cena would struggle with doing something like that, because it's just not human nature. And an average person being able to do something like that, that's a supernatural ability, right? Like almost like a superhero type ability that they don't normally have that ability. And then in that moment of possession, they are granted, call them gifts or abilities to do things that defy the laws of physics, defy, everything that we know that science tells us to be true.
Okay. So
that's the difference.
No. So do the demons, do they know that the demons live in them?
I think some people don't. I think some people are full of demons and don't even know it.
I mean, that is, if that's what you call it, that's very probable. But my thing is like, okay, people aren't gonna like this one, but Hitler could have been like, at the end, demons maybe do it. I'm not actually crazy.
I'm not saying that blaming it on a demon, it's not a reason for
but that's why it gets
to absolve you.
But that's why it gets discredited, and that's what my issue is with it. Now, if you were telling me this back, and this is even back in the 60s with killers and people creating atrocities, and that was their thing, I was, oh, a demon had me, or the devil made me do it. And that, maybe that's what bothers me so much. But and then it makes it so like it's not real.
It's a cop-out, but I don't think that just because something possessed you to do it doesn't mean that you get a free pass.
Exactly.
I think you still have the consequences. I believe that if you are possessed by a demon, you have to give it the ability to do so, and basically have to grant it permission. Therefore, you
I don't think you just said it doesn't need permission, though. It just jumped into little Robert.
No, I think that children are easily manipulated, so it's easier for entities to go after children because they can manipulate those children into doing different things. That's why, children are not allowed to have consent, because their brains are not mature enough to understand the ramifications of the decisions that they're making.
That's one thing about when you read up on demons and stuff, they always look like children because you feel bad for children.
Right.
Like, if that's real, and I could be wrong, if that's real, that is genius, because I would help a little girl. I would help a little boy if they needed my help. And you wouldn't think twice. They'd be like, oh my God, be there and crying, and you'd go hug them, and then they're like, thanks, bitch.
Yeah, I think that, and these entities are nefarious, and they will do whatever it takes to manipulate people, or to get their end result, right?
Why did it in my head went to a Dave Chappelle, gotcha, bitch. Like,
gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch. Like, that is what it feels like if there's a little, because I'm a sucker. If it's a child, like, I'm gonna want to help, and I'm like thinking now, I'm like, if that's true, oh man, so quickly I would have a demon so fast, because they'd be like, oh, help me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, come in.
I think that's why they choose to use the form of children. I think that's why they go after children. One, because children are easily manipulated, and to be in the form of a child is because it's easy to manipulate someone else to help a child. Just like the guy at the Valley of the Dolls, right? He wanted to help the child, and therefore it drew him to the water, and it evidently entered into him and attached itself to him. I do think that the entities can not enter in you and possess you, but can latch onto you and follow you,
like drain you.
Right. So like, you don't necessarily have to be possessed by the entity. You can just be what is the word, like it can follow you, and it can wreak havoc on you.
These dolls, and they're like, oh, they're demonic. My thing is, things that are really demonic just drain you of everything. The worst that most
Soul
of these dolls,
vampires.
Right, like they're just but these dolls were just jerks. They're freaking assholes, throwing shit, jumping everywhere, scratching people. Like, they were just jerks. Like, even if that's the case, and they were somehow, these dolls were just jerks.
I think they feed off of fear, because fear is a form of energy. Even with like the adrenochrome, they have to,
no,
the adrenochrome is stronger and more pure the more stress and torment that.
We're not talking about Monsters Inc. right now.
I'm just saying is that they do this because it's energy. They're energy vampires. They feed off energy. That's why if
they feed off fear.
Right, but if you believe in the entity, then it gives it more power. And if you are more fearful of it, then it will more likely communicate with you, whereas like somebody's like, whatever, it's all bullshit. They're never going to have those experiences because it doesn't have the energy to feed off of. It's too draining on the spirit to interact with you. Whereas if it can make the hair stand up on the back of your neck, then it's more likely that it can feed off of those emotions and that energy.
Okay, so look, I believe in spirits and ghosts. I do not believe in demons. I just don't.
I believe in demons.
I can't
because
wrap my head
I've
around
encountered them personally is why I believe it.
And I guess because I don't, I never will. But I believe
that's
in spirits.
Exactly what I'm saying.
I believe in like spirits and ghosts.
And
that makes sense to me.
That's probably why the ghost actually talked to you on the spirit box. And I believe in spirits and ghosts too. That's why when I talked to it, I got the same result when I started asking the right questions, same as you. We believe. I think someone that doesn't believe, it has a harder time.
Doesn't that seem convenient though? Wouldn't you want to go after the people that don't believe?
Well, look at Elon. Elon does not believe whatsoever.
No.
But he's a believer now.
A little bit.
He's a little bit now.
Still hesitation of what he.
Right, because he's very logical.
And he's like, well, maybe I didn't hear what I thought I heard.
Right. But he doesn't have as many encounters as we do.
Because he doesn't believe in it.
Because he doesn't believe in it. It's too much energy wasted on someone that doesn't believe. But if it can make someone who already does,
like you're in danger. I'm
not
good.
in danger.
You believe in it, so I'm good then, right?
I'm filled with the Holy Ghost, so I cannot be possessed. Okay. Me personally, I feel like you're in danger because you don't believe.
People, the majority of people that do get these demons are religious. Look at it. Look into the history of all of it. They're religious people because you guys buy into it.
And I don't believe that you have to be a religious person in order to be saved. So if you are someone, you call it whatever you want, but if you believe that you are protected, then therefore you are. That's the difference. Someone who doesn't believe is not protected, therefore could be manipulated.
That's a different conversation for another day because I know what I wanted to say, but I feel like you guys are the most vulnerable then.
I think
because you believe in it and you're religious, and if God can't save you, no one can.
I think me personally, I feel like I'm I'm not vulnerable whatsoever because I have that protection, but it also does say in the Bible that you should not, engage in those types of behaviors, right?
And what are you trying to do?
I don't want to engage. I didn't even want to do that thing. Honestly, I was just like trying to see, okay, was this actually interference? And I probably should have never done it, but the curiosity killed the cat. Okay.
True.
So curiosity got the best of me. I'm a human being. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. But I
because you don't know what you were talking to.
I do not know what I was talking to, but I do know this, that I am safe and I am protected.
None of us are.
I believe I am. I believe, therefore I am.
I believe I'm a cat. Do you see how that works?
You need a cat box?
Cat box. My thing is this whole, I guess because we're on different ends of the spectrum. I'm going to be okay because I'm choosing to be okay. You need something to protect you because you don't think you're strong enough to do it yourself?
No,
from like demons or whatever?
I do myself, but I have...
You need to believe in something?
I have a hedge of protection, like a shield. Like
what if it's not
it's called
real?
Putting on the armor.
My thing is, I've listened to your sermon this
and if
whole
it's
time.
not real,
what if you're wrong and this is all a simulation or whatever it is, and we reincarnate? What if you're wrong?
Then I slept at night and I'm okay with being wrong.
Yeah, but then what if
But for me, I don't feel like I'm wrong because of the things that I have seen.
But why can't people who have a whole bunch of demons just be schizophrenic?
I think they very well could be, and that would be a scientific explanation. The difference is the supernatural abilities. Having a mental disorder doesn't give you the ability to do things that you just can't do or possibly know.
Well, maybe they didn't know they couldn't do it and then they did it.
If you've never been exposed to certain languages and then all of a sudden you start speaking them fluently.
The first time you're exposed to food, you eat it as soon as you smell it. You don't have questions. You're just like, oh my gosh, this is it.
Speaking in a different language, for instance, if someone who's never even heard the Latin language just
part of their brain and we just don't know.
How did it get there?
We have a whole bunch of brain. We don't know. We don't know what's in there.
I believe your brain has to be exposed to something in order for it to retain it there. Now I get what you're saying, that maybe it's from a past life or something like that. Maybe. But
that
for
makes
me,
more sense to me.
I don't think so. I don't know. But I would say that, supernatural ability from, split personality disorder seems more likely to be demonic possession. I do believe that split personality disorder does exist and that is a real scientific explanation. But I think when you add that other factor into it, that's when it becomes something different. And we have to be able to realize that there are just some things that we can't explain or understand.
Yeah.
And that we have to be open to the possibility that maybe there's something just completely that defies the law of physics, defies the laws of science, defies everything that we know, because it's something that we can't comprehend.
And I believe there's things out there we can't comprehend, but I guess you're going to call it demons and I'm just going to call it schizophrenia. And it's all the same thing. It'll all be the same thing in the end.
I think a lot of the arguments with all these different things is it comes down to the names.
I agree.
I think
that's what I'm saying. Like, you call it this, I call it that, but it's the same thing.
Right. We're arguing over semantics of the identity of the word that we've created for something. And
that's what people don't understand.
It's all the same thing.
We're all talking about the same thing. We're just giving it different names. Even in the world now, like, we are all talking about the same thing. We're just using different words to say
right.
it.
And the problem is we're not moving forward with understanding what is actually happening because we're too busy arguing over the semantics of the words.
Now, with that being said, I would still want to help. Even if they were schizophrenic or demonic possessed, I would still want to help. Does that make sense? Like, I don't have to believe in it to want to help somebody be okay. And that's where we all fall on. Like, okay, how do we help this person with whatever is wrong with them? But
and I think, help can come in different forms. I think some people find help from medication. Some people get help from prayer and
from religion.
Exactly. And prayer doesn't necessarily have to be religion, like I said, I don't believe in religion.
Okay, well, I mean in God in
But
general.
That's us arguing over the semantic of the word.
The semantic of what you call it.
Exactly. That's
right.
a perfect example of that. Yeah. So, I think we get to the root of all this, the sooner we as a society accept that there are things we can't explain and stop arguing over the semantics of the words and start having a more open mind about the different things that we are encountering, because there are just some things that science can't explain.
I mean, yeah. And the reason I do agree with that is because I believe ghosts are real.
And if you're watching, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends.
I forgot we were live because that was in my head.
The subscription button if you're watching on YouTube and you're not subscribed already. We are trying to get to 500 subscribers, so help us out with that. And we appreciate all of you that are watching and hitting the like button consistently. We are live on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Abstract at Ozthecryptogoat. So come check us out. If you're watching on TikTok, you're not watching on TikTok because we're not live on TikTok anymore.
I'm done with
because
TikTok.
We can't say what we want to say. And that's the beauty of the show, is we get to openly talk with free speech and expression.
While we still can.
While we still can. And that's why I pushed so hard to start this show now, because my intention was to do this much later on. And
we appreciate you guys so much. So much.
Thank you, everyone. You guys are incredible.
One thing I do want to touch on, though, because this is my same thing with the moon landing, is these dolls, little Robert and Annabelle. Mm-hmm. What if those stories are true and we're assholes? Like, we're discrediting their whole experience. Like, they're terrified and scared for their life, and we're just like, it didn't happen.
I think that's why it's important to have an open mind.
That's my only thing. Like, that's always sits in the back of my head. Like, I know I'm wrong sometimes. I mean, it's not really that much, but like, I know I can be wrong sometimes. I am me. How often am I wrong?
All the time.
Never.
That's why you're the fact checker, because you're always freaking right. I hate it.
It's annoying, right? But more times than not, I try to be as as educated as possible about everything. But in the back of my head, it's that you could be wrong. And that's what hits me with these dolls, was like, gosh, what if I'm wrong? And these dolls did all these horrific things, and I'm just telling these people, your experience is wrong. What you felt is wrong. Everything you went through is wrong. That's not fun either. I don't want to do that to anybody.
Think of people that are demon possessed, right? Telling them that they're discounted, we
I don't want to do that either. I don't want to discount somebody's what did I say? Perception is 90% reality. What you perceive is your reality, and to them that was their reality, whether they made it up. Now see, that's where that's where we try to decide, but perception is reality, and that reality for them what was real.
For me, I've experienced demonic entities. I've experienced schizophrenic personality
my mother
disorder.
Seems pretty demonic.
People,
maybe it's true.
I've experienced both,
probably,
and there is a fine line where you can use discernment to identify the difference between each, because I believe both do exist.
I do. But again, the back of my head, it's could be wrong, but the reality is I'm too logical to think anything else. But again, I don't want to discredit someone's perception. That just seems mean. I believe that you think you saw those things, and I wouldn't discredit that because that was your experience. It wasn't my experience. So only you would know that experience. Does that make sense?
Right. And if you're watching, I would implore you to have an open mind about things. Do not, put people down or discredit their experiences, because we as humans may never understand any of these topics, and you should never, mock someone or put them down or anything like what you're talking about, because the fact of the matter is that no one does. That is,
we don't know nothing.
Yeah, we have no idea.
We have no idea.
Right. So no one is right, no one is wrong. So for you to go into the world and act as though you know what you're talking about and you know everything, that is when you realize that you know nothing, is when
you stop learning.
Right. So if you cannot be taught something and you cannot be receptive to something new, that is a form of holding yourself back from learning and educating yourself. So I would implore you to have an open mind, question everything, listen to everything, but believe nothing.
And I know we bicker, but it's more so we have very, very different of opinions and thoughts and how we do things. But at the same time, there's a mutual respect, because his comes from a real place, mine comes from a real place. You don't get to discredit the other ones. I don't believe, and he may not believe what I have to say, but the point of this show is to listen to all perspectives, listen to all the theories, come up with your own way of thinking. Maybe you learned something you didn't. Maybe you think we're crazy. It doesn't matter. Like he said, listen to everybody's point of view. And I think, especially right now with the world being the way it is, just listen. You don't have to always react. You don't always have to comment. You can just listen and go from there. Just my thoughts and opinions.
And that's why I brought you to be on this show, is because we are complete polar opposites. We basically agree on nothing.
True.
Right. And at the same time, we have the ability to sit in a room together and discuss them without yelling and calling each other names and stuff, and understanding each other's perspectives. And I think that is something that we need to normalize as a community, as the world, and as society and humanity together. It's okay to agree to disagree. You don't have to hate someone just because they don't think the same way you do. And unfortunately, we've lost that somewhere along the way.
We should stop being human beings. Just love. We're all human. That was always my thing when I was a kid and everyone hated everybody. I'm like, we're just human beings. All of us are human. Just be kind to other humans. That's all you have to do. That's
my
simple.
goal with this show is to lead by example. Show people in the world that we do not have to hate each other because we disagree. We can get along, we can sit in the same room, break bread, and conversate with each other without tearing each other apart. And let me tell you something right now. If you are in an argument with somebody and you stoop as low as to start name calling and using derogatory marks, you've already lost.
You lost.
Yeah.
I can't stand that. You know how I am. I'll make a factual statement and it'll bother somebody and they're like, oh, you're a stupid bitch. And I was like, I won. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Say it again. Say it a little louder. Please say it.
Argue with people with intelligence and facts and even opinions, right? That's how you win an argument. When you stoop down to hateful rhetoric and violence, then you've basically lost. You've already lost because you could not come together and put down a complete thought. And the moment you realized that you lost, you decided to lash out. And that's how you know.
Like a tantrum, like a child.
Like
that's what it bothers me. Even my kids have better composure than most adults these days. And it's like, just, they're all listening to each other. They're all joking. Nobody you know what I mean? Like there's camaraderie, and we no longer have that.
Yeah, your kids are unhinged, by the way.
I know, but they're fun.
Yeah.
They're completely unhinged. They say the most crazy things, but they all get along. I
Mine
never
are like
have to worry.
cookie cutter children.
Yeah, mine are, they're like me. We're like, nothing matters. Everything matters. It doesn't matter. Live your life today. There could be no tomorrow. And we have a lot of fun with that. But there's a camaraderie and a closeness because of the way we are. And I'm sure you have a different kind, but it's the same. And my kids, they will make fun of everybody and anybody. You are not off the table. They don't care what anything you are.
Yeah, with this show, everyone's getting roasted.
Yeah, everyone's
Everyone's
roasted.
on the table.
What is it? I used to tell my mom.
It's all or nothing.
My mom would say, "Oh, that's racist." And I'm like, it can't be racist if I hate everyone equally. Period. And I'm sure you're on the other side. Well, I love everyone equally.
Exactly.
I hate everyone equally. Therefore, I don't care. I can't be prejudiced. I will roast anybody. And that's just because, I don't know, I have thick skin. Come for me. I don't care.
The most hateful, evil people in my life, I still have love and compassion for them because I feel like something must have happened to them to bring them to that place of such hate and anger. And I feel that maybe with compassion and love, there is a way that something good can come from it.
Horribly disagree.
I think you get out of this world what you put into it. So if you put in good things will come out of it.
I believe that, which is why I try to be the best kind of parent I can be. But there's a parent in my life who made the choices they made, and they deserve what they get. There's no forgiveness. There's no, oh, I feel sorry for them because of their upbringing. I had a horrible upbringing, which made me change it, change the direction, then being brought up the way I was. I don't have that love. I don't know, I'm different. Once you cross me, that's it. You're done. You get exiled. There is no second chances.
I will forgive you, but that doesn't mean that I need you in my life. If you are going to destroy my peace and what I am doing to live and put me in an environment where you're taking away my happiness and my joy, then there's no room for you in my life.
That's understandable.
But that doesn't mean that I don't forgive you for the things you are. I still have compassion.
You're a good person.
What is it that made you that way?
You're a good person. Because even if things made them that way, they chose to stay that way.
Absolutely.
That's unforgivable.
And it's not that it's unforgivable for me, but it's like if you choose to stay that way, then I choose to remove you from my life. Doesn't mean that I hate you or that I, don't love you or whatever it may be. I just choose to not have that in my life because my peace is more valuable.
And I get that. Like I said, you're a good person. I clearly took a different direction because I cannot forgive. I don't forgive and I don't forget, but I also don't dwell on it. That's what people are like, oh, it's going to eat you up. It doesn't. I live my life perfectly fine. And I dismiss and disregard. That's just who I am. That's just, this particular person did that to themselves. And I had to break generational curses that she had every opportunity to do, but she didn't.
Yeah. And that's what we're doing here. We're breaking generational curses by coming together and listening and understanding and having an open mind.
Because, like I said, so different, but yet I respect you and what you are trying to do here.
I want to save the world.
We can't save the world.
We might be able to save one person.
And that's probably all that's going to happen.
If we save one person, it was all worth it.
I guess. But right now, we're going to need a lot more than one.
I agree with that 100%. We're building an army, chat.
I know. I hope everyone's getting ready for whatever might happen, just because I am terrified. Not because, not for myself, but for other people.
I'm not terrified. I'm prepared. I've been preparing myself for what is to come for a very long time.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not scared for myself. I am ruthless. But I'll do anything for my family. What I'm worried about is other people that think that, oh, this is going to get better, or, oh, it's not. The theater is on fire. I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
The theater is on fire, but it's not on fire.
The screen says it's not.
The screen says it's not. And people are missing it. People really think, oh, we just got to get past this and it's going to get better. I'm like, it's not getting better. Be prepared. Stock up.
What if it's a special effect in the theater of fire, and then that's why they put it on the screen? The theater's not on fire because you're watching Backdraft. And it's a 4D immersive experience. And
that's a good lie, if that's what you mean.
I'm just saying.
But it's true. And people don't want to see, like, both sides, man. They're both freaking nuts. They're freaking crazy. Yeah. And I'm like, and the more people...
Reel it in, baby.
Yeah.
Reel it in.
Come back to Earth. This ain't happening. Like, it's... You think my kids are unhinged? The world is unhinged.
Oh, absolutely.
My kids a little bit more, though.
I think your kids are unhinged in a good way.
Yeah.
They question everything.
Oh, yeah. They don't believe nothing anybody tells them.
My kids, they believe everything you tell them. You tell them that XRP is made of cheese, they're going to believe you.
Every show, you're going to bring in just a little sprinkle of your damn crypto.
Hey, I am the crypto goat.
Just because your mustache, Frito Bandito, does not make you a goat. Although it kind of does look like horns. Demonic. Are you demonic? Oh, that's why you're... Oh.
The goat has nothing to do with demonic. And that's a misconception.
I just realized that.
So many people demonized me because they thought that the goat was an emulation of a demonic presence or whatever.
I just realized that was the figure, because I went to Catholic church. That was the figure.
Yeah. So let the record show the goat represents sacrifice.
Now we know why he's so pro demonic and pro helping, because the goat thing.
I will tell you this. I do not need to be here. I do not need to sit in front of this camera.
You're having fun.
And spend obviously I am having fun, but I sacrifice a lot of my time, energy, and resources for the betterment of mankind, because I want to not only tell my story, I want to help people along the way. And so the reason I chose the goat,
lady.
I know, but the reason I chose the goat is because the goat represents sacrifice.
They did sacrifice a lot of them in your Bible.
Yes. And so that's why I chose the goat. Obviously, there's a more of a story to it.
The lamb.
Yes, the lamb. We went with the goat, though, because the goat, lamb, same thing. But the goat is willing to defend itself.
True. We used to have baby goats.
That's why I went with the goat. And also because there's an inside joke. If you were here when we first started the show, you know why we chose the goat too.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. Oh, that was so annoying to listen to.
It was so long ago.
Oh my gosh, who sent the 100?
I think it was TikTok Seller.
I think it was TikTok Seller.
Yeah.
You do know. I think it was you who sent 100.
And it was like Seamont did as well.
Yeah.
And a couple others. At some point,
the ones from the beginning, man.
Yeah, those were the real OGs.
They're the only ones who know the whole Switch thing, like Commodore 64 or whatever.
Yeah,
it was.
the Nintendo Switch live
I still
stream.
want a Commodore. Yeah, like, I feel like I got old. I mean, you got old. I'm still young, but
I'm a delight.
One has nothing to. Yeah, see,
I'm gorgeous.
There we go.
They all listen, everybody says so. They all say the goat is the beautifulest man I've ever seen. He's the biggest, most goatiest of all the goats.
Help me.
They say LeBron's got nothing on the goat.
I don't want to be. I'm scared.
Listen, losers, okay?
It was 8 months ago, but I miss it. I know.
Right? What's crazy? That's so long ago.
That was before.
We could have made a baby in that time frame.
What I don't understand.
Could be having birth right now.
I know, like, we're totally off topic now, but that's fine because it doesn't matter. It's late. But you know what I don't understand? Back then, you said way more crazy things and weren't always getting banned every 5 seconds. Like, it kind of started changed that way, and then all of a sudden, like, we were fine. And you know what I noticed? Like, when you got an agent, it got worse.
It did.
It got significantly worse. Like, they were targeting people with agents because they didn't want them. I don't know. Doesn't it seem like that?
I think more or less what happened was, well, I don't want to say it on camera.
No, I know.
But
well, I'll say it. The other people are fucking assholes.
Yeah, there's just some bad characters.
Those creators are assholes talking shit in the same network as you, and it was being allowed. I'll say it. That's fine.
And stealing my ideas.
And then there would, like, we would say it one day, and the next day they're saying it, and then they're like, "Oh, they're copying us, bitch! Go back, go watch the video. It's on YouTube. We know where you got it from."
Is you can gaslight the people, and the people will always listen to their creator and listen to whatever they say.
But I was doing what they were doing, watching in the background, and not actually clicking on the video and listening to them talk shit. Fuck that. That's why we're not on TikTok. They can suck it.
You know,
I said it.
You know, TikTok is the only platform where you can actually be attacked by someone that is trolling your show.
Oh, and that psycho crazy.
Right. But
bitch.
And she showed up here on YouTube, but there's nothing she can do.
I know, great.
That we're here. No one can do anything to retaliate against us. The only people that can actually retaliate against us is YouTube itself, and YouTube is minding their P's and Q's because they got sued like crazy during COVID for the censorship.
I thought
the love letter.
He's talking about from Crazy Bitch Lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do copy, and that's he can be nice as he want, and he's a better person than I am. I'm not a good person, but I sat back and I listened to the things they said. I was even in their chats while they were talking shit. And it's the big ones that you can think of. The girl and the boy that worked together, the other one with the weird, hair on his face as his emblem. They're all douchebags, period. And the fact that they're going out of their way to get rid of people that might be competition for them and push them out of the space because they are wrong and this one's right is fucked up.
You know what's great is since I've left TikTok, they have nothing to talk about except for argue and bash each other now.
It's like freaking the novelas. That's all it is, novelas.
Yeah, it's what is it? Crypto days of our lives. That's all it is.
The crazy angel lady gave you another love message.
The crazy angel lady
TikTok seller
literally is messaging people going around saying that I'm a bad person and not to listen to me, but then in the same breath, like I'm speaking major truth, and everyone in the chat is like, yes, everything you're saying is right. And then she's saying, don't listen to him, and it just makes her look even more crazy. And then at the same time, she's like, I bought XRP because angels told me to.
My problem is that they buy into her and they spread that because she gifts them like crazy for listening to her stupidity.
Yeah, they're bought and paid for.
Dude, that's another thing. I want people to go look at people's chats when there's like 200 people in it and there's only like 4 people commenting. Why is that? Just take a good look.
Yeah.
Why would that
massive, crazy numbers, yet no one engaging.
Yeah, crypto days of our lives. That's pretty much what it is. And my thing is like 200 people, only 4 people commenting.
And it's the moderators.
Bought and paid for, but what do I know?
That's why I call TikTok LARPing.
Yeah.
When I realized that the TikTok people run the same way as the news, I had to stop following them.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy is now that I'm not doing crypto content, they have nothing to talk about. I'm not even making it on YouTube.
Like
the only
Alexa
place
said, it's Days of Our Lives. It's just the freaking novella is talking. They're all talking.
The only place you can get TA from me or any crypto knowledge is through my Discord. And so if you are watching and you're not a part of the Discord, join the Discord and I will be more than happy to help you. I have not left crypto. I am still doing crypto. We're still doing the TA class. We're still, trading and doing all that. I've taken a bit of a step back from crypto, but if you need help, I'm here to help you.
You have a class tomorrow, right?
Yes, I do have a class tomorrow.
Good. Okay.
2 p.m. tomorrow, Pacific Standard Time. We have a special guest. The CEO of Wi-Fi is coming into the class to help teach some of his strategies.
Also, for people in the Discord, if you are not in the class, you will be taken out of certain chats. It's for the class only, because I'm going to say it. So.
Yes. So if you are not in the class, you will be removed from the moonshot.
Which is the funniest one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't read that.
I'm just holding some right now because I'm afraid news will rug everything. And it's going to.
Oh yeah. Please be careful with the news right now. It is so misleading. Oh my gosh. Like
moon cycle. We had the full moon. Now it's time to come back down to earth.
The world is on fire. Theater's on fire. The world is on fire right now.
The theater's not on fire. But the screen said so.
No. But everything's on fire right now. The markets are bad. The food prices are out of control. Gas prices are out of control. All of that is out of control.
Yeah, people think that things are going.
Who has money
crazy.
To invest right now?
Yeah,
I'm on YouTube.
The liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been, and people don't have money to invest.
And what are they going to do? If you can't afford food, you're going to start pulling out investments.
Exactly.
Because you need food. So people are like, oh my God, the market is dropping. Yeah, of course it is. Dude, I can't.
Did you see the shit show at the airports today? I did not.
Oh, are you talking about in California? Because they took out the people that are needed for the landing, and they had to delay flights and there we go, 30 of them, because they cut. Remember, he did a huge cut, and I guess something happened. There was chaos.
Well, they shut down the government, so there's
the 30 traffic control. So what happened?
There's no TSA, but there's ATC.
Yeah, traffic control went bye-bye, and they had to either cancel or delay flights. And now, what is it? They don't want you to leave. They want you to stay, pay the prices. They don't want you to leave.
Prison nation, martial law.
We're already there. They've occupied Chicago. And the thing is, all the Supreme Court says can't do it. They're doing it anyway.
I feel like we should do a prison nation show for the rabbit hole.
You said you wanted to do spooky.
I do want to stick with the spooky weird stuff, but
there's real life things going on right now.
If it keeps going, we'll probably
Oregon,
take a tangent
California, and Illinois.
Yeah,
literally occupying them. Which isn't, what is it? It's not the Third Amendment, or what is it? The Third Amendment?
Fifth Amendment.
Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
We don't have to. But
it's occupying soldiers in your home, though.
That's pretty much what it is. They went into an apartment building. I know we're off topic, and it doesn't matter because they went into an apartment building and ripped out people, and these children were like naked. You can watch the video online.
I believe
There's a couple of them.
I believe it.
That's occupying an apartment.
Why don't we do another live in a couple days, and we can cover that one, then we'll go back to spooky stuff.
You want me to go on Hinge, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
What do you guys think, chat? Should we do more of these lives more often? Because I was thinking like a couple times a week, but
I saw that, and it was U-Haul cars too. They threw them into U-Haul trucks. That one that I'm talking about, they ran into the apartment and ripped all those people.
Let's save it for the show. Let's do a whole show on it. And
they're slowly moving into red states, and they're telling them it's for your protection.
We can do a political rabbit hole show. What do you think?
That's fine.
What do you think, chat? Should we do a political rabbit hole show?
In
like a couple days. And
I have to research.
I'll post it to the Discord when we're gonna do it.
I research everything. I type it all out because I can't.
The news show needs to come back.
We can do news once a week.
I can do the news show, I guess.
But it'll be on here. It will not be on TikTok. If you want me involved, I will not go on TikTok.
Here's the issue is the rabbit hole show gets a lot of engagement. And
well, she's
every time
Shelly's right, we can just do a little segment here and there.
Well, here's the issue is the rabbit hole show gets a lot of engagement and has really boosted our algorithm in YouTube. So whenever I post crypto stuff, we get low bad engagement, which hurts our algorithm.
So let's not do it for
so
YouTube.
I'll
Let's
probably
do
a TikTok
platform.
only, or maybe just abstract.
Why
don't we do it? Okay, I will bring the news back to abstract. Abstract exclusive.
Okay, but I will not go. One, I will not go on TikTok. But two, why can't we just do the other platforms then? Why not? Why can't we just do YouTube?
Problem is it hurts our algorithm. So every time I post something on YouTube that...
You don't think something political isn't going to push the algorithm?
No, I think political would, but we're talking about bringing the news show back, doing the news 5 days a week. Like
I'm not doing 5 days a week. We can do
I would do it, but I'll do a shorter show. I won't do 4 hours, and I'll do it 5 days a week.
I won't do it if it's on TikTok.
No, it would be just me.
Okay, that's fine.
Because
that'll be your thing.
I can't afford to bring you in at 5 days a week.
I'm doing a lot of work already.
Yeah, so... We'll do the rabbit hole show.
But the thing is you don't need to do 5 days a week of a segment.
I think we do because that's regular news.
Segment. That's what it said. Jesse less work, a 15-minute segment.
We'll talk about it. We'll discuss it, and we'll see how we can move forward. But I do want to continue, doing.
I like the show a lot
and being like a news anchor, right? That's basically what I was. But we'll scale the hours back on that, and we'll put the long hours for the rabbit hole show.
If it's TikTok, I'm not.
I'm not really going to be doing TikTok. TikTok is our promo show. We're going to be doing live battles and just building a platform there just to get new viewers to come to YouTube. That's the only reason I'm still doing it.
On YouTube, I can say whatever I want.
Yeah.
About whoever I want.
On abstract, we can really do whatever we want as long as it's not diddling children like Trump.
Oh, okay. Diddly. That's
Diddy
what you
diddle?
said earlier, didn't you?
Diddy diddle.
Oh my gosh. That's another one. I'm gonna see if I can pardon Maxine Glenn. I can't believe that.
He acted like he totally gaslit everyone, like he had no idea who she was.
You don't remember the person that sold you children?
Yeah, that's crazy.
15 months.
All right, if you're watching, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to this channel,
recommend
share
it
the
to
show
your
with
friends,
your friends
so that we can all have fun together. We do look at the chat, and I know we get off subject a little bit, but it makes it a lot more entertaining seeing your feedback.
And if you like this content,
thank you,
please,
Shelly.
And if you like this content, please, I'm trying to do a little promo
I'm
clip.
sorry, I can talk too.
Let's be professional for just one moment, just for a nice little clip. If you like this show, please hit the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube, and don't forget to hit that like button and share this show with your friends. When was the last time you called your mother or your mother-in-law and told them, hey, I saw an amazing show, you gotta check it out. We'll see y'all next time.
What is up, all my Twitch peeps? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're gonna get started in just a few minutes. Welcome, 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 everybody on the Twitch side. Appreciate y'all being here. We're going to get started in just a few minutes. Hello, Nikki. Welcome, welcome. What is going on, everybody? This is Oz the Crypto Goat. We are live here on Twitch. And for those of you that are on TikTok, don't forget we are on Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. Make sure you guys come on out and show some support. Appreciate you all. What is going on, everybody? How are we doing today? Henry, thank you for the goats. Jessica, thank you for the lightning bolts. Henry with a corn and the pepper, thank you very much. Man, what an incredible weekend. I am beat tired. I did not get a day off. I did not get a day off. I had 2 days off from the stream. However, my time off was spent building the studio and working around the house and being with the kids. So did not get much time doing that. But it's good to be back. It's good to be here. Let me see here. Check 1, 2. We are having an echo issue. Just a moment. We don't have any. Oh, there's the audio. All right. That's better. Let me see here. Check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Okay. Dude, you called it again. Yeah, I have those tendencies. I tend to call it, guys. I tend to call it. I don't know how I do it. Maybe I can see the future. Who knows? Is the music too loud? I figured some music would be nice to get the mood going, you know? I figured, you know, we could have a little Monday party. So we got some news to cover today. Today's going to be more of a chill, show. We got some price points to go over and a few things.
But there's a few couple little issues I need to address. We'll get into that. How's it gonna happen today, up or down? Well, that's a good question. Let me turn down the music, I guess, and let's talk about it. So, I here's the deal. All right, here is the deal. All right, we have this trend right here. Okay, that's our bearish trend line. It probably wants to break down from here. You know, we touched up here and we're moving back down. The question is it more of a diamond top where the trend line's out here and we're going to move up? Or is it more of this descending channel? I think this could be it right here. We could hit here and break down and come down. That still doesn't mean that we couldn't hit, 227, 230. It's making lower highs. Yeah, so we'll talk about that. But this is a channel we have right here, guys. We're in this channel moving downward. The thing is that it is this head and shoulders right here, but it seems like it may break. It may break it. So we have to break above 225 to really break out of that, to push up to like 239. So, for it to be, bullish, I guess, yeah, for it to be bullish and to push, it's going to have to go at least above 226. And that really only leaves room to about 235. That's only like a 10-cent price difference. It seems a little risky to me to be trying to catch that when we are in this channel, and it may want to, do that. So keep that in mind, guys. I know a lot of you guys are FOMOing really hard. My messages have been blowing up like crazy this weekend with all the FOMO because of a little itty bitty pump. And I keep having to reassure you guys to just be calm, wait, be patient. But I want you to know that if we do break past the resistance point here, there's not much room for upward movement. At the most it would go to like 247. And, if it got like some crazy reversal, it could start wanting to push up to 280 and $3. But those are like a perfect storm situation. It just doesn't seem plausible to me. It doesn't seem like something based in reality. Okay. So keep in mind, guys, that trying to catch this head and shoulders pattern is risky, and it would only move up to 234 if it played out. What about Bitcoin? Is going to see crazy today, up and down, not going anymore. I'm not sure about Bitcoin. This is pretty much an XRP channel. We don't really Bitcoin's just a meme coin in my opinion, but we can take a look at it. Bitcoin looks similar. It looks like an inverted head and shoulders that could possibly move up to 88, 87. But it seems like, we're getting lower lows. Lower highs. This is a channel too here, you know. Bitcoin's showing the same thing. Everything's identical right now. Keep that in mind, guys. Pretty much everything looks the same. Are we still following BTC? I mean, yeah. Everything is identical to Bitcoin right now. Everything is, they all look the same. What happened to Mantra? Oz thoughts. The CEO tanked that company. So Mantra's dead, guys. Mantra is dead. So here's the deal with XRP, guys. And mind you, most everything looks identical. They either... Why it suddenly dropped? There's... What are you talking about? XRP suddenly dropped or Mantra? Do I think it could still go to 150? Yes, I think it's going to go way past there. I think what we'll do is we'll see, you know, 150 to 155, and then a recovery up to like 175, 180, and then back down. But it's Mantra. I guess there's some kind of scandal with the CEO. I'm not too familiar with it, but basically it's dead as far as I know. I don't deal with coins like that. Yeah, it had a big movement. But yeah, I stay away from projects like that. That's why I'm into XRP, because it seems to be an anomaly. Out of everything, it's somewhat moving sideways, but still moving down, because there's a big sentiment behind it. So that's why I'm interested in XRP and why we're watching it. But I think what we're seeing is, sell in May, go away. You're supposed to sell in May and go away. And what we're seeing is this previous cycle. We moved sideways up at the top, and we're going to come down. And I think we did something like this where we came down. We could push up and then come down. But more than likely, I think we're more right here. And we'll come down. We'll get another little push, 50% of the way up and then back down. I think it's very, very similar to that. It's just on a much bigger scale. By the way, I don't know why the donations thing keeps popping up so often. I'm going to have the IT guy take a look at that. It's not supposed to do that as often. But donations are appreciated, guys. If you do want to donate to the show, any donations that are sent directly support the show and pay the staff. Much appreciated. Anything that you send. On Friday, 50% of our donations went to Save a Warrior Foundation. So we donated 50% of all of our revenue. Terry Girl, thank you for the 4 roses. Oh, more roses. Thank you very much. Those of you that are on TikTok, thank you for the 5 more roses. If you are on TikTok and you want to engage in the chat, make sure you come on over to Twitch. That's Twitch, Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. No, it is not a bull flag. This is a descending wedge pattern, a diamond top, and a head and shoulders. All are very bearish, but the bull flag, this is a downward channel. This is not a bull flag because it's a straight line at the bottom at the $2 resistance line. So that makes it a descending wedge, and we basically broken through the bottom of it, and we are touching the top of that line and working our way back down. That is B's group. Yes, we donated 50% of our revenue on Friday to it's not necessarily B's group. It is saveawarrior.org. It's helps to support veterans and suicide awareness. What part of why you're doing so good you give them back? Yeah, the whole reason for doing this show is not to really make money, but to help people. And that's the overall goal here, is to help you guys save your pensions, your 401ks, so that way you guys can get in at those proper entry zones and can make that money. Awesome work. I thought he was involved with a support group. He is involved with a support group. I don't know the details on it for sure, but you can check out his Twitch channel. He plays Fortnite a lot, and very nice for the veterans. That means a lot to them. Fully support. Yeah, I try to give back anywhere I can. Even with doing this show, man, I'm not making any money. I've got way more invested than I'll probably ever see back. Maybe one day if this thing grows huge, but it's, you know, it's about, you know, helping out your fellow man and trying to do the right thing. I'm a great guy. I don't know. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. I'm trying my best. You know, I'm just a man. I'm just a human. So, but I'm trying to do my best to help everybody out as best I can. So this is the one day. And guys, remember, if you're on TikTok and you want to engage in the chat, come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. It's just too much work to try to deal with two chats, so we are leaving TikTok. So if you want to engage in the chat, please come on over to Twitch. So if you're trying to get in at $2, guys, it's risky, okay? It's risky. Yeah, it does kind of look like a Head and Shoulders here. If we go into the 1 hour, it looks even more like a Head and Shoulders here. We kind of, you know, but it could just, you know, see how it just touched the top here? It could make its way over and double top and come right back down. So keep that in mind. All these trades are risky. What we're looking for is smart entry zones, guys. You know, everybody wants to make a quick buck, and that's something I want to address real quick. Okay, guys. I know you guys, you know, you're looking to regain your losses, or, you know, pay your house payment or your car payment or whatever it is you're trying to do. I'm noticing that most of the people that pay for the subscriptions to message me directly and have coaching are looking for a get rich quick, you know, looking for a way to, you know, just print some money, I guess is what I would say. And yes, I am pretty accurate at calling the numbers, and there is some money to be made. However, this show is not really for that. Yes, it can be done, but it's very risky. And remember, when you guys make those trades, you're doing it at your own risk. This is not financial advice. I have no crystal ball where I can predict everything that's happening. What's up, TikTok seller? So I don't know. There's a bull flag, Head and Shoulders, a falling wedge pattern, and a parallel channel. Just crazy. There is no bull flag, dude. That's not a bull flag. It is not a bull flag. So understand, guys, that it's risky, and this is, I've been learning a lot and listening to your lives. Thank you, HD Militias. I appreciate that. And, you know, the idea is for us to learn to get better. Hard to predict when you don't know when or what the next tweet will be. Exactly. Just ordered a crystal ball on Amazon. Who knew? Yeah. I was thinking about using the magic 8-ball to answer some of these questions y'all be sending me. Because guys, I don't know. Okay. Yes, I tend to be right pretty much every single day. At the same time, these are risky moves. TikTok seller, thank you for the roses. 13 roses. Thank you very much. And remember, guys, if you are on TikTok, make sure you move over to Twitch if you want to engage in the chat. The chat is available on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. But guys, I don't have all the answers, okay? And this weekend, my phone, I must have been receiving several hundred messages a day. Some of you, you know who you are, and I'm just teasing you with your paragraphs of a message that are just like 13 paragraphs long. And then some of you with your a zillion questions all in one paragraph. Mind you, if you do want to message me and talk to me, and those of you who are like telling me your life stories and stuff, it's very touching to me, and I'm happy to help you and guide you, and it really does touch my heart to hear all your stories, and I do love that part of this. But those of you who are very demanding of price points and answers that I just don't have the questions to, I need you to understand that I am only a man, and I can only do so much. I'm here to give you whatever information that I can, but I do not have a crystal ball with all the answers. DM when we hit 10K, I'm canceling my sub. I'm still using TikTok for subscriptions and for live. It's not completely going away. Twitch will be for the live stream. Okay, so if you want to engage in the chat during the live and be part of the show during the live, we'll be on Twitch. And then for those of you that want coaching and the daily price points and all that, that will all be on TikTok. So it'll be separated between the two because there's just not a way for Twitch for me to have the same ability to post those types of videos. And I do have like the whispers, but it's a bit of to sort out. As we're doing this transition, we will see how things go. But if you want to have the daily coaching and direct messaging, you got to become a deluxe subscriber on TikTok, guys. I have a few basic subscribers, and they message me and they want answers to questions and things, and they try to message me on the videos that I post. I post the videos, and then they comment on those videos, and they expect a message back, and that's what the DMs is for. And I a lot of those questions I can't even answer the way you want me to answer them. And we did have an issue. I'm not going to name names of who it was, but somebody basically was like, I paid $2 for a subscription, dance for me, monkey. And I'm not a monkey that's going to dance for you. Just because you paid for a $2 subscription doesn't mean that you own me, okay? I do have to have boundaries, and if you want to message me directly, you need to become a deluxe subscriber. If you do want to ask questions on the daily price point videos, you have to be a deluxe subscriber, and I will DM you those answers to those questions. But the boundaries need to be respected, guys. Also, I'm going to be not answering questions on the weekends. I have to take that away because basically I'm not getting any time off. I need like 1 or 2 days just to recharge my batteries. And I'm literally on my days off. I'm in here. I'm, helping with the stage crew, building the studio and telling them what I want and what I need. And I'm on the phone, trying to get different crews out here to build this and do that and all these different things. And I'm working with the IT guy, and I'm making the meme videos, and I'm, reading the charts constantly. And there has to be some kind of structure to where I can have a little bit of me time. And I hope you guys can understand that. I'm not trying to be a certain kind of way or anything, but I need like at least 1 day to just shut it all off, because the demanding messages from people to just telling me to tell them what to do. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you the information so that you can make that decision for yourself. Okay, guys. And, if I do see something on the weekend or whatever, and it's, a special case of something, I'll post a red alert video or something like that. But, I do need to have some time to myself. I'm not even getting that until the studio's built. I'm getting no time to myself. And then on top of it, I'm answering all the questions and everything. And, I do want to help you. I do, but literally hundreds of messages, some paragraphs long, like not just one paragraph, paragraphs of just everything, if you're looking to get your wallet set up or stuff like that, message me during the week. Okay, guys. Weekends, I have to put up a firm boundary, to take care of myself, my mental health, my well-being, my family. So I will be taking the weekends off. Okay. So from now on, I'm Saturday and Sunday are me days. Yeah, the summer dump will be awesome. It will. But I just want you guys to know that, and know that I'm not a monkey, okay? Just because you paid a $2 subscription on TikTok doesn't mean that I'm your monkey, okay? I will get to your messages in a timely manner when I can. I do have things that I have to do, and I really don't even have a life, okay? My whole life is this show. And when I'm not doing this show, I'm, going through the news, I'm making memes, I'm making price point videos for you, I'm watching the charts 24/7, and I'm building the studio. So, at least until the studio is built, Saturday and Sunday are my day. Once the studio is built, then, I'll probably do Saturdays or Sundays where you can message me. I'm figuring Sundays maybe, because Sundays is like the dump day, and that's usually a buy-in day. So I'm sure people will want to know those points. But in the meantime, on the weekends, the daily price point videos will have to suffice for you for now, unless it's like some kind of like urgent something, but I don't really see any urgency right now. We're moving sideways, and everyone with their weekend FOMO, guys, y'all need to just cool out. Okay. Just calm down. You know who you are. I'm sure that a lot of you aren't even in the live. A lot of people who are doing that aren't even watching the lives anymore. They're just waiting for the price points to come in and to message me directly and get all the information from me. Yeah, every time I look, it's sideways too. It's not really doing much right now. We're in that $2 zone, guys. $2 is a magnet, okay? And it'll be very hard for us to push up above this line. That's why I think that we're probably not going to fulfill this Head and Shoulders, and it'll probably be this downward channel, because the Head and Shoulders is a micro pattern. This descending channel is a macro, pattern, and the macro usually overtakes the micro. So I would say this is more or less probably a bull trap, but at the same time, it's kind of like a little bull flag right here. This is a little bitty bull flag. So yeah, it could potentially push us up here to that 230, 240 line. And as you can see along here, it's pushed up above it before. But news, it's going to take news to do that. And I think we're fresh out of good news for now. So keep that in mind. Those trades are very risky. And that's why, everyone has been, they're trying to get me to tell them when to buy in right now and the FOMO and everything. And guys, it's like, I don't see it. I don't see the FOMO. I don't see anything going up. Yeah, there's a small pattern, but it's really probably going to break structure, guys. Danny Gibbons, thank you for the 12 roses. Appreciate it much. And, a lot of people are thinking that right now where we're at, if we do make a Head and Shoulders here, guys, and we do move up, and this is the shoulder right here that we're forming, okay, that would put us up to 247 instead of 235, and we would somewhat break out of this structure, and we could continue on upward, okay, into much, much bigger numbers. But, the probability of that is low because everything pulls it down into this trend here. Even Trump's crazy news just broke us out the top a little bit and we fell right back down. Brad Garlinghouse's news that the SEC case was dropped, even though it didn't break us out of it. I think alt season, we're in the middle of it, and we're in the middle of the cool down of alt season. So this is alt season right here, this previous, and we break down in the summer, and then we have another slight push, and then we break down again. You've been waiting for it to drop to 150. I've been waiting for it to drop back to like 20 cents, 50 cents. That's what I'm waiting for. Because probably it'll drop and it'll hit like 155, 150, 148-ish, somewhere here. But it could fall, even lower, especially with like bad tariff news. I could see it hitting 130, but probably not yet. That's probably going to come in May. You remember when it was 110 and never bought? Damn. But you know what, guys? Let me get rid of the ghost, okay? Let me get rid of the ghost and explain something to you so you guys can see, okay? This pump and then it running off here and then pumping again, that's slightly abnormal, not really. But this downtrend is very normal for a bull run, okay? It pumps up here and then it just works its way down slowly all the way to the bottom. That is a classic bull run. Neo, thank you for the lightning bolts. 15 lightning bolts. Thank you very much. And remember, guys, if you are on TikTok, come on over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. But look, see this right here? This is a classic bull run cycle, what they look like, okay? This is feeding into that same sentiment. You know, they shoot up like this and then they work their way down. Okay. And when they fall hard. Okay. So keep that in mind. If you think that buying in at $2 is where you need to be because you think it's going to $5, that is so unlikely. Yes, it could happen. But it doesn't make any sense. Censored by TikTok. Thank you for the 24 lightning bolts. So just remember, guys, this is classic bull run. Okay. It runs up and then it sells off. And more than likely, we're in alt season right now. So we're going to work our way down here and then we'll move up again and probably hit 280 at the most. I think we'll hit probably 240 or $2. You know what? I think we'll hit $2 on the dot right there. Maybe just over 210. Okay. And that'll be it. And then we'll be on our way back down. And it'll look like a cup and handle. And it may, because if it is a cup and handle, it may shoot up again. But as for right now, this is what we're watching. Okay? Keep that in mind. Okay? Quit FOMOing. Quit worrying because it moved 10 cents, guys. It's it's nerve-wracking to get messages at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning with the crazy nonsense FOMO. I get it. You all are in different time zones and stuff from all over the world. So it's normal time for you, but like, just chill out, guys. Okay. Hello, in for 2 or 3 days. Do you think XRP will pump to 245, 250, then go back down to 190? I think 245 would be the absolute top. But honestly, no, I think if it goes back up again, it's only going to go up to 220 and then come back down. And in the 1 hour chart, we have this. Okay. This is a diamond top, guys. All right. Which means that we should see a move down here to at least the $2 zone. 205, 204 at least. And then it could continue to break down and consolidate. Okay. And if it consolidates right here, what do we have? We have another head and shoulders that could bring us right back down. Okay. And that lines up perfectly with this channel. Okay. So it's a 50-50. This, it looks like it wants to, but at the same time, it was looking bullish. Okay. But look at here. We had this diamond top or diamond bottom right here, and we broke down. Kind of a diamond bottom. I guess not really. But it tried. It tried to be a diamond bottom right here. Okay. This wanted to be a diamond bottom. And it didn't. And it dropped because it, but this is probably more likely that we're going to break down because of this. Now we could hit here again and continue to form this shoulder. But I think the space between this shoulder and this shoulder, it kind of makes it want to form more of a head and shoulders now than anything. And that is within this trend. Okay, guys. We broke away from inverted head and shoulders. I think so. And remember, guys, if you are on TikTok and you want to engage in the chat, I will try to look at your chats, but make sure you guys are on Twitch. That's where you're going to get that information. Yes, Guinea Marie. Thankfully, maybe. I mean, maybe it does pump, and we know, but if it does break structure and start pumping, you know, it could continue onward, but then it could continue coming back down. But it just seems so risky to be FOMOing in at $2. Just seems ludicrous to me. If you are looking to make this move, the entry point was at 163, just like I told y'all. Okay, and to move up to here and then take your profits and sell off further right down. So if you didn't get in at 163 and then you got in at $2, that wasn't the move. Okay, the move is to catch these bottoms here. Okay, not right here. You know, yeah, we could catch, you know, 175 up to $2, and that's a nice little middle right there. You know what I mean? We want to catch those middles, but, you know, think when we're already moving up in structure to hit, you know, the top, buying in at $2 is just ludicrous. You heard about the Swift announcement and XRP case being over April 16th. Okay. That's all fake news, though. The Swift thing is right here. XRP and Swift partnership rumors. Analyze the facts. Rumors are circulating that the global intern bank network Swift may soon integrate XRP ledger. However, many of the claims about Swift integration are highly overstated. Okay, although Ripple has successfully integrated its network with several major banking partners for cross-border payments, the Swift rumors are currently more based on speculation rather than facts. Yet if it pans out, the collaboration would be a major achievement for blockchain and TradeFi integration. Okay, yeah, it's clickbait. Exactly. And then the SEC case is on pause for the next 60 days. So nothing's happening with the XRP case for another 60 days. Okay? So y'all chill out. That's why it pumped where it did, okay? Is because of that nonsense. But fake news is short-lived, guys. It only pumps a little bit and then it falls even harder because it's fake. All right. This is probably more likely that we're going to see this. Okay, we got this nice little diamond top right here. Yeah, it should have gone way lower than 163. And I didn't get in at 163 because I was banking on the news, but they used fake news to prop it up. So whatever. You know, you can't catch them all. I made plenty on the big pump to the top, the Trump pump. Okay? So I don't need to make risky moves. Okay, so you think we will pump back to 220 in the next few days, then dump to 170? I think that we're going to drop any moment. And if we do pump up to 220, it'll be a double top and send us back down. But this is a diamond top, and it generally doesn't play out on a Wednesday. Okay, however, we did get a little bit of a Sunday sell-off, but we got a Saturday pump, okay? So the timing is off. So I'm willing to bet that tonight we drop. Yeah, tonight. So if this diamond pattern plays out, expect it to break tonight at 3 a.m. Pacific time. Okay? That's only a couple more hours left. Look at Here's our diamond top. That only gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know, maybe a day. Maybe a day. Okay. But yeah, sometime tonight. And it never makes it to the tip of the pattern. It always breaks like right here. So I'd say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours from now, if this does pan out. But this is a classic diamond top, and 9 times out of 10 when I see a diamond top, it plays out. And it falls just as harsh as it moves up. Okay? And if it is, in fact, that diamond top, it could also be a head and shoulders, and then even more into this bearish descending channel. So everything is pointing bearish, guys. Nothing indicates a crazy pump up other than a small fractional indication of a slight pump to 230 that would just barely break us out here and send us back into this pattern. So the FOMO, guys, chill out. Nate with the heart me, thank you very much. So y'all just chill. Chill, please. For the love of God, chill. This is a good take. I'll take into consideration. Yeah. You know, sometimes it's better to lose by a couple points than to lose by a couple dollars. You know, sometimes it's better to cut your losses. But I'm telling you guys right now, these $2 entry zones that you guys are looking for are not, they're not the one, man. Isn't utility going to start driving the price this year? No way. There's no utility until there's regulation, and with regulation comes investigation and so much more. There's so much more that has to happen. There's no utility that's been announced this year. The only utility possibility that they've announced is the ISO 222, and that has nothing to do with crypto. Okay, that is just the banks are moving over to a new system of how they talk to each other on the computer. Okay, these ISO 222 coins, the only thing they do is they communicate within that system. That's it. That does not mean integration. That does not mean anything. Y'all need to chill out. Okay. Do you really think that they're going to pump all this stuff now? No, they're going to drive the prices into the ground. Completely drain you of your 401ks and pensions and get you to buy the top. And then once you think that it's all over and the next bull run is in 4 years, that's when it's going to happen. Okay? So calm down. I don't want to risk it. Doesn't seem worth it to me. If you don't catch it, you will lose. Exactly. And let me tell you, Guinea Marie, this is not a good entry zone. This is a gamble zone. Years away, bro. Jason, they are years away. It's not happening. This is just a write-up from regulatory framework in July, right? Regulatory framework got pushed back to August. And mind you, regulation, this is the regulation for all of crypto and the financial institution for the world. Okay, it's not something that they're going to rush. ISO 222 was implemented in 2020, and here we are in 2025. We hit the deadline in March. They pushed it back to July, and then they pushed it back to November. So if you think that all of that is going to happen now, you guys are eating moon cheese, okay? These things take time. What they're playing on is your emotions to get you to FOMO in at these high prices so they can use you as exit liquidity, make you feel like crypto was all a scam, have you jump out of it, and then it'll be too late. Yeah, they're probably going to push it back way further. And that's just the regulation part of it. Then, you know, comes the whole investigation thing. And once they look into Bitcoin and Tether and all that, you think the market's crashing now? Wait till that comes, guys. Wait till they take away all the pump and dump schemes. Regulation's supposed to come in August of 2025. However, I am almost willing to bet that it will get pushed out. But as of right now, the date is like August 16th or something. Bitcoin to $1. No, I think Bitcoin's going to see... Let's look at it here, okay, guys? Check this out. You guys want to see some crazy... everyone says that I'm crazy right now, but if this does happen, this will be the most epic prediction in crypto history. So I want you all to know that you saw it here first, okay? All right. You guys ready? If this pans out, this will be the most epic prediction in crypto history for Bitcoin, okay? And because of what's going on with Bitcoin and Tether, and because of what's happening with crypto and with regulation and all those things, this would be pretty crazy. And it seems likely because look at how it pumped like this straight up in the air and it fell down, and it pumped straight up in the air and it fell down, and it pumped straight up in the air. What happens next? It falls down, okay? Now, mind you, it is kind of lining up with this right here. So here is our second pump up, okay? So it should fall down, okay? And what would happen is it would fall down into this zone right here and consolidate. And when regulation hits, boom, head and shoulders, baby. Gold is also a bubble waiting to pop. It's all a big bubble waiting to pop, guys. Do you really think they're going to give you guys an opportunity to get rich right now? It's called the race to the bottom, guys. It's the race to the bottom. Yes, it's a huge reset. In order for these financial institutions to implement all these things, they have to crash the markets first. Okay? Sorry, I gotta block people. See, I don't have to do this on Twitch, but on TikTok I have to block people because it's crazy. Yeah, keep buying the dip if you want to. That's up to you guys. I'm just telling you what this is my truth. Okay, this is what I see happening. All right, and y'all can keep buying the dip all you like, but XRP is not going to 10K, guys. $165. We're gonna see lower than 165. Yeah, definitely be here with an open mind, guys. That's the idea. But look we're in this channel and we have this diamond top right here. So everything's saying we're coming back down. Okay? I'm going to be crying just like the video I saw. Everyone lost 100K and their life savings buying Yo Kool-Aid. Exactly. Quit drinking the Kool-Aid. Quit eating the moon cheese, guys. Wake up and be a smart money investor, okay? Be a smart money investor. Quit buying the dip all the way to the bottom and just wait and buy down here, guys. Just be patient. Just be patient because, you know, you're going to buy the dip all the way down and then it's only going to pump to $2 and then you're going to you know, maybe break even, probably lose a little, and then you're going to hold on so tight because you're like, it's happening, and then you're going to lose it all anyway because then it's going to crash. What's up, Eric? Yeah, it happens with every crypto, guys. Name a random crypto. Name any random crypto right now, and I will show you evidence of this. Every bull cycle. What's up? Yeah, just a random guy. I sold at 3 like 20 and 315, and then I was out. What does altcoin season mean? Altcoin season was something that happened in prior bull cycles, where basically the money would flow into Bitcoin, and then when Bitcoin would crash, the money would flow out of Bitcoin into altcoins. But we kind of already are in meme coin and altcoin season already, because a lot of people have learned from that cycle, and what they did was, instead of jumping into Bitcoin, they jumped ahead into altcoins or meme coins. And what it did was it spread out the liquidity, and there's more projects than there's ever been in crypto. So it seems like we're still waiting for altcoin season. It seems like we're still waiting for meme coin season, but we're actually already in it. We've been in it. And things won't pump like people are expecting them to, because the money is more spread out. It's not that it's more saturated. It's more, the liquidity is more spread out across, you know, it's like, you know, having a small cup of water and turning the faucet on and then shutting it off, and it filling up the cup of water halfway up. And then now, instead of a cup of water, we have a swimming pool. And so we turn on the faucet and shut it off, and it's a giant swimming pool, and it looks like nothing really happened, but it did. What is an alt? An altcoin is anything other than Bitcoin, and a meme coin is a coin that only is like a collector's item, a store of value. It serves no purpose, like fart coin. That would be a meme coin, would be fart coin, hot to a coin. Those are meme coins. Altcoins are like Ethereum, XRP, XLM, Cardano. You know, those are altcoins, but I consider the ISO 222 projects a classification of their own. They're not really altcoins, they're utility coins. So there is a new sector now of utility coins, and it won't be altcoins, it'll be utility coins that get that utility. That's why XRP pumped like it did when Bitcoin pumped. They pumped simultaneously. Everything's moving simultaneously in unison instead of one after the other. The cycle has changed. Why is Trump so big on Ethereum? What makes you think he's big on Ethereum? Short-term prediction is we're coming down to $2, 205. Yeah, he owns a lot of it, and obviously he's going to say things in good light of the things that they own, because they want to use you as exit liquidity. I mean, look at what he did with Trump coin, guys. He put out Trump coin right before he got in and everything, and people literally thought that Trump coin was going to end up being the US digital currency. It was a meme coin, and it pumped, and you guys made him a lot of money. That's all it did. It was just a pump and dump. You know, you guys got to stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Ethereum and, the crypto summit meeting that we saw, like a few weeks back. Okay. Ethereum literally stated on stage in front of everyone in the entire world that they do not have the technology to power Ethereum on a global scale. No, I don't think it was the shakeout. It was the informing of those who understand the language that they speak that we were at the top of the cycle. Maybe buy back in July. Yeah. I think we'll get another run up, but it's not going to go up past $3. I think $2 will be the top. We'll probably run down as low as like 75 cents to $1, and then we'll probably pump up to $2, maybe $2.50, and then come back down. There's a lot of very bullish things happening in the crypto world, and the most bullish things people are taking as nothing burgers, and the most nothing burgers people are taking as the most bullish news ever. It's quite crazy to me. I blame a lot of these social media pundits and influencers. That is not a bull flag. That is not a bull flag. This was a bull flag, okay? This was a pennant, okay? This overall structure, I got to take this away because this is not a bull flag, okay? What this is, guys, is a descending wedge, okay? Because at the $2 mark, we got a flat line. I think it's a little lower. But it's flat on the bottom. It's flat. This is bearish. That's why we dropped below it. But Moon Cheese popped us back up in, and then we'll probably break down even lower. And it's just working its way down. Censored by TikTok, thank you for the 23 roses. And guys, don't forget, if you are on TikTok and you want to engage in the chat, guys, come on over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. That's where we're doing the chat. So if you want to chat, you got to come over to Twitch. You're watching on both. Thank you. Appreciate it. How far down? All the way to the bottom. That's how far down. It's going to keep going down and bouncing up and going down and bouncing up. Ah, fine silver is censored. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, I'm still learning everybody's new names. So glad to have you on both. But if you do want to engage in the chat, guys, please come over to Twitch. If you guys want to gift and help support the show, you can send donations. Click the link in the chat on Twitch, or you can send it directly to my Cash App or my Venmo. That's Aussie 122 33 504 on Cash App or Venmo. But guys, it could break out here, okay? It could break out. Maybe a little bit, maybe a lot. But I don't see anything indicating heavy upward movement yet. And if that sentiment changes, I'll be the first one to tell you. But as of right now, nothing's really changed. We're moving down. Quit FOMOing, okay? Relax, be calm. Let's wait for our new entry zone at like 155, 163, You know, we could come all the way down to like 160, double bottom and come back up. And then that would take us to 235, 240. You know, let's just wait and see. But if we fall lower, you know, we could fall as low as 130. So if you're trying to catch 230 from 215 and it hits all the way down to 130, that is not a good move. Yeah, 231 is a brick. Exactly, guys. Look at this. This is how you know. See these heavy, thick candles right here, all in a line? That's right at 227, 230, okay? There's your resistance right there. It won't even make it to the top of this candle. Feels like it's being held up for one reason or another. I mean, that's because it already pumped. And it's headed back down. The fact that it's been as resilient as it is pretty crazy to me. Okay? It doesn't normally look like this. It should have come down already. Oh, it'll move below $2. Heck yeah, it will. If you think it's not going to go below $2, it's just this little itty bitty diamond pattern that's right here is that $2 move. There's a much bigger macro scale saying that it'll move even more. What's a coin that is still going to pump? I think they're all on their way down. Meme coins. Find a meme coin if you're looking for a quick pump. But I don't do meme coins. That's not the kind of trading that we do, guys. What we do is we wait for smart entry. We get in. We take our profits and we get out. Okay? And we wait for structure change. And then we can get back in. Do you think these bull runs will start to be stretched out longer and longer like this one has? Yeah. I think so. Or they'll be more often. I think they're going to be more often, and each time they pump, they'll hold a little bit of their value. Yeah, I think it'll be more often, but it'll, you know, we'll pump up to $3 and we'll come back down to 75 cents, and then we'll pump up to $3.50 and then we'll come down to $1, and then we'll pump up to $5 and then we'll come down to $1.50 or $2. You know what I mean? That's how it's going to work, and it'll be more often. I'm not convinced that the news will make it pop more. No. I think the only thing that is far as news that we're going to get right now is going to be either fake news, which is small, tiny little pumps that are short-lived that fall off very quickly, or we'll get bad news. We pretty much tapped out on news right now, guys. We're tapped out on news. And remember, you buy the rumor. This is the rumor. You sell the news. Okay, the news will give us little candles and then a big sell-off. Little candle and a big sell-off. No, XRP is not being added to the SWIFT system. We just read that it's fake news. Man, the FOMO is real, guys. And the fact that people listen to nonsense, that is why I factor in the moon cheese, that there's a possibility we could go to 230. Okay? But that is all based off moon cheese and nothing else. What happened to inverted head and shoulders? It could still play out, but for now, you know, we're going to come back down and we could be forming that shoulder. But I don't know. I think the inverted head and shoulders is a risky move to make a 15-cent change that could end up not even panning out. That's the FOMO just in here alone. Imagine everyone else. Yeah. I mean, I get it. And that's why I'm trying to take into consideration. Like, I was literally just watching another guy's TikTok video. And he's like, oh, yeah, we're going to go up to like 250 at least and then keep going from there. And I'm like, have you looked at the charts? He's like, yeah, I'm looking at them. They look good. I was like, look at the 1 hour chart. And he's like, I just looked at the 1 hour chart. It looks good. And he's only looking at this portion of the 1 hour chart. He's like, oh, yeah, that looks good. I'm like, zoom out, dude. That's a diamond top. How does that look good to you? They're just lying to people, guys. They're all lying to people, and the people that are willing to lie are being propped up. Okay? People like me are being suppressed. People that are willing to lie to people and tell them whatever they want to hear, they're being propped up. So that's why it's more important now than ever for you guys to support the show and keep it going, because we are combating every possible scenario of resistance to keep this show quiet. They will stop at nothing to keep this show quiet. And the reason why they will want to keep the show quiet is because you are their exit liquidity. They need you to keep FOMOing in so that they can make money off you. There's a guy in Asia saying the same as you. I was watching him yesterday. Yeah, people are just finally starting to say what I'm saying. Just finally, it's getting out. But I've been saying this for months, guys. Months. And I was saying it before the show started. Before I started doing the show, and I was on a guest on other people's shows. Like Mega Crypto, I was a guest on his show, and I pointed out the Head and Shoulders on the one day. And because, you know, he was selling moon cheese too, man. Everyone was. And I was like, somebody's got to know about this. You're the only one who tells the truth. Other people say we're bullish. Yeah. Everyone today, right now, because we got this pump up here, they're like, oh yeah, we're so bullish. This is a bull flag. This is not a bull flag. It's diamond top. It's clearly a diamond top. Like, it's the most textbook diamond top I've ever seen. And no one else is saying this. I'm literally the only person that I know that is looking at this in the 1 hour. I follow lots of other influencers that are, you know, on the same sentiment as me, and no one else has noticed this pattern. I don't get it. I don't understand why. And I think it's the bias. I think it's people want to believe, you know, craziness. But no one else has noticed this in the 1 hour pattern. Okay. And I posted, you know, the red alert on this hours and hours ago, guys. Earlier today. Mega didn't say this. Mega said this. Okay. Mega said that this is a diamond top. Okay. I said it was a Head and Shoulders. He said it was a diamond top. He did say that this is a diamond top, but no one is talking about this tiny diamond top right here, okay? Credit should be given where credit's due. Mega did say the diamond top first, okay? However, I told Mega that it was a Head and Shoulders weeks before that. But we have more than just a diamond top here. And I don't even think this is a diamond top, guys. This is not a diamond top. It's a descending wedge pattern, okay? It's this right here. It is not a diamond top, okay? But it is showing a diamond top as well. It's showing a head and shoulders as well. But it's a bear flag, okay? It might break it. I don't think so because it came up here and touched and now it's forming a diamond top right here. So nothing is indicating that it's going to break this. Okay? Credit should be given where credit's due. Diamond, this macro diamond top, that was mega, okay? What I'm talking about is in the 1 hour here, guys. This diamond top is different. No one is saying this right now. You will not find another creator on here saying that there's a diamond top forming right now in the 1 hour. Aren't descending wedges bullish? No, they're not. Descending wedge is not bullish. Everything is indicating to bearish. Everything. We have a diamond top. We have a head and shoulders. We have a descending wedge. We have a descending channel. Everything is pushing downward. Amplified, thank you for the 5 roses. Appreciate it. Okay? There is absolutely nothing saying that we're moving up right now other than this possible inverted head and shoulders that could be forming right now. This could be, but that means it would come down again, which it will, but I think this is breaking structure. I don't use indicators like the MACD. That's why my price points are so accurate. I mean, we can use indicators if you want, but I think that they can be helpful for beginners, but I don't use them. And that's why I've been hitting the price points every single day, accurate to the cent, guys. Do I hold anything long term? Yeah, stable coins. Stable coins are an APY. And they're supposed to take that away. We can use indicators. I generally don't use them. Here's your EMA lines, I guess. Okay. EMA says we're coming back down to 195. Yeah. We're cooked. We've already dropped below everything. Everything is indicating downward movement. I don't know what the FOMO is all about. Like, I really just don't get it. And I blame social media. I blame social media. I blame these influencers and social media pundits. They're the problem, okay? And I'm not here to lie to them like they are here to lie to you. I'm here to show you what it's doing, and I'm here to show you that right now, in the 1 hour, we got a diamond top. You blame the people for being gullible? Yeah. But the problem is gullible people who buy in on moon cheese, okay? I call it moon cheese because they think that we're going to the moon, but it's just the cheese that's connected to the rat trap. Is 195 goodbye? Hell no. You know what a good buy is? 50 cents. That's a good buy. Do you hold Ethereum or BTC? I only hold USDC. What's happening with China and tariffs? Nothing good. Nothing good. I think China's at 145%. So let's look at the news, okay? Time for some news. Ray DeLeo is worried Trump's tariff war could spark something worse than a recession. Billionaire Ray DeLeo says President Donald Trump's tariff war has helped push America closer to recession, or perhaps even something worse. Right now, we are at a decision-making point, very close to a recession. The founder of Bridgewater Associates, one of the world's largest hedge funds, told NBC Meet the Press on Sunday, and I am worried about something worse than a recession if it isn't handled well. You know what I'm worried about? I'm worried about World War III. I'm kidding about the 50 cents. I think it's going to go more to like 75 cents or $1, but that's going to take time to get there. These things don't happen overnight. But I think we're going to, I think what they're hinting towards is for worse than a depression is they're hinting for depression. But I think the real sentiment is that we are on the brink of World War III, okay? This is a Cold War that is happening right now. Oh, yeah, we're already in it. We're just waiting for the hot war is what I'm talking about. Talking about a hot war. This trade war is what you see right before World War III. Didn't expect you to catch that. I'm kidding about 50 cents, okay? Yeah, there's going to be entry points along the way down, but, any bull cycle is going to tell you that, we're looking for that return back to the median. Okay? Most people are in denial. You should be in fear. We're headed towards capitulation. Okay? After capitulation is despair, where it drops even lower. That's where we could see 20 cents, 50 cents. Okay? And then head back up to like 75 cents. So if you think me saying 50 cents is crazy, look at the pattern. Okay? This is what always happens. Yeah, you buy at the bottom down here, guys. Those of you who are trying to buy right here, just stop. Oh, yeah, we're not there. Where do you think we are? We're definitely here. We had a takeoff. We had the first sell-off. We had media attention. We had enthusiasm. We had the public. People are greedy. People are delusional. People are saying it's the new paradigm. Everything's going to change. They're in denial. We have had a bull trap. We had the return to normal. And people are starting to get fearful because of tariffs. Where the hell do you think we are? You think we're in the bear trap? You've lost your fucking mind. Excuse my French, but god damn. Wake the fuck up. Every single one of these things has happened, okay? All the way to fear. We are literally headed for capitulation. And you're all fucking greedy, delusional, denial people who think that we're returning to normal and that it's a new paradigm. Every single fucking one of you. God, wake the fuck up. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little upset, but like, how delusional are you? I know it's okay to be wrong. Sorry, I lost my temper here, but y'all Wake up, man. Every single one of these, the takeoff, the first sell-off, the bear trap, the media attention, the enthusiasm, the public, the greed, the delusion, the new paradigm, the denial, the return to normal, the bull trap, and the fear are all in everyone's mind right now. I know you listen to me, Guinea. Don't worry. This is for the people on TikTok that are freaking nonsense. Henry, thank you very much for the 10 GGs. Appreciate you. Guys, literally everyone is being greedy, being delusional, thinks that we're in a new paradigm, that everything is shifting, and they're afraid to be out of the market. They're in denial. They think that we're about to return to normal. You know, we've had bull trap after bull trap after bull trap. And people are now fearful because of tariffs and World War III and the trade war and everything, losing their 401k. We are in fear, guys. We've been in fear. And I've been telling you guys for months now that we are in fear. And now I'm telling you right now, we're headed towards capitulation. So I'm not going to tell you whether or not to sell all of it. What I'm telling you is to wake up and smell the moon cheese. You guys have to decide to do what you want to do. But I'm telling you right now, I already fucking sold my shit. Got the goat pissed off. Yeah. You pissed off the goat. And now I'm bucking. All right? Y'all chill out. Okay? Everyone is FOMOing to get in right now at 213, 215. And nothing is indicating upward movement. It's all social media. Stop being exit liquidity. Thank you, Henry. I appreciate that. Yeah, don't trust Twitter. Turn off the freaking news and get your money out of the freaking market, guys, and figure out a better way to hedge your bets or your money anyway. I'm back. Do you still get gifts from TikTok? I do. I get gifts from TikTok. So if you guys want to send gifts, you can also send gifts on Twitch. They're called bits. There's like a little diamond that looks like Ethereum at the bottom. You can click that. Dollar cost averaging. Okay, y'all been watching too much Calvin Hill. Dollar cost averaging is for, first of all, like day trading, okay? Not long-term holding. Second of all, it's not for buying up here. Dollar cost averaging is for down here. Okay? For buying up these zones. This dude sold at the bottom is Mad Night? No, dude. I bought up here and I sold up here. Literally the two ghost eyes is where I sold. And I'm out of the market. It's so crazy. A week ago when we were dropping, y'all were like... Everyone was like, oh, yeah, this makes sense. And now it's fucking a day later and you guys are back on the freaking crazy train? I'm not going to look at TikTok. Do you think Donald Trump turns is so fooling us? Yeah, they're fooling us. Definitely. Why do you think he created the Donald Trump coin right before he got in office and did all that? People literally thought that they were going to use his meme coin as the US's new digital currency. And he knew people would do that. I'm definitely a liberal. Yeah. Listen to me. Okay. You guys don't know anything about me. You all make these crazy assumptions about who I am, okay? You think that I just want to sit on the beach and drink Bud Light, okay? You don't know. All I am is a guy that's trying to tell you the truth. Alt season is coming. No, we're in alt season. We just had the nastiest drop last week, and you want it to capitulate more? Yeah, I want it to go back to the bottom so I can buy in down here, guys. Duh. Who wants to buy up here? Even with ETFs, guys. Bitcoin dominance, none of that matters anymore because the liquidity is spread out. Oz is the goat of all goats, people. Hell yeah. Thank you, Henry. I appreciate that. Why are people so in denial? Because it's part of the emotional phase of the crypto space. You know, it's so funny to me. Last week, everybody was like looking at my charts and saying, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we're totally going down. And then now it's a week later, they've already forgotten. They've already forgotten, and they think that it's going crazy. They forgot that quickly. Gino, thank you for the 2 roses. Maybe you'll be too late. Nah. Maybe I'll be too smart. I literally called this drop over a month ago. I've literally called the price points every single day. Every single day. If you're a subscriber, Gino, thank you for the corn. If you're a subscriber, I'm posting daily price points and I'm accurate every single day to the cent. To the cent, guys. Poway Rock says, been very accurate. Raiden says, sold all my XRP, put it in USDC. Yeah, and Weston says, that's the truth. Every single day, guys, I'm telling you exactly where the market is going. And I'm telling you what it's going to do in the next month. Haven't been wrong yet since I started the show. Haven't been wrong since before that either. It's so easy. It's so easy. I'm not saying I know it all. I'm just saying I've been right. I've been right. And what I'm telling you right now is we are in a diamond top. Yeah, use your head, guys. Seriously. If I feel like the sentiment is changing, I'll be the first one to admit that I'm wrong, and I will change the sentiment and I will jump into the market. I'm not saying I'm never wrong. I'm just saying I haven't been wrong. Everybody that watches my show has seen me call every move to the cent, guys. And I would have called the price point at 160, 161, but we'd make adjustments of 1 or 2 cents to make sure that those price points hit. Yeah, if you guys want to lose your money, I really don't care. I know, Henry. I know. I don't need to prove myself to anybody. I'm just trying to wake people up, guys. Trying to wake you guys up and help you out. And you guys want to come in here and call me a clown or whatever. It's fine. I really don't care. The goat has left the building. Yeah. If you guys don't want to listen to reason, you're not gonna. You're never gonna listen. And you're gonna keep watching guys like Calvin Hill. And Calvin Hill literally said that we were going to $7,000 on April 9th. What happened to that? What's up, Saketh? If you were wrong on something in the future, I've seen enough accurate to the sent information that it wouldn't lose any faith in you. Thank you. And you know, that's the thing is, this is averaging, guys, okay? The idea is to be 80% or better, 70% or better correct, and then the average is in your favor. But I tend to be more correct than that because I use my own system, okay? And let me tell you something. The way you become profitable as a trader, you need two things, okay? Two things to be a good trader, guys. Listen up, pay attention, okay? You only need two things to be a successful trader. One is a system that is 70 to 80% accurate, that works for you. Once you have your system in place, the only other thing you have to do is get your emotions under control and stick to the system. That's it. That's all you have to do. You need a system and you need to master your emotions. Oz has been 100% right since I started following him. Thank you, Rambo. And you know, part of it is intuition, but also, you know, whatever your emotions, for me personally, whatever my emotions tell me to do, I do the opposite. You know, that's how I master my emotions. If I feel like I should be fearful to buy in, that's when I want to buy in. If I feel like I need to FOMO and hurry up and get in, that's when I stay out of it. So no pay attention. I freaking hate Calvin for this arrogance. Calvin's favorite word, pay attention to his lies. Exactly. Y'all need to listen up. Pay attention. I'm going to learn you something right now. Pay attention. Y'all are stupid. Give me your money. Forget the haters. Where can I follow your price points? So when you become a deluxe subscriber, you get to message me directly, and you get access to the daily price point videos that I post. I post these price points every single day. If I skip a day, that's because nothing's changed. Everything's the same. Hey, don't talk about Calvin like that. I'm doing the same thing with that Calvin does with his ebook. What am I doing? Yeah, just hit the subscribe button and click the deluxe subscription, and you can message me directly. It's the little star at the bottom, guys. There's a little star with a circle around it. You click that button and click subscribe. And with the deluxe subscription, you can message me directly and get those daily price point videos. And you can ask me questions. I can help coach you. But I will not be answering questions on Saturdays and Sundays anymore. It's like $10. It's $9.99 for the deluxe subscription. It definitely it pays for itself. Everyone that has that subscription has already paid for it by using the price points. Yes, it's every month. And the reason why it's not free, guys, okay, is it's a lot of work, okay? I'm literally reading the charts every day. I'm making the videos every day and posting them. I'm answering hundreds, sometimes thousands of questions every day that are paragraphs long, okay? I'm building a studio here. I've invested over $15,000 into the studio. So yeah, like I'm trying to break even at least. If you're good at something, never do it for free. Exactly. I'm trying to at least make it affordable, because it's not really about, you know, gouging people for money. It's about you know, helping, because people have literally offered me, they're like, how much? They're like, I'll give you 500 or $1,000 a month. Give me your phone number and be on call. And I'm not trying to do that. I need to have time for my life. 15 racks for a studio is bananas. Well, it's being built from literally pouring the concrete to building the walls, putting the roof on, soundproofing, double insulation. One Way Out, thank you. Thank you for the subscription. So yeah, I'm literally building a studio from the ground up. Like I went out into the yard and yanked out all the bushes and cleared the land so that they could pour the footings and do everything. I've invested way more into this studio and doing this show than I'm getting out, at least anytime soon. But I see potential. I see potential to help people, and I see potential for a good show here. I see that we can build something. Roger, thank you for subscribing. Don't talk to the Tom Brady of the crypto world like that. That's why I don't DM a lot. I don't want to clog up the DMs even more. I do appreciate that. So if you are DMing me, there's a few of you that I chat with, and that's because you are helping me with some of the studio building. You know who you are. But yeah, it literally thousands of messages flow in. There's a lot of people that think that because they follow me on TikTok that they're subscribed and that they get to message me. So on top of that, I have to cross-reference all the new messages to make sure that they've subscribed on top of it. It's nuts. Guys, get the subscription. Oz has answered my questions and never left me hanging. I'm sure he is swamped and always answers me. My questions are probably dumb questions, and I'm very green to this, and he takes time to help me and answer with patience. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And I don't think any of your questions are dumb. And those of you who message me with your life story, I love that. Okay. I love hearing where you come from and what your situation is, because everyone is unique. And you guys tug at my heartstrings. Okay. You tug at my heartstrings and you keep me going, because some days I wake up and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to do this, but I do it anyway. Okay. I do it anyway. And because you guys send me that inspiration, I keep going. Oh yeah, we're still going down, Heather. Henry, you got to become a subscriber if you want me to go over a different project, and you got to come over to Twitch. So if you guys want me to look at your other projects, you got to be a subscriber and you got to be on Twitch, because we will not be on TikTok live forever, okay? We will still be using TikTok for the daily price points and for the daily coaching and subscriptions, but we will be using Twitch for the live show. Oh, you're on Twitch? Perfect. All right. So you want to do link? I got you, bro. But you got to subscribe. By the way, I like Link, okay? Calvin Hill highly recommends Link, guys. But as of right now, Heather, this is for you. Heather, are you still there? In the 1 hour, we have a diamond top right now. Diamond top. I ask questions too, and I always get an answer. Yes. So yeah, Heather, in the short term, in the 1 hour, we have a diamond top that could send us into a head and shoulders pattern, which would basically break us out of the inverted head and shoulders pattern and keep us in the descending channel. Is Link a coin? I think it's more or less like a protocol or an oracle. Can you subscribe on Twitch? Yes. So the Twitch subscription is for the ads. So when you subscribe on Twitch, you don't have to see ads. And the subscribe on TikTok is so that you can get the daily price points. I know it's kind of like I'm doubling you guys up, but I have a whole staff I have to pay here, guys. I have a journalist and fact checker here that works on site. I have the stage crew building the stage and the set and the studio. I have an IT guy that runs all of the, social media platforms and different things. So it's a lot of work. I'm working my ass off, guys. I'm doing like 10 hours a day. Or excuse me, 20 hours a day. Henry, thank you for subscribing. I got you. I want to subscribe, but I'm not experienced with this. Would you have patience and tell me what? Yeah, so all you got to do is down in the bottom left, there's a star with a circle around it. You're going to click that, and then you're going to scroll down and click deluxe subscription. 3 months. Oh, thank you, Henry. I appreciate it. Let's look at Link for Henry. Let's look at Link. Chain link. What would you like to know about Link? Oh, you didn't request Link? Who requested Link? Well, you guys get a freebie. Yeah. Link looks like it's on its way down to the end, and it may, come down and do something like this and come back up. That's what's left for Link. Mantra's dead. Mantra's dead. Stay away from Mantra. And remember, guys, when you do donate, that goes directly to paying the staff here, guys. And Friday, 50% of all donations went to Save a Warrior. So we donated 50% of all those donations to the Save a Warrior Fund, guys. Does part of the subscription on Twitch go to you? Yeah, it's just like I think I get like 50%. I get more of my revenue from Twitch than I do from TikTok. TikTok takes like, I only make like 40%. And then on top of it, they hit me with like, I don't want to say the B word, but they give me like demerits or like detention. And I get in trouble for things I don't even do. And because of that, they take more. And now they're going to be taking subscriptions. Yeah, TikTok takes basically everything. They literally get me in trouble for things I don't do on purpose. I appeal them, and then they still don't grant me my appeal just so that they can take my money. And that's why we're leaving TikTok. And we will be going to Twitch. Okay? So that's why we're on 2 platforms. All right, more news. Let's take a moment to watch some news. Oh, wait, we can't do that. They'll yell at us.
As Carl said, perhaps a tariff reprieve, at least for some electronics. Let's go to the make, of course, because it is not as it all would appear. And Megan, perhaps you can explain to us what may be yet to come when it comes to these potential exemptions getting rolled back.
Yes, there's a lot to unpack here, David. So the tariff exemptions that the White House had repeatedly vowed would not be coming, of course, showed up this weekend. A handful of consumer goods, mostly technology, as you guys said, and as you can see on your screen here, all now exempt from the 125% so-called reciprocal tariff on imports from China. They are, though, still subject to the 20% tariff imposed over fentanyl concerns earlier in the term. But administration officials have spent 2 days now essentially saying not to read too much into these exemptions. Here's Kevin Hassett talking to reporters this morning.
Pretty much everything's going to be covered. The question is which law applies. And so if it's something that has a national security effect on things, so if we buy it from some other country, then we might be unprepared in time of war. If they were to turn off that thing, then that's going to be in a 232 bucket. But then we've got the reciprocal bucket, which is kind of most everything else.
So Hassett and other officials are doing a few things here. They are first trying to knock down any criticism that the president is backing down in his tariff fight by carving out these items. They're also highlighting that that 20% tariff still applies, and they are emphasizing that more tariffs on these goods may still be coming. Remember, guys, we've talked about this, but certain goods were always excluded from the reciprocal tariffs. Copper,
more
lumber,
tariffs are coming.
And pharmaceuticals all on that list because the White House has long been looking at imposing national security tariffs under what's known as Section 232 on those items. Phones and computers were not initially on that list, but a White House official just this morning told me that they could now be lumped into the semiconductor investigation because phones and computers, of course, are downstream users of chips. Guys?
All right, Megan. So, yeah, do we have any sense as to where we stand then on phones or on servers or laptops, for example? And here the
phones come from Taiwan, which are they're based out of China, but there shouldn't be a problem with phones.
Questions as to what the ultimate tariffs will be on their products.
Absolutely. We're mostly in a holding pattern, a wait and see. When I spoke to this official, the sense that I got is that the White House is not looking at a separate investigation on those items. They would have to, for example, launch an investigation saying that iPhones are a threat to national security and then imposing tariffs specifically on iPhones or smartphones more broadly. That does not seem to be in the cards at this point. But what they are saying is that this broader 232 investigation, as it's
buckle
called,
up because we're getting more tariffs.
Could ultimately lump in some users of semiconductors, and that could include smartphones and laptops and other things that semiconductors are put into. It's not definite yet, but that's possible that that's an impact of that study. I'll also caution, though, that we're still a few steps away from this. The White House and the Commerce Department specifically will have to formally launch an investigation, notify Congress, likely have a public comment period, and then rule that they are imposing tariffs. So we're still a few steps away from that, but I will say I am told that even though the president has not signed an executive order formally launching that investigation yet, that the Commerce Department informally has sort of started the groundwork. So they could move quite quickly once that EO is signed.
Megan, I'm curious how we square some of these national security studies with the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which the administration has used to unleash that blanket 10% tariff. How are those two things different? Is there overlap? How do we think about the authority here?
That's a great question. The main thing to know is that IEPA, the International Economic Emergency Powers Act, as you just said, that had, before this term, never been used to impose tariffs before. So this is something different. The Section 232, as it's known, National Security Investigation, the reason that they would go through this process, and as I just said, it's several steps and it takes a lot longer, the reason they would do that is because this administration believes that would set these tariffs more in stone. The IEPA tariffs potentially could be negotiated away, they can be legally challenged, they could be removed by the next president quite easily. They believe that going through Section 232 gives them more permanence. That's why they would go that route.
Interesting. Megan, thank you so much. Megan Casella there.
Fargo is your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo.
Oh, come on.
Fargo lets you do this.
Fargo.
So, yeah. the tariffs are going to suffocate us. Yeah. And I think it's one of those deals where it's like Trump is the husband driving the car, arguing with his wife, screaming at the top of his lungs that I will crash this car into a tree, so help me God. That's what's going on right now. Okay? He's headed full speed towards a giant oak tree right now in the car. So the question is it's a game of chicken. Who is going to chicken out first? I don't think it's going to be Donald Trump. So buckle up, guys. It's going to get rough, okay? Make sure you're wearing your seatbelt and the airbag is ready to deploy, guys, and you brace for impact. Will we hit the tree? Who knows? He may swerve at the last second. But that's pretty much where we're at, guys. Pretty much. So if you think that we're going to the moon and that tariffs are over, it's all been paused, you've been lied to. Oh, it's definitely intentional. It's called the race to the bottom, guys. Why do you think China is okay with the tariffs? They're just going to print more money. China's like, oh, we got a problem. We'll just print more money. And what they're doing is they're creating an existential economic crisis so that way they can transfer into this new banking institution. Guys, get ready. We are about to drop. It's coming. It is coming. I say give it another hour or two. When's XRP dropping to 150? That could take days, weeks. It could take time. You know, it depends. You know, we would have to get tariff news to waterfall like this, or it happens slowly. But eventually, I think we will see those numbers. I'm all set and ready to buy. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. And, you know, even if we are racing to the bottom, there's still money to be made on the way down, because when it drops hard, like here and here, it price corrects. It always does. They always, look, they pump fake news. They pump fake news to get it back up. So there's always money to be made on the way down. Okay, guys? But you shouldn't be FOMOing into a $2 price point just to hit 220. It's risky. Yeah, I mean, buy more at 250. Or at 150. That's cool. But what I'm trying to tell you is that we're going much, much lower. So if you're dollar cost averaging all your way to the bottom, you're doing it wrong. Okay? Dollar cost averaging is for prices down here at the bottom. Okay? DCA is not for up here. Okay? Unless you're day trading and you're pulling all your profits out once it peaks. That's the only way it works. We will move all the way down to like the $1 zone, maybe even lower, and then we'll pump up again, but it's not going past $2 to $2.80. That'll be it. I have a large bag of trying to sell and rebuy below $1 would be a dream. You'll get below $1, trust me. Just be patient. Stop trying to hold your $3 bag all the way to the bottom and dollar cost average all the way to the dollar, or all the way to the bottom, because it's going to be a long time before it hits $3 again. What chart am I looking at? This is XRP. Mind you guys, let's look at, I think it's the 1 month. Look at this. Let's get rid of our ghost. Look at the 1 month is still a head and shoulders, baby. And yeah, we're up right now, but this was a red candle all the way down here, and the month is not closed. It is highly likely that this will close a big red candle here. Let's see, what's today's date? The 14th? Yeah, we've still got 2 more weeks, baby. This is a head and shoulders. Look at, there's your body, there's your shoulder, here's your head. All right, we are looking at a big red candle for right here. And if that changes, great. If that changes and this ends up being bullish, I could see us hitting $5. But as of right now, that is not the case. So keep that in mind, guys. What are your thoughts on ISO 222? Mid-July is the estimated date. ISO got pushed back to November 22nd. ISO has been pushed back to November 22nd. Yes, it will pump XRP, but it won't be the new paradigm. It won't be the change of everything that we know it. Okay? ISO 222 really has nothing to do with crypto. Just people think it does. If you want to talk about other projects, you got to become a subscriber. Yeah, ISO really has nothing to do with crypto. It's just there are some currencies that are ISO compliant. That does not mean that they're switching over to using the ISO means that they're switching over to cryptocurrency for everything. That does not mean that at all. ISO 222 is just the language that the computer speaks in the financial system. That is it. And so there are some coins that are compliant with that language. That is all. I have them that they pumped in March to July. You have what? What pumped in March to July? March 10th to July 14th. What are you talking about, Henry? Oh, they pushed? Yeah, so it was supposed to be March, okay? Mind you, ISO 222, that compliance was put into effect in 2020, guys. And the deadline was supposed to be March of 2025. They pushed it back to July, okay? And now they pushed it back to November 22nd. The Fed website says July now. What I read is November 22nd is the deadline. Their plan is to start using ISO by July, but the deadline is November 22nd. So, yes, the Fed is saying that they want people to be compliant by July. However, the deadline is November 22nd. Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. If you are watching on TikTok, don't forget we are on Twitch. Eventually, we will only be going live on Twitch, guys. So if you want a better quality show and you want better video and audio, jump on over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Come check it out on Twitch. You're going to enjoy the show much, much better. How's everybody doing on the Twitch side? It's a little quiet over here. It's not pushed back to that date. Let me look that up. China is not either. They are prepared to stand on their own. According to my research, it's November 22nd. Here it is. AI says November 22nd, 2025 marks the end of the coexistence period for MT messaging types and MX messaging exchanges. Messages in the ISO 222 standard for cross-border payments. Says Swift, after this date, Swift will stop processing MT messages and all cross-border payments in instructions between financial institutions and must be in the MX format. This transition aims to modernize payment processes and provide a more structured and data-rich exchange of payment information. Yeah, it's scheduled to be. That's what I said. So they want it to be in July, but the deadline is November 22nd. They've had since 2020 to be on point with this, and they keep pushing it back. I don't see them doing it before the deadline. There may be some that go ISO before, but it's really not going to be in effect till the 22nd. '22nd is the deadline for ISO. Yeah, it's a messaging service. It does nothing. Well, and that's the show on TikTok, I guess. TikTok is gone. We are gone on TikTok, guys. No more TikTok for you. TikTok just shut us down. And this is why we're on Twitch, guys, because TikTok can shut down at any moment on us. So it's a good thing you're all here. Let's get into the news. Hopefully people move over. I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, but he warns of a heightened uncertainty from U.S. tariff policy. He is the basically governor of China. Tokyo by Reuters. Bank of Japan Governor Kazuo Yuda said on Monday, global and domestic economic uncertainty has increased sharply due to U.S. tariff policy. U.S. tariffs will likely put downward pressure on global and Japanese economies through various channels. The BOJ of Guide Monetary Policy appropriately from the standpoint of sustainability, achieving its 2% inflation target while scrutinizing economic, price, and financial developments without any precautions, Yuta said. But that's basically it. So the Bank of Japan is, they're worried about tariffs too. Okay. The entire global market is affected by tariffs. And if you know anything about crypto, it is a global market, guys. It is a global market. But yeah, that's why we want to be here on Twitch, guys, because TikTok is very uncertain. It can be gone at any moment, just like now. So it's important for us to make sure that we're over here just in case for some reason TikTok does go away. We have a backup. With the ISO, will that affect XLM in pump or go down? I mean, ISO will affect everything that's ISO compliant in a good way. So XLM is ISO compliant. It will pump. Everything that's ISO compliant, when the ISO switch gets flipped, ISO coins are going to pump like crazy, and then they're going to find out that they're all just exit liquidity. They should have bought a long time ago or waited, and it'll pump. It'll be something, and then it'll come back down because ISO is irrelevant to cryptocurrency at this point in time. It will be relevant at one point because they're ISO compliant coins, but as of right now, it makes no difference. So it booted me, so I got to make my little diamond top here again. Let's see if this is going to play out. It's so dumb. I'm like, yeah, we have a diamond top in the 1 hour. And they're like, oh, Mega said that first. I'm like, Mega never said anything about a diamond top in the 1 hour. Just because Mega does not own the diamond top coin, okay? Mega said diamond top in the 1 day chart, okay? So there's our diamond top in the 1 hour. Okay. And as you can see, it looks like we're getting towards the bottom here, and we should be breaking through this soon. Very, very soon. I feel bad for all the people who are on TikTok that are just wondering what happened. XRP's legal cliffhanger. Will Ripple drop a bombshell before April 16th? The courtroom drama between Ripple and the SEC might be approaching a shocking finale, and the crypto world is bracing for impact. Okay, mind you, they signed a 60-day continuance. Okay, so that means that they haven't come to any conclusion. Nothing has been settled. Everything is still up in the air. They can say whatever they want. Doesn't mean it's true. Until I see it in black and white, that's what it is. Okay? It's all speculation until it is what it is. Okay? And the only thing that's in black and white is that there is a 60-day continuance on the case. So that means 60 days from what, like 5 days ago. So 55 something days before the case is even brought back in court. And that doesn't even mean it'll be settled then. According to attorney Fred Rispoli, a prominent voice tracking the case, something big is guaranteed to happen on or before April 16th. No, it won't be before because they already signed 60 days. So it has to be within 60 days, which would be April 16th. Whether it's a major filing or a bombshell settlement, this could be the move that ends one of crypto's longest legal battles. Okay, I guess if they filed some type of paperwork, some type of evidence or something, then that would. Hello, Polly Boys. Are you from TikTok? If you're from TikTok, you got to shout out what your name is on TikTok so I know who you are. When's the 1 hour diamond top supposed to happen? How much do you think the price will fall? Polly Boys, who are you on TikTok? You're Juan. Oh, what's up, Juan? How's it going? And JT1221, who are you on TikTok? Just so you know, diamond pattern is breaking right now. It's happening right now. Okay? It is going down right now. It should be breaking within the hour, and then obviously it will take time for it to move down. But diamond top is breaking now. You're a new follower. Well, welcome, J1221. Or JT. I'll just call you JT if you don't mind. Glad to have you. You would be our first new follower from Twitch. We switched over from TikTok to Twitch, and we're on Twitch now because the banning on TikTok is so crazy. We get banned constantly, so we had to find a safe haven for the show. Glad to have you. And yes, I am Oz the Crypto Goat. I can't do the goat anymore. I used to baw like the goat thing, but ever since I got strep throat, I haven't been able to do it since. My throat's still healing. But yeah, guys, we are in a diamond top as of right now. And don't forget, guys, if you want to support the show, we don't really make any money doing this show. I'm building a new studio. I've got about 15,000 invested. So if you want to donate to the show, you can click the Steam elements there, or you can send directly to Cash App or Venmo. Any support is much appreciated. So we are a new show here on Twitch, so we don't really make much. Should I sell now and buy back when the diamond top happens? That's a good question. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I will show you this, and then you can make that decision for yourself. So understand that this pattern right here is also a diamond top. Okay, it's also a head and shoulders. It's also a descending wedge, but more, I'm leaning towards more of the descending wedge, but all of them are very bearish patterns. And basically this is where we're at. We're in this descending channel as well. Something like that. So more than likely, we came up here, we touched the top of our resistance line, and now we've formed a diamond top, and we're going to be headed back down, which means we'll probably hit somewhere around 150. What's up, Spider-Man? So what are we dropping to once the diamond breaks? At first, it's going to be somewhere around like $2.05 to $2. The next support is like 250 or 150. 150 in the major scale of things. So we should break down. We could hit 160 and double bottom and come back up. But if we hold true to this channel, I would say probably 150. And for a more accurate, I would say 155 to 152. That's going to be the price points right there, baby. 155 to 152. You heard it here first. That's going to be the sweet spot. But if it does break lower, 146. 146 to 149. And I mean, if it blows past that, it would take like some crazy tariffs. We'd be looking at like 130, or like 140 all the way down to 125. Back up to what? Probably like $2. So we would drop down and then come back up to 2, and then 2 would be our top. And it would be major resistance from there. And if we don't break out at $2 and we continue in this channel, we will break down quickly. It will just start moving down, and there won't be any. It won't be like what you thought. It'll probably just start really breaking down. So yeah, 155-ish, 150-ish, back up to $2-ish. It could hit 205, but probably $2. And I think it will push over $2. It'll hit that 202, 207, 205 to 207, 208. And then come back down again. That's if it holds this pattern, guys. If. So if something happens and that changes, then you know, I'll post all that. But it's 5 o'clock. I guess that's it for the show, guys. Thank you all for joining. And thank you all for your support and your donations. So please donate. We're not receiving any revenue right now from TikTok. I'm actually getting negative amounts from TikTok right now. They're taking my subscription money, so we are leaving TikTok. I actually owe TikTok money now. It's ridiculous. So if you guys want to support the show, keep it going. You can click the Steam elements in your chat. That's going to be this one right here. Steam elements, or you can send to the Cash App or to the Venmo directly. And that goes to help pay the staff, guys. Because I do have a journalist, fact checker, that goes through all the news and everything for me, and I do have an IT guy, and then I have the crew that is building the new studio. So I've invested about $15,000 into this venture. So any donations are much appreciated. Have a good day, guys. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Oz the Crypto Goat, and we have a special guest coming on today. Waddy Crypto X will be on the live today, so don't forget to smash the like button today. What's up, Waddy? How you doing, man? Glad to have you, brother. Let's see here. How's it going, Waddy?
What's going on, Ozzy?
Glad to have you. Let me fix the audio here. TikTok Studio got an update today and everything's a little bit off.
The music is a bit loud.
How about now?
Still a little bit. Lower one more, probably.
How about that?
Okay, better.
Perfect.
Much better.
Yeah, I kill the music when we get going. We also have Jessie in the house today. She hasn't been feeling well, but she came in today just for you, Waddy.
Okay.
It's
So OC, do you prefer me showing my face or
whatever you want?
I mean,
man.
either way, I don't mind.
Whatever you want. Ball's in your court.
Okay.
You see. Won't let me move you.
Alright, so let me set up the phone somewhere nice.
TikTok face cam is uneven. What do you mean uneven? What do you mean, TikTok seller? It's uneven. I'm gonna get that fixed for sure. Because everything looks good on my end. Maybe. Oh, that's weird. Can you call in the IT guy? Sorry, Waddy. TikTok Studio did an update today, and everything is not working properly. My apologies. Smash the like button, everybody. We're working on.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, I did see the update today to the TikTok Studio, so no worries.
Yeah, it's a little wonky. We'll get it figured out here in just a second. I wasn't expecting you to come on for another hour. I'm a little unprepared.
Oh, an hour? I thought I saw from 8 to 9. I thought I had to be here early.
Oh, no worries, man.
Yeah.
Do you show him the problem?
Okay, hold on.
Right? What the heck is going on? Does that fix it? What about the display screen? Let me see it. That is weird. These moved too. I guess so. These are massive too now.
When they updated it, they just put it up.
I mean, OZ, do you want me to come back?
Yeah, give me a few minutes.
All right.
I need to see.
Well, I'll be in the chat anyway. Okay.
All right. My apologies.
All right. All good.
This is why I want my stream keys. All right, we'll go with that. Oh wait, now it went back to normal.
It's just TikTok Studio.
I think it's TikTok Studio.
What the heck?
No, it's off center now. You gotta push it more. Hammer more.
What the heck is going on with TikTok Studio?
That's why I usually because it's Studio.
This is why I cannot stand this. I need my stream keys. Now, Eve, if you're watching, I need my stream keys. Like yesterday. It's been a week. Alright, we'll go with that.
Move the camera, move the display like. No, that's fine.
Yeah, it looks fine. Alright, we're back. Everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Oz the Crypto Goat, and we have a special guest on today, Waddy Crypto X. We're going to be talking about some fun stuff today. Nate, thank you for the heart me. Let's get the shoot, now I don't know how anything works anymore. Let's set up heart me's for the gift. We'll do 10 heart me's. Perfect. Let's get those heart me's rolling in. I don't know what's going on. Ever since they updated TikTok Studio, it's been a mess. Revolution, thank you for the heart me and the roses. How we doing, Oscar? Revolution, thank you for the 2 popular votes. How's everybody doing today? It's Friday. It's Friday again. I don't know how that song goes. It's Saturday, Sunday, work. Something like that? No, I'm not gonna sing today. I'm not gonna sing. TikTok seller, thank you for the 17 roses. Appreciate you. Dude, I haven't seen your live. I've been meaning to come in and show you a little bit of love. I haven't seen you. If you don't know TikTok seller 444 yet, make sure you send him a follow. He's got the best deals on TikTok live. I'm telling you, nobody has the deals like this guy does. TikTok seller, thank you for the 4 popular votes. Appreciate you. I'm hanging in there a rough day or so. Yeah, dude, the market just looks terrible today. Oh, you're waiting on a new product. Nice. The cool ice maker. Oh, dude, I have one of those. Those are actually pretty legit. All right, Waddy, if you want to send a request, I'll bring you up here. So Waddy's here. We usually get more viewership later on after about the first 15 or 20 minutes. Jaydan ended his live, so we're not going to be slim pickings today. When Jaydan goes live and we're live, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. There's nothing we can do about that. But he's great, you know. He's got a good show. But yeah, we're definitely got some competition. But healthy competition is good. Leo, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you.
Yeah, don't stress it too much, man. Usually the crowd comes in slowly, man. So
oh yeah.
Earlier I was in Crypto Bros live, and he only had like 30 people, and we were just having a good conversation. By the time I left, there was like 55. So
oh yeah,
don't stress it.
I love Crypto Bro. Cosmic is one of my favorite creators for sure. Him and Bullish Babe's show is just spectacular. It's not as structured, but it's very fun. It is a laugh riot the entire time. I love that show. I was actually watching you on it earlier today.
Yeah. So you know who I'm talking about, and you know what I'm talking about. So it's all good, man. once we start getting the conversation rolling, people start seeing that I'm here, you're here, and if it's good, then it brings more people in.
Oh, exactly. It'll get rolling here. Before we get started, what's your take on XRP, man? You think we're cooked, or you think we got a double bottom here, maybe triple bottom, and we'll take off?
I will take a look at the chart. So give me a minute. The only thing I could tell you is I am very disappointed.
Oh, I'm very disappointed too.
I thought that, I thought that with Canada coming out with the only ETF, the first XRP ETF over there, I thought I was gonna see some real nice price movement, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, it's been quite a letdown. I'd even say this is a quadruple bottom here, which is not a good sign.
Yeah.
A triple bottom, yeah, we could potentially, but 4 times and then it tested lower. I'm thinking it might be cooked. It's also that time of the year right now where, you know, people are selling off for the summer. Maybe in a month or two, things will pick up. But Wadi, this is something
You're talking about the sell in May go away?
Yeah. Look at, I've been eyeballing this. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, I do.
That's what I've been eyeballing. I'm thinking 170 to 160. According to wave theory, I would
way lower than me.
Yeah,
wave theory
says 90.
Way lower than me.
Yeah, I'm thinking
I'll
like
tell you what I got here. Hold on.
190 maybe. But that's just at like support.
Yeah, so first thing is first, breaking the 108. That's the strongest support I see right now. After 108, 162 will be the lowest level that I have on XRP.
You mean 180 or 108?
No, I mean, sorry. We need to break 208. And then if we break below that, then the next level is 171 and 162.
Yep. I agree with that. And if it, you know, it may come down. I'm thinking 160 again if this is a head and shoulders, but I'm going to not go off of the wick. I'm going to go off the candle, and I'm going to say 178.76, I think. Let me see here. I have my own little style of how I do this, and I seem to be pretty spot on. Yeah, 180.
Hey, bro.
181.
Look, I always said every single trader got their own style of trading. What works for you might not work for me. What works for me might not work for you. The only important thing is, as long as we both are getting money out of the market, that's what matters.
Exactly. And I am offering a technical analysis course. If you're interested in signing up for that, send me a DM. We also have, for deluxe subscribers, I do one-on-one coaching. Coaching is different than TA. I basically do the TA for you. And you can basically ask me questions, how to set up your wallets, how to, tactics and tricks and things. And we try to formulate a strategy that works best for your situation. Everyone's situation is different here. So we cater to where you are at financially. Let's go over these gifts, and then we'll get started with this interview here, Wadi. Revolution, thank you for the 2 popular votes. TikTok seller, thank you for the 17 roses. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me. Who is that? Not showing me. Man, this new setup is not working. If I missed you, I'm sorry. TikTok seller, thank you for the 4 popular boats. Leo, thank you for the heart me. Ken, thank you for the heart me. Revolution, thank you for the sending to Wadi the 5 heart puffs. Gosh, they're just rolling in like crazy. Holy crap, I can't even keep up with it. Freedom, thank you for the 5 roses. TikTok seller, thank you for the 12 roses. TikTok seller, thank you for the let 'em cook. Ken or Kodak, thank you for the heart. Nico, thank you for the heart me. Kodak, thank you for the red chilies. Man, I cannot even keep up with it. It keeps refreshing. Jesus, thank you. I gotta. There's so many coming in, guys. Thank you.
I was gonna say, bro, I think I just take the shortcut and be like, everyone, thank you for the gifts.
Yes,
that's it.
Everyone, you know who you are. The gifts are just flying in like crazy. You guys are phenomenal today. Thank you so much. But yes, we love and appreciate everything you guys do for this show. And we have Jessie on today, so she'll be fact checking for the show. Basically, here's where I'm at, Wadi. I kind of want to talk about White Rock, but I can't divulge all the information that I have today. But I do have a little bit. I have a little bit that will kind of leak out. It's probably more or less common knowledge than anything that people don't know. But I'll tell you what, it has been pulling teeth dealing with both sides on this story. And so we'll get there. I am in contact with White Rock. However, the issue is talking to them, they keep wanting me to go to Telegram, and I want to speak with them directly on their official email or website, so that we can verify that it's true and correct. And for some reason, it doesn't. They don't want to do it that way, and it's been difficult. But I am in contact with them, so we're kind of on their time right now. And I understand they got a business to run and everything. So, Wadi, my question for you is, where are you at in this whole situation? What are your speculations? What are your facts that you found out? Make sure that you state speculation or fact, so that we don't get confused on the information.
What's your favorite color?
Yeah. So just pure speculation, right? What I did see, well, this one is more facts than speculation. I saw some red flags when it comes to their smart contract. That usually a legitimate company wouldn't have that, right?
You talking about the proxy?
When it comes to,
You're talking about the proxy contract?
Yes. The proxy contract, blacklisting, whitelisting. You know, like I could put up the information right here. Today on my live stream, we were doing how you gonna do your own research, right? As a matter of fact, every Friday, we're going to be doing research live for different coins. So when it came down to White Rock, I saw every single red flag possible. And that's why when the first came out, I didn't even touch it, to be honest with you.
Likewise.
And so when I see things like that in a project, regardless of the situation that transpire afterward, I just say, you know what? There'll be a next one.
I agree. There's so much scams floating around right now in the crypto space, and it's basically the Wild West right now. Anything, if it has a hint of a red flag, I'm kind of I'm not really into it. It doesn't really interest me right now. I'm looking for smart money investments. And I've been in XRP for a very long time, and we do follow XRP, but it has the same red flags as well. I think that it's smart for people to take into consideration the hopium involved with a lot of these things, and especially White Rock,
Yes.
for instance. Getting an approval with the SEC for the project being used with the stock market is highly unlikely. I mean, it could happen,
Yes.
but it's just that's probably my biggest red flag, other than the contract, is the fact that it's a pipe dream. Maybe later on down the road, with some clear regulation and legislation to follow, something like this could come along. But I think it's just way too early to even speculate on a project like this.
Yeah, well, first of all, that's number one, right? If XRP, which is one of the biggest, well, the third biggest or fourth biggest cryptocurrency, let's say the third, because stablecoin, in my opinion, doesn't really count, right? It's stable, it's pegged to $1. So with that being said, if XRP, that is a big cryptocurrency in the space, and they are having a hard time even getting their own ETF approved over here, what would make you think that a token that came out of nowhere is going to get some approval from the CFTC and all of that? So when you think about smoke and mirror, which this space is full of that, that's the biggest situation there.
I completely agree with you. And I think that there's a lot of good, good projects out there that don't really raise too many red flags, that are more in, the top 100 projects that are out there. I would say, do your research, people. Not financial advice here, obviously, but be careful. All right, be careful, because there's a lot going on right now. We've been seeing, just report after report of people being kidnapped, wrench attacks, you name it.
Yes.
It's going on right now, and that's because we're in the bull cycle, and it's popular right now. It'll kind of fizzle off and die out, I think, once the bull cycle runs its course, but it'll never, in my opinion, ever go away. Maybe with regulations and legislation, it's probably not going anywhere anytime soon. What do you think, Roddy?
No, I 100% agree with you. Mass adoption, like we all want, is gonna take some time. The regulation framework is gonna take some time before everything gets implemented. Now, when it comes to scam, it's always, in my opinion, it's always scam season in crypto. Whether if it's that there's a rug pull, there's a honeypot, scammy Ponzi schemes where they would promise you, hey, putting $1,000 worth of Bitcoin here, and we will multiply it in 3 months or 6 months.
You sounds like you're talking about Katana. You talking about Katana right now?
Well, I actually don't know about Katana, so I wouldn't be able to tell you that, but I'm talking about from my own experience, and that's pretty much how I kind of got introduced to crypto.
Right. So Katana is one of those projects. Like I want to believe, and I want to be early on something, but I'm a smart money investor. But basically this project, it's on Polygon, and basically you trade in your Ethereum, Solana, Bitcoin, or whatever. in for cat tokens, and they say that in the next 9 months, when the project goes live, your tokens will have value. But you get airdropped these crates that are random amounts of this cat coin, and you gotta hope and pray. I'm good on stuff like that, you know what I mean? Do your research. That doesn't mean that it can't be something, but with my show, we mostly focus on smart money entries. There's a lot of people out here that are we can't say the G word, but they're playing games with their money, and you got to understand, a lot of this is a Ponzi scheme, like you said. And we have to be vigilant, and we have to do our research here for sure. So I want to get back to White Rock a little bit. So I did some digging, and I did find something very interesting. Two things, actually, and they're the only things I'm going to be divulging today. And I want to know if you are privy to this information and what your thoughts on that are, or if you have even heard this. So the first thing that I discovered is there are 2 White Rock projects. So one is officially a scam, and it's been deemed a scam. And then the other one is the legitimate White Rock that we're talking about right now. Did you know this information?
So when I tried to scan their contract on Token Sniffer, there is 2 White Rock, but one is on Arbitron and the other one is on Ethereum. If it's the same thing you're talking about, then I kind of know, but not really.
Yeah, so let me see if I can pull it up here real quick. I had taken some screenshots, and I wanted to be prepared for today, and we actually got behind. They reinstalled Live Studio and messed everything up, and then I had an emergency that happened, and I was flying down the road and then got pulled over and got a ticket. So it's been one of those days.
So it hasn't been your best day. I get it.
Okay. So what I have here is a White Rock, and it's the money sign white proposal scam website that mimics the real White Rock platform and operates as a crypto drainer. This scam is not associated with the legitimate White Rock project. Controversies related with the White Rock company itself, such as Aeon's White Rock suing China Construction Bank over the Vestos scandal, and accusations that White Rock's team includes former developers from the Z Casino project, which was associated with an exit scam. However, these are about the company, not directly with Kitsumoto. Do you know who Kitsumoto is?
No.
Okay, so that's the person I'm in contact with at White Rock. And so this is we'll get into more, but what we just talked about just now, were you aware of that at all? Chat, are you guys aware of there being 2 projects? Okay, yeah, so there is the scam website, okay, and however, White Rock is directly tied to Z Casino. And do you know about what happened with Z Casino? You want to elaborate on that?
If you're asking me, I know nothing about that.
Okay, so Z Casino was a rug that happened a few years back, and basically what has happened is Z Casino has rebranded as White Rock.
Okay.
And that is the official White Rock. Okay, not this other scam. There's one that is clearly a scam. Okay, clearly a scam. And basically it drains wallets. Okay, I believe it promises airdrops and things like that, and they wipe your wallets. However, the official White Rock is directly tied to Z Casino, which was a rug in the past. And that's where I think a lot of the speculation comes from of whether or not this is legitimate, because the people that are in the company and running the company are the same bad apples that ran Z Casino. So that's what I was able to find out. And so Gizmodo is the guy that I'm in contact with White Rock. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. And
okay,
what I found out about him, which is another red flag for me, okay? This is a red flag. Okay. He's based out of Nigeria.
Okay. I get where you're coming from.
You know, I don't want to speculate too much, but that is a fact. Okay, so he's based out of Nigeria, and White Rock is their official headquarters is in Dubai, and I believe that it's in Dubai because it's a tax shelter for companies to operate and move. So these are all, you know, red flags that just keep popping up, for sure.
Yeah. So if you don't mind me sharing a little bit of my own investigation, please. Right? When it came down to White Rock, first I went to their website. I put it on scamadvisor.com. It's one of my research tool, and it has a 6 score out of 100.
Oh,
now,
man.
Some of the things that says this website does not have many visitors, meaning probably nobody but the same people in the team and the community knows about the website.
Interesting.
Financial services or content identified with a high risk return. It says we found several negative reviews about this site. This website has only been registered recently.
Do you know how recent?
Right. I'm gonna look into that one. So according to the facts that I found here, right? Domain, it's about 10 months from now.
Interesting.
Who created it? It's hidden. Website speed, very fast. The SSL certificate is valid, so that's good. But the main validated certificate, DVSSL, is very low, which if we're talking about a legitimate company, that one is supposed to be on a high level. Let me see what else. The ISP is Vercel Inc., and the country is within the US. The registered name is Grandi SAS. Registered website Gandhi.net. So that's just on the website page, right? If you want to find out if a company is legit or not, that's one of the things you want to do. Now, if we go to Token Sniffer and I put in their contract, they get a 10 out of 100. With that, this is the red flags. Source does contain a proxy contract. So it says the source code containing a proxy contract, which could potentially allow the functionality to be changed, such as pausing trading and minting token. That's sketchy.
Oh yeah, especially
Um,
minting tokens, like they can inflate the supply. That's
yes,
and
yes,
who holds on to that mint? Obviously, probably the creators.
yes, correct. So, ownership renounced. The contract contains ownership functionality means it's not renounced, and ownership is not renounced, which may allow the creator or current owner to modify contract behavior. For example, disable selling, changing fees, meaning like the tax fees, buy, sell, or mint new token. They can be legitimate reasons for not renouncing ownership, but usually there isn't. Um, the other red flag that I saw, all other holder possess less than 5%, meaning a wallet contains a substantial amount of token. Circulating supply is total supply minus burn amount, which could have a large impact on the token price if so.
Oh, for
Now,
sure.
that is the,
Is it any?
yeah, so
I have a question for you, real quick, before
go
we get
ahead.
any further. Is any of that
Yeah.
like escrowed at all, or is it just open wallet, ready to be sold at any time?
Well, that's the part that I was gonna get to, right? I don't see anything on escrow so far. I haven't been able to find that. So this part right here says at least 95% or largest liquidity pool burn lock for 15 days. You want to know the answer to that? It is not.
Right.
So,
And if
not
I
enough.
believe if sorry, don't mean to cut you off. I believe if
Yeah, go ahead.
a company owned these coins and were had an escrow, that would be something that they would want to put out and promote because that's good for
Yes.
the coin. So
Yeah,
why would
because
they keep it gate kept?
Yeah, escrow is actually what XRP uses, right?
Right.
That they release 1 billion token every month from escrow. And other projects use escrow as well. But let me tell you the meaning of what I just read to you. It says, not enough liquidity. It's secure for minimum duration, which could allow for a significant amount to be removed. Equal rug pull.
Wow. Yeah, that all the telltale signs I think are there. I think some people just want to believe, whatever. Maybe they got in at a high price and they're shilling the coin to find a way to get out of it. But I think, it's very important that we are careful of who we listen to about projects and we do the research like we're doing right now and stick with the facts, because anyone can say anything, but the facts are plain and simple, and that's what we try to do here is focus on the facts. Did you have more on that? Because I do have a question for you, but I want to make sure that you completed your thought.
No. So far, that's what I got. If I look into quick intel, it says that the contract is not renounced. It said external contract risk, meaning they could do from an external point, right? They could do whatever they want with the contract, and it's the same as contain external action. So even though we could pull up the contract and it could apparently look legit on what we're seeing, right? Checking all the green flags, but there's a back door where you could just make matters worse.
That's really interesting. I'm glad you told me about that. We're going to look into that some more for sure. And this is why it's good to have, more heads are better than one, because you find things I don't find, I find things you don't find. It's great to have this community digging into these things. I have a question for you. What do you know about Crucial?
So I really don't know much about him. I spoke to him once through X, and he claims that he's just an investor. But to be honest, the way he defends the project, and he's always in contact with the developers, I kind of question a lot about him. But I did tell him, look, if I'm honest with you, Ozzy, this isn't my fight.
I agree.
I did a favor for a friend. He told me about the situation with Dead Daddy. And I said, you know what? This is unfair. Let me go support. So with that being said, I went through several streams. I heard some inconsistency in the stories, and that's when I decided, you know what? This ain't my fight. I got no reason to be involved. I already did what I could as a content creator, supporting what I think it's an unfair treatment, and that's all.
Yeah, you know what? You and I are so much alike, man. I love your style because you're like me. You stick to the facts. You're not here to get into the drama about it.
Yes.
And I agree. There's a lot of inconsistencies, and questions just lead to more questions.
Yes.
But I do give some validity to the fact that there are definitely a lot of red flags with White Rock for sure. Dead Daddy is on the live. He just sent me a request. How you doing, brother?
What's going on, Dead Daddy?
Let's see if I can get this going like this.
Your audio's a little low.
It's a little low?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound like you're far away from your phone.
Before you get into anything, I want to address something basically to build upon what you just said, Wadi. Crucial reached out to me because I found it very interesting that I reached out to someone else from White Rock, and I got a response from him that said that he was talking to that person. So, and that's one of the
you're talking
about Crucial.
No, I mean, do you want me to mention names, or you prefer to keep it anonymous?
Whatever you feel comfortable with.
No, I mean, your show, your rules, bro. And
I don't care.
Them.
I'm here to find the truth, and that's all I really care about.
So
what's
from my own?
That's what I would like to find.
What's up? I can't barely hear you, Dead Daddy.
How about this? Check. Can you guys hear me there? A
little better.
Yeah, it sounds like a little bit echoish, like you in a bathroom.
Can you turn up your dB on the mic?
Turn up my what?
Your dB decibels.
I'm already at +5.
Oh, maybe go to 10, 12. I'm an audio engineer, bro.
This is where I'm at right now. How does this sound?
That's a lot better.
That's a lot better. Yeah.
What were you saying though?
No, Wadi was talking.
Oh no. So basically, what I understood from Crucial, he's in contact a lot with Max, which Max is supposed to be like the CFO of White Rock, and I don't know. I mean, like I told him myself, I was like, "Look, man, let me tell you something. I've been around this crypto space and long enough, and one thing that you kept on saying is we or
Us.
Max or we again, right?"
Yeah.
And I told him if we was to go into a legal battle because of this, once again, it is not my fight, but if he wanted to take it there, I told him I have the recording where you pretty much, even though you're saying that you're not part of the team, all the evidence points out that you play a bigger role in this situation than everybody else.
I agree. I have probably over 100 messages from Crucial that, and I have them all right here. Proof, if people need to see it, fine.
Yeah.
But I would imagine most of my fans trust me on my word on this. But nothing but we and us is what I hear when he refers to White Rock. We and us.
Yes.
And then I reach out to Max to get a hold of him, and I'd never talked to Crucial before. I don't know who he is. Didn't reach out to him at all. And the moment I reach out to Max, boom, I get a message from this Crucial guy. And he's like, "Hey, I'm in contact with Max. I can get you in contact with him and this and that." And what I'm noticing a trend, okay? Anyone from, I'm in contact with several people from White Rock, and any one of them will not divulge any information to me on any official email or profile. They all want to go to a separate place to speak and talk under, the guise of something else. What's up, Mega Crypto? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, Mega Crypto?
Yeah, we love Mega here. Mega, thank you for the gifts. Everybody, thank you for the gifts. Your gifts have been incredible. There are just too many to list. But thank you. Didn't mean to interrupt the conversation, but we got to give some love to the fans. They've been so supportive of everything here. Francesca, thank you for the DJ glasses. So, I have noticed a trend with Crucial and Dead Daddy. I don't know if you picked up on this. I'm in contact with another person. I think it's director of operations or I can't remember, and I'll divulge all that later when I make my final report on this.
Luke?
Okay.
I think his name, it starts with a K. I said it earlier. I'm not going to take the time to pull it up right now. I think it's irrelevant, but he is basically out of Nigeria.
Like that.
And that raises some red flags to me for sure, as well as the legitimacy of this company. But it's been nothing but the run around here, and like Waddy said, this isn't my fight, but I'm taking time and resources to get to the bottom of this for the fans and because the community wants to know, and I feel like since I took it on, I have a bit of an obligation here. So I'll tell you this, as far as White Rock goes, unprofessional, very unprofessional. I've never dealt with anything like this before with the company. I've been doing this kind of stuff for a very long time, and it seems like kids. And this Crucial guy, even him, man, if I'm not just Dead Daddy, this, I drill people, I drilled you hard, and I'm looking for inconsistencies. I have a way of interrogation, really. I'm interrogating people. And the moment he's not hearing what he wants to hear, he gets very vulgar and angry. And I'm receiving paragraphs of hate letters and all kinds of and it's just like, what is going on here? Like, I'm just asking questions, man. Like, what is going on?
Yeah. The theme that's been consistent with my record. Can you guys hear me now? How's my voice now?
It's a little low, but I can hear you.
All right. How about this? I'm gonna just talk louder. I feel like I have everything maxed on my mic right now. Like I'm looking at the meter, it's peaking all in the red. So it's like I'll try talking louder. I don't know why it's coming in so quiet.
No, what I was gonna say, are you like in a open space? Because that's what it sounds like.
No,
like you got a little bit of feedback in the background.
You know, let me try something real quick. Let me turn my mic off and back on.
Sounds like laundry's going.
All right.
You got the laundry going in the background.
No, I think that's me, and that's a watcher, but I think it's a little too far.
Yo.
Go ahead, Daddy.
Can you guys hear me now or no?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, better, way better.
Is this too loud now or?
No, it's perfect.
No, it's way better now. Yeah.
Way better now? Okay, thank goodness. I don't know what was going on, but I'm glad that kind of ironed it out. But yeah, exactly what you were talking about. You nailed it. Like that was the number one thing that really well, maybe not the number one thing, but that was definitely one of the aspects that I noticed in the whole process of going to Dubai. And if you watch my video series, that's exactly what I point out. And people their mentality is to point me out as, oh, you're ungrateful, you're greedy, you're whatever other words they were using. They were trying to say I'm ungrateful, and I was because I didn't want to go on the yacht party with them, that I was I was ungrateful for that as well, and because I was upset about the tickets going from first class to economy, that I'm ungrateful and greedy. And I'm like, that's not it at all. I'm not dealing with my buddy. I'm not dealing with some guy at the bar who was offered to buy me a drink and they got me a Coors Light instead of a Heineken. I'm dealing with a multi-million-dollar company. And your character, the company's character, and the people's character that represent this company is exactly how the company is going to be run. And if the company is consistently from start to finish is inconsistent with its word to what they say for what they do, then that is just, in my opinion, a horrible sign. That is a horrible sign. It has nothing to do with about being first class in economy and I'm greedy. No, it's about you said one thing as a company and then you did another. If you're willing to do that to me over something as simple as buying plane tickets, then what else will you do it over? Right? Where does it stop? The only thing that you have right now for the community to rely on is the consistency of your word as the people of the company and the company itself. And if there's nothing but inconsistency, and then when people ask questions about those inconsistencies, then you attack them and get violent and visceral, then literally it's my opinion, I keep summing it up, it's narcissistic traits. But what it boils down to is they're preventing dissent. They don't want people to dissent, and they're paranoid and they're scared. And people who are creating something that's not legit or a scam or are lying are typically paranoid and scared people. So that's how I deducted things when I looked at the whole process. And granted, in the beginning, I didn't have a whole lot to go on except my gut and their word versus mine, and me dissecting them psychologically and breaking down their personality traits as a company. So when I made my video series, because originally when I was recording my video series, I didn't have any ton of evidence. I had community concerns, right? That's what I had. I had a series of community concerns that were given to me by the community or researched from the community, because before I went to White Rock, I reached out to the community. What do you guys want me to ask White Rock? What questions should I do? I researched my own questions, got some from the community. I researched all over the place. So at first, when I was making my video series, all I had was a whole laundry list of These are community concerns about White Rock. But as I was recording the video series, and White Rock's response was, oh, you're not saying positive things? Because I didn't, in my first couple of videos, I wasn't saying a lot of bad about them. I was just pointing out things that were inconsistent, like their word, this and that follow through, the times that they were messaging me. Like, these things are inconsistent, reliable. These are the things I was looking at. This is how I'm dissecting it with my mentality. And their response to that was to attack, cease and desist, spam my page, jumping in my lives. F you, you suck, White Rock's awesome, you're going to jail, we're going to ruin you financially. Have you ever been bent over and screwed by $1 million company? You're going to be screwed for life. You just messed up. You're good. Like literal death threats, by the way, literal death threats, but vaguely put, like things like you're going to lose more than just your finances. It's going to be the end of more than just your finances for you. Things like that. Comments that were happening, like very violent to the extreme.
I received similar messages for sure.
Yeah. So at that point, I didn't have anything but community concerns. And as I was doing a video series and they started coming at me, I immediately realized, I'm like, that's it. I was like, if you guys are attacking me, I'm taking the gloves off. I'm delving in deep. I'm finding the evidence because I know it's there. I've seen some of it. Some of the evidence I even looked at and I was like, you know what? There's still not enough there. Like the Z Casino thing. Like, yes, I see the associations that Heavy was making, but I was not smart enough to piece that stuff together in the blockchain. I'm not that guy to follow those blockchain wallets. I'm not good enough in crypto to trace those wallets like that. And, you know, domino effects just started happening. I started meeting other people. I started putting together a team of people who had resources, who had abilities. I started finding things out about White Rock. New people started coming forward about the team. And, like, evidence just started piling up about White Rock. And then that's when I was like, okay, they're attacking me hard. They're threatening to ruin me financially. I'm going to stop editing my videos in the nice way. I'm changing all these. I'm taking a look at all these community concerns. And now they're going from community concerns to this is evidence. This, like, before it was community concerns. And now I'm looking into things as I'm making these videos. And I'm like, I'm finding the actual evidence. And like one of the big things that people don't realize that I don't think White Rock realized is that when I was there in Dubai, one of the things that I noticed right away and I took note of, because like there's two things that I did in Dubai that I took note of that I think that were key that probably went unnoticed by the team. One, when I went to go meet them at the White Rock facilities and I went into the office and I asked for Antonia, the receptionist said, Antonia from NodeWorks, I'll let her know you're here. And I was like, interesting, NodeWorks, what's that? I'm gonna have to look into this. Pin note, put that up there. I'm gonna have to look into that for later. That's how I found out that that was the parent company for White Rock, and that's gotta be the company that's been paying the employees. Because of that receptionist just making that quick little comment, and I made a pin note in my head, and I'm like, I'm gonna look into that later. That too, and the whole concept about me pinning them as narcissists. And I remember sitting there going, what would a narcissist do to get out of looking like the bad guy? And I was like, oh, well, that's so easy. Narcissists don't take the blame for anything. They blame everybody else for everything that goes wrong, even when they're the one that causes it. And I was like, so their goal is to be like, oh, we've got all this bad publicity. We're being bullied. Who's bullying us? We're a big company. It's another company. There's a concerted effort for corporate sabotage. I was like, that makes perfect sense. So, and I remembered reading on these, not Trustpilot. It was a, like a scam alert website, something like that. And there was a few comments in there about White Rock. And they were like, yeah, this company did me dirty, blah, 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 blah. And then, but if you open it up and it says, but if you click my Telegram, I'll connect you to Max. And it was just a spam comment. And I knew it was a spam comment. There's a few spam comments on there about White Rock. And I was like, you know, there's not a ton of these, but these could be considered a concerted effort to make the company look bad. So when I was talking to Max after we had dinner and I brought it up to him, I was like, you know what? Because at this point I was already suspicious about the whole yacht party thing about them needing me to get on that yacht, despite the fact they presented it in a way to where they said that I was not required to go on the yacht. They presented it as an option. But then when I was there, they made it seem like, no, you have to be on this yacht. And I was like, that's even more uncomfortable. Like, why do you guys have all of your chips on this yacht party thing that I was told was optional?
I got
and
a
that's
question.
when I came to the narcissist conclusion that maybe they were trying to present the whole bad publicity thing on someone else or corporate sabotage. So after dinner, I presented Max with the question. I was like, I found some evidence that might be considered a concerted effort that to attack White Rock's image. And then that's when Max Gineffri looked at me and he was like, yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about on the yacht party last night. I was like, oh, really? Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
don't take this as a slant at you, okay? But there
It's gonna
are bigger creators saying the same thing. Why
Yeah.
not them? Why you?
Right, because I don't know. Because I think it has a lot more to do with ego. Because I think that they got to see me face to face, so it's more personal for them, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. One thing I noticed, Jesse, I'm going to bring you up, and because you're the one that found this information, so let me know when you're ready, and I'll mic you. Jesse's our fact checker here. We were doing some digging into White Rock, and Jesse was looking for basically media coverage on White Rock, and the issue that was found, Jesse, if you would elaborate on this a little bit more, please, was that there was nothing we could find negative about White Rock from any official anything in Google, and there was some sort of media manipulation happening. Jesse, I'm going to let you take over with that because you know more about it than I do. Go ahead.
So when I was digging into White Rock, one of the things I looked for was media. And a lot of people in a lot of different companies pay Google a good amount of money to keep negative media from popping up. And so I was looking for anything that was negative or derogatory, and the only thing that popped up were your videos that you had just put out. That was the only thing negative I could find. But by the time I got to page, I think it was like 23 of the Google search, then I started seeing not negative, but questions about White Rock, which is clearly that they are controlling their own media. They're not allowing anything that they don't want being heard or said about White Rock, which is a big red flag, because if it's a substantial and, actual business that wants to do good things, why would you not want any kind of criticism? I just found it odd. Even on Twitter and like other social media platforms that aren't news, but people, say things on, you won't really find that either. Anything that's outright derogatory is just not there.
It was pretty much only Reddit we were able to find things, which I also found interesting.
Right.
That is interesting.
So yeah, there's definitely some media manipulation happening, and there are other people that speak out about it on social media, other platforms, but I find it interesting that they singled you out, maybe because I'm thinking, this is my assumption, this is speculation, everyone. I think that they don't take this as a slant, but you don't have 1 million followers. You don't have like a professional agency backing you or something like that. You're the little guy. You know,
Yep,
and so
absolutely.
I think they chose you to make an example of you, maybe. What do you think?
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. I think that they picked their influencers specifically because they were in the right window of um what how would you word it? Like they were the right window to where, hey, this person's trying but they're not there yet, and we can be that next step for them and they'll be appreciative, right? And I think that that's what they thought was going to happen, and I think in a lot of that sense they were right. You know, I'm an influencer who's not huge, but you know, I'm big enough that I enjoy the people that I connect with, and my videos do okay, and they do well, and I like my community that I've built, and I'm still working on it, and I'm building it. But I think that they for sure thought that they were punching down when they picked me, and they did not expect me to show any kind of backbone or have any kind of integrity in the process. And what happens when you stand up against a narcissist? They get violent. And you know what? I know
Wadi,
people may
did
be
you have
tired of
something
me
to
calling
say?
them a narcissist, but I'm sorry, but I think it's too accurate.
Wadi,
Yeah,
did you,
so if you guys don't mind me, and that daddy likewise, don't see it as I'm trying to discredit anything you said. Like I was just telling OC, I saw the red flags before White Rock even became, the issue that it is now with you, right? And I could smell scam for a mile away. So if they want to come after me, whatever, man, bring it on. I'm pretty confident I could prove they are a scam. And not to mention, I do have an agent on speed dial that helped me out with my own scam that I went through, which is called 4Count. You guys could look it up. So, long story short, the thing that I do find strange, that Daddy, and this is why I say I see a little bit of inconsistency, is the fact, like OC brought it up himself. And I'm by any means, man, don't I'm not trying to be a jerk. Um I was looking at your following, your pages and all of that, and I'm thinking to myself, well, this guy is not even that big yet. I mean, could you become a big influencer? Yes, you have the potential. Obviously, you're here trying to do the right thing. So as long as you keep doing that, you'll be good to go. So in my time in this space, good God, if I could tell how many projects I've funded, and I'm talking about big projects as well. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Saitama, Terrarium, Shinja. I funded them all. And I actually hang around with big friends in the space, which were also some of the friends that were promoting White Rock, one of them being Jay Gagan. I know him. So my point to that is I kind of find it strange that they would ignore everyone else, but yet decide to pick on you, which, from my understanding, and I have no other way to say this, so please do not misunderstand me. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but from my understanding, you're still the small guy in the space, which makes you irrelevant. And that's the part that it doesn't add up to me. Like, why would the project go so far to the point to even pay your trip? I was looking up at some of the Dubai tickets, and they're expensive, bro. even if it's economy, why
Right.
would they take their time to go through all that trouble instead of just telling you, hey man, here's some hush money, or hey man, you know what? We want to bring you on board as an influencer, which that would make more sense to me than them go through the whole nine, bringing you out there for nothing, and at the same time, you come back empty-handed.
That's kind of the conclusion we came to over here as well.
I
And like
don't understand what
not
you
a
guys are
not a
trying to
slant
say.
at you, Dead Daddy, at all, but we were. My
I mean,
question was, is
I'm just trying to figure out what it is
why
that you
you?
guys
You
are
know,
trying to say.
why did why did they choose you? Why would they spend all that money and do all those things? It's questionable to me, and um, uh, I just I'm kind of dumbfounded because it seems like Wadi said, they sounds like they spent about 10 grand on whatever. Why not just say, here's 10 grand, say something good
I
about
mathed
us?
it out. You guys would have watched the videos. I mathed out exactly how much you spent. Okay, so I'm going to address this. So, and this is the best answer I'm going to be able to give you guys. I have no effing clue. The only answer I can give you is that I originally did a video on White Rock months ago. And I said I was buying in. That was it, like 3 or 4 months ago. And then I did a follow-up video saying, I'm going to sell. And then it was shortly after I did that follow-up video that they messaged me and offered me to go to Dubai. That's it. That's all I know. I've never had any communication with them before that. The only information I knew about White Rock, never expected them to reach out to me. I mean, that's the best answer I can give you guys. You guys are looking for something deeper. I don't know what it is. There's nothing I can give you that can satisfy your paranoia. There's nothing I can give you. If you guys think something, if you guys think there's something going on, there's nothing I can give you that could solve that paranoia. Nothing. Because I have no effing clue myself. The only thing that I know is that I think that they thought I was going to come there and they were going to buy me with horrors and flashy boat ride and throw alcohol at me and then maybe get me to sign some sort of NDA and bring me in under a payment promotion thing and with a bunch of other influencers that they had on there. And because I didn't go on their boat and do their stupid thing that they thought was going to work so fine, it pissed them off. And what happens when you piss off narcissists? That's why I keep calling them narcissists. They act just like narcissists. When you piss off a narcissist and you talk back to a narcissist, like, have you ever had an argument with a narcissist? What happens when you raise their voice? They raise their voice louder. When you talk back, they talk back more. If you say they're doing something, they turn it around and say that, no, that's what you're doing. That's a narcissist's perspective. This is how they do things. They try to one-up you on over and over and over and over again. And I think that what happened is that in this process of me being like, hey, this is unsatisfactory, and that's what I was going to do. I never expected to get an NDA. And also, if you guys had done any research, you'd realize I wasn't the first influencer who's received NDAs from cease and desists, that received any cease and desists from White Rock.
There were several. I looked into that.
There was other ones. So it
saw
wasn't
that.
just I was selected, the blessed one, to receive the blessing of the mighty finger be shaken by White Rock on me. It was just weird happenstance, a company with a historic history that anybody who thinks anything negative of them, they attack and try to squash with threats. And I was one of the few. And so it wasn't just me. There was other influencers who apparently received this exact same treatment.
I think with
they have a habit of doing things this way.
If you don't mind me, I think that with what we found with the media silencing and everything going on with that, I think that it does raise the question is that they just don't want anything out there bad about them, period. And
correct. So if you look at how they handled things, so if you guys had watched my videos, you would know that I addressed.
I've seen every single one
with Zigzag. They have a cookie cutter system. They did the same thing with Zigzag. They did the same thing with Z Casino. They did the same thing with Syncus. It's the exact same method. It's like a business model, like cookie cutter model that they do with all these rug pulls. They do the same thing. They promote a project. They offer a net coin follow-up to the project, which is the rug pull coin. They have a Discord, they do a Telegram, and then every single one of them, if there's anybody that says anything negative on any of the channels, they just ban it. They fill up all the positive comments with bots and employees who run multiple accounts and probably AI bots now. And they do the same thing with every single project. They ban dissent. Every single. Did you guys read the Block-Immense report? They talk all about this in the Block-Immense report that I posted online, that was been posted on X. The Block-Immense, the crypto forensics company that did the report on White Rock, they talk all about this entire process. The same thing in that report, and it's just a cookie cutter model. If anybody says anything, they block them, mute them, and if somebody gets too loud, they send them cease and desists and threats. It's the same thing with Syncus, Zigzag, Z Casino, and now White Rock. So it's not that they're doing anything new. They're just doing the same thing that they've always done. And I think that just by luck, I just happened to be the guy who didn't go on the boat, that didn't want to be in a position to where they tried shoving alcohol at me or forcing me, tricking me into signing something that I probably shouldn't sign. Right?
You didn't play ball, so they went after you.
Right.
You were the only one that couldn't be bought, is what you're saying.
And I said no.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that pissed them off the most, is the no. I think that's it. It's the no. The being turned down by me. The how dare you, like, turn us down. Like,
So here,
okay.
I do have another. Or Waddy, you want to say something?
No, go ahead.
Okay. And don't take this the wrong way. This is just me being a journalist, okay?
Just on that note, I'm just going to give you guys another. I got about 7 more minutes. I'll stay till
Okay,
9:25.
I'll make this quick, okay? And I want you to know that the whole purpose of my show here is to look at both sides of the coin, okay? So don't take this as an attack at you. It's just something that I had noticed, and I want to give you the opportunity to be able to defend yourself, you know? So nothing but love here, brother, okay? You know how I interviewed you before, okay?
Right now.
Okay.
I'm overwhelmed with love at the moment.
Come on, brother. Hey, just this is what we do. We want to see both sides of the coin here, and we also want to look at the edge of the coin as well. All right, this is a analogy I use often here. Okay, and it's just good journalism, and this gives you an opportunity to answer this question yourself without it coming from the horse's mouth. And I wanted to ask this question to you. And I felt like right now is the right opportunity, and because it's not fair to put these questions out without you having the opportunity to defend yourself. Okay. And don't take this the wrong way, brother. We just have to do this. Okay. The only real red flag I have with you and your story is, obviously the YU, which we kind of speculated on. My other is, how do I phrase this without upsetting you? There's the possibility that maybe it's all a sham for attention, because I did notice you had teamed up with Caveman, and this is not a slight against Caveman either. We love everybody in the community, but these questions need to be asked and answered. You had Caveman had put out an announcement that he was going to be doing a live, and you and White Rock were going to be coming on the show together to talk it out. I showed up for the live, and I reached out to Caveman. And I said, "Hey, who's coming on from White Rock and whatever?" And it was misleading. As like a PR stunt to get people to come watch, but there was no ever intention of having anyone from White Rock actually joining. It was stated as though they It was stated as though they would be on the show, And then the fact of the matter was it was that, okay, White Rock is watching, so this is your opportunity to come up and state your piece. But it was a bit misleading.
The way you worded that, where you said it was intentionally misleading and stuff like that, like nobody was intentionally misleading anything, for one. Two, the only reason I was doing these lives is because California Joe reached out to me and he said that the community was trying to come together to support me. Because initially, whether you understand it or not, this was actually, especially in the very beginning, an extremely scary time for me because I've never received cease and desist on one. Two, I've never had the voice of a company that has millions of dollars behind their back breathing down my neck, threatening to ruin my life financially. So yeah, this is not a fun fucking time for me, and it hasn't been at all. And I really appreciated the fact that California Joe was trying to organize some community support, and mostly Brooke Odyssey. Brooke Odyssey was the one who said she vouched for California Joe, and California Joe reached out to me and said he wanted to set me up with a bunch of lives because he was trying to build up communities to help support me. And then, which is why I almost didn't do the live, because when I got the questions from you, it was nothing but an interrogation and a breakdown questionnaire. And I was like, I was told by everybody that this was a community support, and I'm going through a hard time dealing with all this crap emotionally. And I don't feel like being grilled or having a pro White Rock shill who I thought maybe you were it then. I don't think you are now, but I like in the live interrogating me, making me feel worse when I'm just trying to not feel like shit at the moment. I didn't organize any of those lives. Those were all organized by California Joe. I was busy. I didn't know anything about them reaching out to White Rock until like the night before or the day morning of. And the only reason I found out about it is because somebody even left a comment on my X saying, "You're going to be doing an interview with White Rock." And I was like, I am? I was like, I had no clue that they were doing this, but I was like, whatever. And I remember responding to the comment being like, well, whatever. Let's see if they show up. Just took it with stride. So, yeah. And you can look at it like it's a PR stunt. You could be critical, and you guys can look at this like, hey, this makes us critical. This keeps us this keeps us as critical observers, and this keeps us as the level-headed guys in the crypto field. But right now, I don't look at you guys that way. I think you're being overly critical for the sake of being overly critical to keep your image, and that's my perspective. And you guys can take that how you like, not meaning it as an attack. Take it with the best intention. That's my perspective right now. I would love to think better of you guys, but I feel like, for one, you guys showed tons of evidence in the time that I've communicated with you that you haven't looked any of the evidence that I've shown you. The questions you've asked me and the stuff that you've brought up in this live alone has showed me that I don't even know if you guys have even watched my videos, and you're here interrogating me about stuff about, like, I don't get it.
You obviously missed the beginning of the live where we covered all that.
That is my perspective right now. So I had no control over that. It wasn't a PR stunt. And if you look at my video history, my videos on White Rock have done tremendously worse than all my other normal daily videos. My viewership has plummeted on my White Rock videos, not gone up. I went from gaining 1,000 followers a month to, over the past month and a half, I've gained maybe 500. Actually, I was gaining like almost 2,000 followers a month, maybe more sometimes. Now I've barely gained 500 in the past month and a half. This whole White Rock series has killed my channels, has killed my monetization. I'm making shit money off of my videos right now, where I was making decent money before. So your guys' perspective, where it's like, I understand you're trying to be critical, but it's like, you guys really need to look harder before you start delving in and start coming to paranoid conclusions that do nothing but tear someone down who's literally going through a hard time. And I'm here with a good faith to get to know you guys and have a good time. And I'm just not. I'm sorry. I appreciate you guys bringing me on here. I would hope in the future that we can communicate better and things go better. And I have no hate for you all at all. Wadi, I don't hate you. Oz, I don't hate you. I just think that this could have been better, and I hope in the future we can have a better friendship.
Let me just, before you go, let me just say that. Okay, just listen. Okay, all of these are recorded and posted onto YouTube. I feel like maybe you missed the beginning half of the live before you got in, and we addressed all the White Rock part, okay? And we talked a bit about it with you here, but we had already covered most of that information. And so I know it seems like an attack on you. It's not. They're just questions that not only that I have, but the community has reached out to me and asked me certain things. And I'm like, okay, these are questions that need to be answered for the people. And it's not a, like I said, it's not a slant at you. It's so that those questions that the community is asking can be answered, and it can come from the horse's mouth, because those questions can only be answered by you. And somebody has to ask the tough questions. And I don't, and that's why I made sure that I was very careful about how I asked you, and that I let you know that I was not there to attack you, but these questions did need to be answered. And please do not take it as any slant towards you. They just, this is where we're at in this whole situation, and we need to be open to it. Yeah, Jesse? Go ahead, Wadi.
OC, if I may, see, this is the problem that I have. You know, I really am the unbiased opinion guy here, right? Like, I barely know him. So if he sees, like, one of the things that kind of point just literally hit me when he was talking is like he got fired up when we asked the hard question. And in my experience, that's actually a bad thing instead of being a good thing. And I also noticed when we press him with the hard question, he usually got only 5 minutes, then he got to run and all of this. And I'll be completely transparent. Could it be a PR stunt? No offense. If I am wrong, God forgive me. Yeah, because you know what? You are going on different influencers live stream with all type of audience, and they are listening to your story, and you are gaining followers. So that's me being unbiased and keeping it real.
I just wanted to give myself a moment to like. Yeah, the only reason I asked the tough question is because the community is asking it, you know, and we need the answer, you know, and to get back to you, Dead Daddy, I understand the lack of viewership and the lack of traction in your show. TikTok changed their algorithm in August, and every creator is struggling. Okay, every creator's struggling. So it's not just you because of White Rock. It could be, but there are some major issues happening with TikTok. So you know, we all feel it as creators here. We all feel it. Okay, and it's not about attacking you whatsoever. It was about giving you an opportunity to answer the tough question, because we're journalists here. Journalists, good journalists, ask the tough questions that the people want to know. And it's not anything towards you. That's why I said, you know, hey, man, from the bottom of my heart, this is not a slant against you. This is not an attack on you. This is just what the question that the people want answered. Anyway, I hope you don't see any of this as ill will, okay? And don't take that negatively, because I do believe White Rock could quite possibly be a scam. There's so many red flags, and we addressed all of that in the beginning of the live. And I feel like if you had seen that, you would have maybe not felt so attacked. Just know from the bottom of my heart, there is nothing, no hate, no anything, nothing personal. This is just what I do. You're not the only one, man. I drilled White Rock the same way, and any other news publication or story that I look into, I do them all this way. I always have, and that's not going to change about me in this show. And those who are devoted followers here and watch this show, you know that. You know who I am and what I do, and we dig. We dig and we ask the tough questions. So please know nothing but love to you. But we have to, if the community is asking the question, we have to answer these questions. And you're the only one that can answer that question because nobody's asking it to you directly. Show you the questions, you got it, buddy. I will send it to you. I don't know if I should dox people though. But yeah, there's more than one person, okay? More than one person have asked this question. It's even a question I had myself, okay? It was a question I had myself. Does it make it true just because it's a question? No, it just means it's questionable. It's worth addressing, okay? Not an attack at you whatsoever. Wadi, did you have anything more you want to add on this one?
Yeah, no, I mean, my thing is that, Ozzy, like I said, look, I'm a very observant person. I'm a critical thinker as well. I watch how people move, how they react, and honestly, like I said, I don't know him like that. I saw a fellow content creator that was going through an unjust situation, and then, I decided, you know what? I'm going to support this. That is it. That is my whole how they say, as far as I go with this whole story, right? And obviously until today. Now, from my point of view, did I see a lot of inconsistencies? Yes, because it doesn't make sense at all. And well, the first thing that doesn't make sense is if you are seeing a project that could possibly be a scam, what would be the point of you going to an unknown country, not knowing the outcome of what's going to happen when he gets out there? So, yeah, I mean, it sounds fishy. Everything else, it's like, I don't doubt, in my opinion, about White Rock being a scam or not. I said it was a scam way before any of this with him happened. So I'm crystal clear on that. Now, my point of view, you just spend hours talking about, um, well, an hour or so, not hours, talking about narcissists and how they act and this and that. My friend, I apologize that daddy, but that was a narcissist reaction, what I saw from you.
All right. And you know, let's not throw spears, okay? Let's not do that. We are all creators here. Okay? And I want to let you know, Dead Daddy, that I chose to take on this everything that I divulged about White Rock. I dug way more into White Rock than I did you, buddy, okay? And at my conclusion, I would say that White Rock is a big red flag. I won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. In me personally, what you do your own research. I did mine, okay? But and we talked about that here at the beginning of the show, okay? Dead Daddy, for you, I took on this show because you are a fellow creator, okay? And I also took it on for the people because the people had questions, the community had questions, okay? And somebody has to be able to ask the tough questions, okay? And I want you to know I spent a lot of time, money, and resources on this, especially in the beginning, for you. We found a lot of information when we went on your live. You called me the GOAT, man. And I'm the GOAT because I asked the tough questions, okay? And I just want you to know that everything we did here was not to stick anything to anyone. It was about supporting you and the community together as a whole, because the community is the ones that are investing their money, their livelihoods, okay? And as creators, we have a responsibility to our followers, our viewers, okay? And I just want you to know that I did this for you, okay? And I want you to know that from the bottom of my heart, man, nothing but love. I get it, dude. I've been in your seat right now. I've been through the legal battles. I broke one of my NDAs on this show, and I have a legal battle ahead of me. Okay. I am in your seat, but sometimes we just got to do what we got to do.
Thanks for allowing me up. And Wadi, hey, how you doing? How's everybody?
How you doing, California Joe? Finally get to see your face.
What's going on, Joe?
Good. Yeah. I think the one thing that we all need to remember here, okay, during this whole process is this was, as you said earlier, and as Dead Daddy also said, this was a purpose, a goal to surround the community, to support him, okay? And I think along the way, and once again, this is my opinion, this is the way I see it, okay? And I want to say that, I don't have a vested interest in this. I'm not looking to create an influencing following of 1 million people and sell merch. That's not what I'm all about. I'm about supporting people, especially people that have a situation that's putting them in an awkward position. Okay, I think that we're losing a little bit of the focus, and I know that you brought up points about White Rock in the beginning of your show. I was in flight, so I was listening. I couldn't really jump in until now. But at the end of the day, good journalism, and I'm a communications major. I interned in major newspapers on the East Coast in my career. Good journalism is you give questions ahead of time, okay? If you're going to interview somebody, and especially if you're going to ask them tough questions, you let them see the questions. You let them prepare. You let them make a decision whether they want to be on to answer it or not. Sometimes people withdraw, such as what White Rock did when Dead Daddy gave him his list of questions. So I think the one thing that we're losing here is that the man is still under a lot of pressure. Okay, there's still a lot of unknowns out there that may come back to bite him in the ass. Okay, and we have to be cognizant of that. We have to be compassionate of that. If we're truly trying to be a community to support each other, we have to be cognizant of that fact. Okay, and the fact that he gets upset, listen, I would get upset too. Okay, when you're hit with something that's unexpected, your first reaction is shock. Okay, and people present that shock in different shapes and forms. Okay, so we can't criticize him because of the fact that he got upset at something that was being asked of him, or something that made him feel uncomfortable, or something maybe that he was afraid to talk about. Okay, and once again, and I appreciate Oz that you've apologized to him a million times, and Wadi that you said, you hope you're not wrong, and I the same thing. My whole goal in this was to take an idea that Brooke and I discussed with some other people on an influence stream and support one of our own, okay? And if there are tough questions to be asked, I mean, Oz, I've seen you reach out to him and say, hey, DM me, call me, talk to him. I've talked to him, okay? I've spoken to him. I've asked him whatever I needed to ask him. He's told me whatever he's needed to tell me, okay? So I think that would probably be a better approach. Okay, and then you can bring him on your show and ask the question, so that way at least he is prepared. And listen, when you talk to him initially, you'll be able to tell because of your experience whether he's telling you the truth or he's not. Okay, so at that point, then you can make a determination. But I think right now, there's a major misunderstanding here. Okay, and I think I just want everyone to understand that we need to clarify that So that way there is no hurt feelings. There is no feelings that we're trying to hurt him or hurt you or hurt Waddy or hurt myself. At the end of the day, guys, the focus is a community coming together to support each other so this doesn't happen tomorrow to you, Oz. And if it does, we'll rally around you too. Waddy, same thing goes for you. So that's just my 2 cents. And like I said, I have to jump off because, like I said, I was on a plane for a long time and I just got home and I want to be able to go have supper with the family. But I appreciate it and I will still continue to listen. But Oz, you are the GOAT. Waddy, you are great. Dead Daddy, you are a man. Okay, you are a master at what you do. And I wish everybody a lot of love and blessings because at the end of the day, that's what's needed. All right, brothers?
Thank you, California Joe. I appreciate you coming on the show, and I agree with everything you said. I want the record to show that I did question Dead Daddy about many of these things prior, maybe worded a little bit differently. But yeah, I already drilled him, so he knew what to expect from me.
All right, guys, listen, have a great evening, have a great weekend, okay? And I'll be listening to you guys from as I always do.
All right, thank you.
All right, take care,
Thank you for
Joe.
your kind
Much
words.
love, bro.
All right.
Yeah, no, Ozzy, I apologize, if I'm too straightforward. If by any chance I disrespected your show or anyone, I do apologize.
Well, I mean, sometimes when this because like we had talked about what we were going to do on the show, but I was just so busy I didn't really give you a list of questions or anything yet, and that's probably falls on me. So don't pay too much mind to it. It is what it is. It happened, but like I said, and I'm sure you would say as well, as we come from a place of respect and understanding, right? Would you agree with that? This all comes from a place of respect.
100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'd asked these questions already. Okay. There nothing new was brought up. Okay. So I think maybe more or less you may have taken a little bit of a low blow, but I understand why. So it is what it is. Let's let it be water under the bridge. There's no reason to create tension, especially amongst creators. Like California Joe said, we are a community. We need to be working for each other here and uplifting each other. And that was the whole purpose of this. But unfortunately, sometimes the hard questions have to be asked and they have to be addressed. And I wish that it had gone down a little bit differently. Did not happen the way I expected it to. And that's why I was very careful and tried to explain that, like, hey, don't take this the wrong way. He knows how I am. Okay. Everybody here in the chat that watches this show knows how I am, that when I investigate things, I ask the difficult questions. But I did not intend to be mean or anything like that. And these questions were already asked. He already knew what where I was going with this, So, thank you, TikTok seller. Appreciate you. Yeah, I deep dive into things and I ask the tough questions. That's why my audience watches this show, is because I'm not afraid to do what needs to be done, not just in the name of journalism, but in the name of the community, the people that watch the show. They're the ones at the end of the day that suffer when there's wrongful information put out. They're the ones, okay? So,
yeah, Ozzy, there's a question for you.
Yeah.
Since this is your show. Real XRP Wifey said, I'm interested to know what were the question.
What were the questions? God, I have a whole list of them. I asked him. I had a whole list. I drilled him. The first time I spoke with him, I drilled him on everything.
Yeah, and
But the
just to
questions
be
were
clear,
addressed on the live. So
go ahead.
if you missed the question, okay, you can watch these lives. They're recorded and uploaded to YouTube. They should be on by about midnight tonight. Okay, so all the questions are there in the live. Go ahead, Wadi.
Oh no, my thing is, like I said, honestly, I didn't have no ill intention. I don't have any ill intention. Just like you, I'm the type of guy, I am based on truth and facts. And if I see something questionable, then yes, I will ask. And then what makes it worse is the person's reaction in this case. It does more harm than good when you react a certain way instead of just being professional about it and, as we say, handle things like a man.
Yeah. I tried to be very professional, very sensitive, because I get it. It's a very sensitive thing to have those types of questions thrown at you. And that's why I I was very careful of the way I asked the question, and I want to be very professional here. This is a professional show here. We are a news media outlet, okay? And you know, I didn't want him to feel like he was being attacked. That's why I phrased it like I did, and I, let him know, like, hey, here comes the hardball, and he knows, man. The questions I asked him in private were way, way more critical and deeper into what was going on. Okay. And I feel like I softballed him. All right. I really do. Nothing but love to Dead Daddy. Okay. Like I said, I'm going through my own legal battles for breaking NDAs on this show. Okay. I got removed from TikTok for 9 days for breaking my NDA, but it needed to be done because it was the right thing to do. And it was not an attack whatsoever. And I tried to make that very clear. And I hope that he sees it that way. But as to what you said about how he responded to the question, it's normal human behavior to, if you feel attacked, it's a fight or flight adrenaline type thing. I don't see that as anything negative whatsoever. It's just natural, very natural for people to want to defend themselves. And that's why before I said any of these questions or anything, he would know where I was coming from and what could potentially be thrown at him. And I didn't want to ask the questions without him present on the live out of respect, because a man should be able to defend himself in the face of something like that. That it would have been very wrong to divulge any of this information without him present. So now I made sure of that. I alerted him to it. I gave him the opportunity to come on the live. I invited him to come here today because originally, Wadi, I wasn't even going to talk about this, but things were reaching a conclusion with the White Rock thing, and you were coming on, and I felt like it was appropriate. It was never an intention to use you as a way to gang up on him whatsoever. If he feels that way, or if anyone feels that way, it just naturally occurred this way. And you're asking the same questions I've been asking, and I think they are valid questions to be asked. And you and me are not the only ones asking those questions. There's definitely at least a group of people asking these questions, and they needed to be answered so that we could finally move on from this story, because I'm sure most of the chat is just white rocked out. I know I am. I jumped into this as support for Dead Daddy, just like California Joe had said it was meant to be a support group. I spent a lot of money out of my own pocket to get to the bottom of these things, because not just for Dead Daddy, but for the people. Because the people, they're, at the end of the day, the shows aren't about you and me as creators. They're about us as a crypto community. Crypto Slayer wants to come up. Did you have anything you want to elaborate on that, Wadi?
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't let Slayer talk. He's trouble.
We'll give him a chance. No trouble here, Crypto Slayer.
No,
nothing but love.
What's going on, Slayer?
No, I know I jumped in late, and I think a lot of people are just confused because it sounds like that last question was the question that kind of, I mean, I wasn't here from the beginning, so I can't speak from the beginning, but I just would like to clarify. It just kind of seems like that last question about that other live with the other content creator just seemed like it was, to me, coming into the live was reaching for, I don't know if they were, you said it was like a publicity stunt. Here's the thing, brother. I don't know how long you've been in the space. I'm a little guy in the space. I don't really even consider myself a journalist, a content creator, an influencer, all of those titles. I come on the space because I want to say something and get answers to stuff. When I hold my lives, I'd have 100+ people in my live, bro. When the markets are down, I'm gonna tell you, viewerships go down because nobody likes to look at their portfolio. That's just the name of the game. And so if I think that was a stretch for whoever's live he was gonna go on. I don't want to mention people's names because I'm not that person. But if they were reaching to get more gifts or more viewers or followers, people are going to follow you for your content, your personality, your creativity. No matter what you're saying, you can shill a meme coin and people will follow you if you shill a meme coin and you have that charismatic personality that you can relate to your audience. That's the vibe in the space. So I just wanted to say that a lot of people were saying they were kind of confused on what the hard questions were. The only hard question that I got was that last one. And that's where he kind of took offense that why would I go do that? I've jumped on Dead Daddy's lives. He's never brought me on a panel. I love the guy, but here's the thing. He would have 200, 300 people on his live. And viewerships are down because portfolios are down. It's not a publicity stunt. Everybody wants to get 100+ people on their lives. They want to, get their gift gal. If you're monetizing your situation, then that's your goal, is to monetize your situation or your influence or your creativity with your community of people that go when you go on live. So I just saw that last question. It I think rubbed them the wrong way because that was a stretch to me in my eyes that they would do it for publicity stunt. Who is going to be a guest on or whoever he's not. I'll pop into everybody's live, give you some gifts, say hi, and maybe if I got a few minutes, I'll jump. Like I've been on in your live, Oz, Waddy. I go on your lives almost daily. I'll go on to Dead
Yes,
Daddy's
sir.
live. But everybody's viewerships are down, so I think that was a stretch.
Yeah, well, that's
wasn't here
something
for the
that I
very
had
hard
stated, Crypto Slayer, is that everyone's viewership is down, especially in this space for sure. And I addressed that and basically said everything you said. I get what you're saying about that question. It was a tough question, and I tried to ask it in the nicest way I could. When I spoke to him privately, I did not ask it as nicely, that's for sure. And that's because that's what I do as a journalist, is I ask the tough questions. But I did not blindside him. I want everyone to know that. So that's the main thing here is, and do I believe that to be true? I'm not going to speculate on that whatsoever, but the community is asking those questions. And my job is to get the answers to the questions. And I felt like coming out and asking, he'd been asked before, he knew how I was going to be. I drilled him hard. Okay. And I'm not here to do a softball interview or anything like that. That wasn't what it's about. It is about supporting other creators, but it's also about getting the answers to the tough questions. The answer could have been easily just, no, I would never do that. But obviously, like I said, it's an adrenaline thing. It's a fight or flight thing. It's just human nature. I get it. But I in no way blindsided him. And I wanted to make sure that I asked the question not without him present in front of the community, because it did not feel like the right thing to do without him there to defend himself.
Okay, so the only thing I gotta say, OZ, and from my honest opinion, I don't think you did anything wrong whatsoever. You mentioned you are a journalist, right? So, what is the main job of a journalist? Is to bring out the facts and the truth. So, my issue became an issue when he started getting worked up and started seeing it like we were literally setting him up for an attack. And that to me, it's like, look, man, not for nothing, but yeah, you could kind of say I am from the ghetto, and we say if you cannot handle the heat, you got to get out of the kitchen.
Jesse, did you want to come up and say something? It sounds like you got something to say. You want me to mic you? But yeah, nothing was intended to be, an attack. Never was intended to be an attack. And when I had drilled him on all this stuff prior, I had questioned myself as a creator if I should even ask that question in public. However, as a journalist, I felt like it was what I needed to do, that it was the right thing to do, and that if it wasn't true, it would be brought to light. It would give him the opportunity to answer the questions that I'm not the only one asking that question. It is a massive community here of people that are wondering these things. All right, Jesse, I'm going to bring you up on mic. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think people are really misunderstanding. We have to ask questions that are uncomfortable. And it's not because, oh, we don't like this or that or whatever. A question that kept popping up because we talk to different people and give them the scenario, and they are like, well, it sounds like this. Well, what makes it sound like that? And unfortunately, the word publicity stunt came up a lot. And we were like, okay, well, which side? And we were like, we'll ask him because he's going to know. I mean, his answer will be like, no, not at all. Why would I do that? And unfortunately, he was a little hostile, and I get it. Emotions run high. But what people aren't understanding, the other side to that question is he might be in a publicity stunt and doesn't even know it. They might be promoting this. They're reposting his post about saying negative things about White Rock. White Rock is reposting his posts. So if he's not part of that publicity stunts, they made him the publicity stunt. They're using his anger towards them and all of that to either promote themselves and show people don't come after us. But the whole point was we kept getting that question. It sounds like a publicity stunt, but who's the one delegating it? And that was why we had to ask that question. It's not personal. None of the questions in journalism are personal because they're just not fun questions to ask, and that's fine. and I get why he was upset. But we also have to take in consideration when you make a puzzle, you need all of the pieces. You don't get a whole puzzle if pieces are missing. So that's all I wanted to say. It's not, personal, and we've been doing everything we can to make sure that his story is heard and important, because we don't want this to happen to other creators as well.
Thank you, Jesse. But yeah, someone in the chat said you could ask them better. I'd go back and rewatch the show, man. I tried to be as respectful as possible. What's up, Mega? How you doing, buddy? Glad to have you on the show, man.
What's going on, man? Can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah, you sound a little quiet,
What's
but
going
you're
on,
good.
Mega?
What's going on? What's up, Audie? What's up, Crypto Slayer? There's so many names that start with crypto,
Good
or have
evening, brother.
the word crypto in the name, my name included, where I just have to click on a person's name to make sure. I've been here since I got in, I would say 15 minutes before Dead Daddy came up. So I heard, the whole conversation about him, but then also, a chunk before. And I would say, I don't think it's bad, the questions that you asked. I think you did your work as far as asking the right questions. It's just the matter of how they were asked, you know what I mean? And like technical analysis, this is what we talk about all the time, right? Everything's information, right? Everything's an indicator, and information telling us what like things are looking. And I think for this type of a setting, it's usually more of a relaxed setting, as far as like, winging things. If people hop up, it's more of just, it wasn't really super planned. But I understand that you actually created this entire show today specifically for this topic and for the case of also bringing him up to talk and stuff like that. But just my personal view is there's different ways you can say things. You can say the same thing, but how you say it is different. Each time I could tell somebody I love them, but I can show them it instead of just saying it, or I can show them it and say it. I can just say the words and kind of walk away. There's different ways how we can say things and do things. Not like I said, I don't think that you guys did a bad thing of asking the questions you asked. I think where I saw the shift, the person just like kind of watching from the outside looking in, is as soon as I think you guys started kind of like, and I'm not saying this is like, I would say it could have been worded better, is what I could say, as far as like saying like he's kind of like a nobody in the space. And I don't agree with that. I don't think he's nobody in space. And I know that you don't think he's technically a nobody. And I don't think that anybody thinks that anybody's a nobody in here. But I think that kind of struck a chord with him when that was said, and I saw his face kind of shift. And I would personally be a little upset if somebody said that to me too. And so that's kind of just outside looking in, where I saw kind of that shift of where it went to more of the defensive side of things.
So, Mega, that was actually me that said it. And since you was here, you saw that I was trying to be as nice as possible to
No,
rephrase
100%.
it.
I do
Yeah,
agree with that.
but
I don't
yeah,
think that you were
but
trying to be malicious. I just think that that's where the
yeah,
shift was.
yeah. So, but that's what I'm saying, because, man, I mean, I've been in this space long enough, Mega. I hung around with all the bigger content creator. If people believe me or not, that's just their problem, right? So when I said that, I mean, like, I am pretty sure, like, and I know projects and scammy projects and all of
Yeah.
that. But when you look at the viewership that the content creator in this fact is that daddy that he's getting, which is not even that much. When you look at the followers, which is not even that much, then you do kind of question, well, why would they pick on you at all people? Because you're not
Yeah.
getting that attention. One thing about projects, because I have been sponsored by them in the past, the one thing projects want to know, how many viewers are you getting? How
Yeah, exactly.
much engagement are you getting? Am I correct?
I 100% agree that your motive and your mentality as far as like how like why you even questioned or somebody said, I don't think it was bad. I really don't. I would have probably said something similar, but I'm just saying for him, it seemed like that's where a shift was. I'm not trying to speak on his behalf. I didn't talk to him at all.
Yeah,
After this,
yeah,
whatever.
but I get
I'm
it.
just saying, just listening in and watching and kind of seeing the facial expressions. That's just where I saw a shift. And so I'm not saying you guys are right or wrong. I'm just saying that's where I saw it. And everyone reacts differently. Like what you said, like when the pressure's on, especially if you kind of get questions, or maybe he did know the questions. Like what Austin was saying. Maybe he shared those questions a while ago or talked with them privately or whatever. But I think maybe even having like a segment of just like preparing, like, hey, we're about to jump into these questions, and here's the list of questions that I actually gave to this person, and I'm going to read them verbatim, and they know exactly what they're going to be asked, or something along those lines. I think might be an approach where, it. I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. Do whatever you want. It's your show, It's
Yeah.
and
But
I
Mega,
enjoyed the conversation. I think it's good that you guys are digging into it though.
Mega, at the end of the day, respect is a big thing. So we do need to be respectful of each other. But that question was a question that I had asked him prior that he knew we were going to ask,
Yeah.
So, and like when I had addressed it, I told him, I was like, I tried, I said, no slant at you about this, but like there are other creators, that they could have singled out. And I also gave my speculation as to that. My answer to that question is maybe it was because he didn't have a major agency supporting him or something, and that it was
Yeah.
the
I
perfect
completely
person
agree.
to single him out. So,
Even he agreed with that too,
yeah,
and like he was even agreeing with that too, and that's why I'm saying, I'm like, listening in, I don't think you guys asked the wrong questions. I think you're doing a great job, to be honest, but I'm just saying the way he received it. I think, it's like when you're talking with somebody, especially like a spouse or a significant other, it's like you could say something, but it's like, what did they actually hear? You know what I mean? And so I'm thinking more of the psychological side of it rather than the actual factual questions in the moment, but more so where that shift happened, where maybe he felt a little more defensive and like, I don't want to be here for this. Um, and I would be a little offended too myself, if someone was saying those things about me. It's just a natural reaction, like you said before, to want to defend yourself. And
I
so that's just my personal opinion. Do whatever you want to do with it, but
I agree
just
with
sharing
you
my thoughts.
100%. And, I tried, and that's why I took a few pauses before and tried to assure him, like, hey, like, we're in your court, like, but these questions are being asked. We need to get them answered. But yeah, you're right. People don't want to be asked the hard questions. And it's just human nature. And
I
I
don't,
think
yeah.
you're right.
Even when
Like,
you ask me questions about book stuff, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you brought me up to talk about my book the
yeah,
other day, and even then, it's still like, oh, he's asking me questions about this. I need to make sure that I know what to say.
yeah,
Like even then, even if it's something or that's not even like controversial, like sometimes for me, I just get nervous.
yeah.
But anyway, what were you saying?
I forget.
Sorry.
I remember now. I remember. Uh, you know, I agree. You know, with maybe rewording things, but in hindsight's 2020. And like you said, when you're on the spot up here, even I'm on the spot asking that question. I'm like, how do I say this in a way
Yeah,
that I don't agitate him or hurt his feelings or you know what I mean? It's like, so it's actually it's difficult to be asked the hard questions. It's also difficult to be the person on the other end
I
asking it as
agree, man.
well. And it's very hard, and these questions were not fun, easy
No, it's not
questions.
easy. Not easy.
Yeah, and chat. I want you all to know this, that like I tried very hard to ask these questions in the most respectful way, because I do respect Daddy just as a creator. What it takes to be a creator, and what it takes that you go through, the emotional, just and everything about it is very draining on you mentally to do this. And Omega, I'm sure you know that. Wadi, I'm sure you know that. Any creator here is going to agree with that sentiment. There are times where I literally break down in tears because of one dude in the chat. You know what I mean? It's difficult. It's very difficult.
Look, I don't think that, and this is just my personal opinion, obviously, my own speculation, talking for technical analysis, is I don't think that Dead Daddy has any kind of ill will or any kind of intent to do anything to deceive people. I just think that in the moment, and I don't think he was necessarily acting narcissistic. You know, I just think that he was feeling pressured, especially maybe insulted in that moment. You know,
I
and
agree.
along with that, I would feel in that moment myself. I would be like, "Dang, man, you know, I came on to just have a conversation and answer some questions." You know,
Right. That's
feel like
why
I'm
I
getting
didn't.
insulted now. You
I
know,
never even addressed the narcissism part, you know, and my goal in this show is I don't take any stance. I will speculate on circumstances and what so on and what for, you know, whatnot, but you'll never know where I lie on this one. So that's the whole purpose of this show. Is it's up to the viewer to make that decision. We actually had a back and forth with the fact checker and one of the people in the chat, a longtime viewer, where we had some disagreements, and they were like, you need to take a side and you need to do this. And I'm like, that's not what I do. I'm not here to take a side. I'm
Yeah.
here to give you the information and you pick your side.
yeah. Yeah, I'm not about like forcing people into like submission, you know. Like you have to choose this. And that's why I'm also coming on here, and I appreciate you bringing me up. It's your show, you know, like I don't care how many followers I have or anybody else has. It's your show, it's your platform, your community. And so I want to be respectful of that. And so that's why I'm also trying to say the things I'm saying in a way where I'm still respecting you and your platform and your community, while also just at least sharing what I kind of saw from the outside looking in. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, dude. I'll tell you what, Mega, when it comes to being a creator, you are my mentor. I will always digress to whatever Mega says. Mega is the gentleman of the crypto space for sure. And we talked about this before, man. Like, there were a few times where I was having a hard time with, you know, dealing with bad actors in the chat and stuff. And I reached out to you, and I didn't. You were live when I reached out to you, and I hopped into your live, and you answered the question before I could even answer it. And I really respect you, by the way. Maybe I put you on a
appreciate the
pedestal or
words.
not, but dude, nothing but respect to you,
Tear me
man.
down. Say something mean about me now. It has to be a sandwich.
Mega likes to eat cookies, a lot of them.
That is actually a very downside about me because I always crave them. I'm not even joking. Most days is a struggle just to get without having a cookie.
That's awesome,
Well,
man.
the first time I met Mega, I got a message, "Hey, how's your training going?" And yeah, you
That's
know
not
how
me.
that went.
It's not me.
I was
Did you
actually
send me all your
lucky
crypto
enough.
to invest?
I was lucky enough to get Mega to actually message me before the fake Mega, because I'd have been talking to the wrong guy.
I think that's one of the biggest downfalls of TikTok right now, and I think it's my conspiracy. Not to shift the subject necessarily, but is that they want more users for numbers, and so they don't care if there's bots. They don't care if people are faking things or doing whatever. You know, just kind of let it all be, and then they just kind of have the overall statistic numbers to kind of push out there and get people to invest and whatnot. So I think that's kind of one of the biggest downfalls is people can impersonate anybody, and there's so many people getting scammed.
Yeah.
There could literally be a class action lawsuit being formed right now if we really want to.
Ooh, get me on, sign me up. I
I'm
just
not
got
going
my
to
check
organize
from the
that.
forum, dude. I'll take it.
No, but I really do appreciate you guys. Wadi, I do appreciate your honesty. I know you like to dive into things as well, like Austin does, and it's not anything against you. You know, I'm just sharing what I saw from the outside looking in. You know what I mean? There's no disrespect or
No,
less
no,
than
Mega,
mentality on my
look,
end.
though you don't have to even explain yourself, bro, because one of my biggest issue is that I am brutally honest, bro. I have zero tolerance for bullshit, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to curse, and scams and all of that. So that's
Yeah.
why I am the way I am, bro.
No,
But
I completely
no
understand that.
need. You could have, you're right. I should have tried to find the way to not make him feel like, hey, you are a nobody in this space. Even though I did tell him with all the content that he's creating, he's going to be a big influencer.
Yeah,
So
I
yeah,
understand that, and
once
I
again, I
I
messed up there
I'm sorry.
probably.
No, I definitely agree with you, and I know both of you like both set it up where you were just like, please understand, this is not trying to be mean, not trying to come across as, trying to hurt your feelings or whatever. And I completely understand that. I'm just saying that even if somebody said all those things to me and then followed it up with what they was said, I would still be offended.
Yeah. And it
I'm
was
just
never
saying.
my intention to bring him on here for us to
Yeah.
um jump on him, like team up against him or anything like that. And I feel like that's more or less maybe what he might have felt. I never intended that, and I probably should have thought about it, but I tried to get Dead Daddy to come on so many times, and he
Yeah.
just, it wasn't until
He
Wadi
has a lot
was
of stuff
here,
going
then
on
all of a
too
sudden he's like, all
personally,
right, I'll
but
be there. Even today,
Yeah.
he didn't agree to come on the show. I was like, hey, I want you to come on the show. We're going to talk about everything we talked about, and it's all going to come out today. Not all of it, but most of it. And I was like, I want you to be there because it's important that you're there to, to defend yourself and be a part of it and tell your side of
yeah.
the story. And I hope he doesn't feel like I set it up for us to attack him, because I had no intention for that. And I feel like I didn't attack him. But I understand, his feeling in it, but it was never an intention.
OC, it's okay, man. Just put the blame on me, bro. No worries. It's all good.
Unfortunately, because it's my live, it falls on me.
Yeah, no, all good, man.
That's
It
good.
falls on me.
You ever read the book? What's it called? No, I have to open it up. I'll be right back. I'm gonna open it up real quick to see what book it is.
Speaking of books, I got this book right here I'm reading right now. I've read it probably 20 times. This is a psychology textbook from Harvard University from 1968. Ooh, this thing is good, man. If you want a good read, if you like science and stuff like that, it's mostly like science experiments and stuff. You won't see this.
What book is it?
This is psychology from Harvard University
That's
from
just that's just a
1968.
textbook,
Yes. And
dude. Just straight up textbook.
you won't find, they don't talk about this stuff in universities anymore. And these textbooks have been completely changed now. And man, there's some really controversial stuff in there. It's a lot of animal testing and stuff. I love animals, but I also love information. But definitely a rabbit hole for sure. Jump down that one.
The book that I was talking about is called Extreme Ownership. It's by Jocko Willink, and he was a Navy SEAL. And the premise of the book is him sharing his life, and then also his work within the Navy SEALs and whatnot, SEAL Team 6, I believe it was. And just as the leader, no matter what happens, is the ability to take full ownership, even when it sucks, And then you're just like, it is what it is, and it completely starts to shift things in a lot of people's lives when you start to do that. Take ownership for, why are my bills not paid, or why is this happening? Why is this person mean to me? You know what I mean? And there's always reasons we come up with, as to pointing the finger, and the book talks about basically pointing the finger back at yourself. What could have I done differently, or what can I do different next time? Adapt to the situation and overcome it like a Navy SEAL would.
That's
And a really cool
exactly
book.
how I look at it right now is, no matter who said what, the blame falls on me. It's my life. And I'm learning. I'm new to this content creation stuff. I've only been around a couple months, and as much as we've been blowing up so quickly is just fascinating to me. But yeah, I'm completely unprepared for any of this. It's a learning curve for sure.
Yeah, exactly. It's all learning. It's all information, and you're doing a great job, though. I think
Thank
you're doing
you.
a great job, honestly.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I've been here for 3 years and a half, going on 4. And that's why I am also so critical with a lot of topics. And look, man, I honestly, and just so the audience know, OC invited me to the show. I did not even know that Daddy was gonna be up here. I thought it was a solo interview. That's what I thought. So, just to be clear, this was not a planned situation
Yeah.
or anything like that.
As far as I knew, Dead Daddy wasn't coming on either. He told me that he wasn't going to be able to make it, but he would be listening. So, and then he jumped up.
Oh, it's
Hey, guys.
Bush Babe.
Hey,
Hey,
Bush
guys.
Are
Babe.
you
How are you?
dancing on top of your desk?
I'm not dancing on top of my desk right now. I'm laying on the couch in pajamas. Totally
Where's
opposite.
Cosmic? Let's make it a party. Where's Cosmic at?
I know. You know what? I'll invite him right now. I don't know if he's up, but I'll invite him. I just wanted to say something. When Mega was talking about, the TikTok and how many copycats there are and stuff like that. We're in a space that we think we know each other, but we really don't. And I think at the end of the day, you have to ask those hard questions. And I think Dead Daddy was completely oblivious to what was going on, but I do think that they had a definite plan to use him in the scenario that they did. And watching this whole thing unfold, they're getting a lot of publicity from all of this. And what I was saying in the chat is that when you get bad publicity, and you have a lot of strong followers, all that does is it makes your strong followers double down, right? And defend you.
Exactly.
And I think that's what it did. It made them all double down. And so it was not a dumb move on their part to utilize this publicity to do that.
And that's exactly what Jesse was stating is like the question, is that why did even White Rock post what he had posted on their website? It was all publicity, and I don't want to take a side. Okay, that's not what I do, but it was very thought-provoking and raised a lot of questions of why they did that. And I think you're right. I think that they you know what they say, no publicity is bad publicity, but whether it's positive or negative, it's good.
Yeah. And I think
Yeah.
I think that they knew that their defenders were going to double down, right? And all that does is it actually exacerbates their followers to go out and make public all of this stuff to make it look like they're calling us a scam or whatever. And I think at the end of the day, that's what this did. And it's unfortunate that he felt like you were attacking him or anyone else was, but I feel like it was good for those questions to be asked at the end of the day, because I feel like crypto is a very like uncertain place, right? And there's a lot of people behind the curtains that don't show their face and are anonymous, and
Hey.
a lot of project and a lot of project teams, right, that don't do that as well. And I think when you have that, you have got to dig deeper. you know.
Yeah,
So,
bullish. And to
hey,
your
Wad.
point, hi.
Hi.
To your point, yeah. It's funny because when I had a private conversation with Joe, but obviously I'm keeping it private, and that was one of the things that I did mention. I was like, well, Joe, you know what they say about publicity, right? Good or bad is still publicity. So I'm not trying to accuse anyone of anything, but we just never know at the end.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I was gonna say is I've been in the space long enough. I funded meme coins project. Right now, I'm funding freaking CBCN from time to time. I don't see their team reaching out to me. Hey, come find out what is our project about.
I'm
And the
doxing myself
reasons
right now, but
why,
my last name is Futter.
what happened?
But that's the thing is, like, at the end of the day, if the team isn't coming back, you kind of know it's, and again, I don't want to get into any big thing, but if you kind of know that something is going on when a team doesn't come back and send somebody who is in press out, right, for a big project like this and actually answer the questions that are being asked. And that has not happened yet, as far as I'm concerned, right?
I think
100%. And the questions I'm in contact directly with White Rock, they will not answer any of my questions on any of their official emails or websites linked to them officially. They will only talk to me through middlemen and like telegrams and things like that. And I keep telling them, I'm like, look, I want to get the questions answered and everything, but it has to be on the record. It has to be official. Like otherwise, it's nothing. And it's just been a runaround
I
with
mean, that's
them.
telling, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's telling for sure.
I just wanted to say I do agree with you, Bullish, babe, because for myself, I like to stay anonymous, and it has been a tough journey as far as like building the trust. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I've been in this since 2020, as far as like creating stuff for crypto and stuff like that. Started over on X, did that, built it up to like almost 3,500 followers or so, and then I stopped doing that for a couple of years because of like health stuff in my family, and then started doing this in November. And for me personally, I was just like, how do I build that trust with people? Not so I can sell them something or do something, to try to gain anything necessarily, but just so they could feel safe in the community. And I think the more influence you start to have, the more you have to almost like, not that you have to dox yourself, but the more you have to really prove yourself in the community as far as being a person who's willing to take some hard hits, take some hard
Yeah.
questions and really be as transparent as possible. And so it's like, if I'm not showing my face, if I'm not sharing my name and where I'm at and stuff like that, what other ways can I still create that connection with people? And so one of the things I do is create free things, free resources or videos just trying to help people and stuff, that live streams, just teaching people things and stuff. And so it could only make up so much of it, but especially when it comes to, my point is this, is when it comes to companies that are actually creating crypto and solutions, I think the amount of transparency there should be beyond reproach.
Is huge. Yeah.
You should be able to look at a company and say, I don't even need to go talk to them. I already have all the answers. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I've said before is I think that it's really funny. I mean, I right now own 3 businesses that I run. And I think that it's funny in crypto that people don't treat crypto projects like businesses, and
yeah,
they don't. And I think that that is something that needs to change in crypto, because there are so many projects out there that are allowed to operate like they're not businesses, that it's a problem in crypto, and it's
100%.
actually kicking people out of our space, because they're not operating the same way that a regular business would operate. And why do we allow them to do that? I don't understand, you know.
I think that creates an avenue. That's a void right there, right? That creates an avenue
Yep.
for if you are willing to be that person who is transparent and has a project that really has a solution, or maybe
hmm
you're just like reaching out to companies saying, "Hey,
Thanks, Francesca.
you need to be transparent, and I'm willing to be a person that helps you to do that." Almost like a consultant type of deal to help people to be more transparent as companies. I don't think they would really care about that, but that is a void, whatever way you want to approach it, because it's proven to be very taken advantage of right now with
And it's
scams and
interesting. I think,
schemes.
yeah, and I think a lot of people have been able, a lot of projects have been able to hide behind, the fact that there's not clarity in regulation, and so that's why they're doing it. And I think that that's what's so important about clarity and regulation in the space. If we have that, then these companies and these projects can't hide behind that excuse anymore. And I think that that's
A
really important
hundred
that we get that.
percent.
Yeah.
No,
Let me
that
ask.
is 100%. But guys, OC, thank you so much. Bullish, it's been a pleasure.
You too.
Mega, likewise.
Yeah,
I
Wally,
actually
Good
have
seeing
my
you.
best friend
thank
over
you for
here. He
coming.
came all the way from Texas, and we're
Oh,
supposed to go out and enjoy. You
Hey,
Have
know,
thank you
fun.
for coming on, Wally. I
thank you.
appreciate you coming on.
You're a G if you're going out at 10:30 at night, Wadi.
Yeah, he's going out in
Hey,
his
well, you'll be
BMW.
surprised. I'll post
paint
the
the town.
videos. You guys see. You know what we did yesterday? So my wife went to a concert, and me and Ken and his two brothers were all best friends. We grew up together. We went to pick her up, right, from the concert. So we were all hungry. You want to know where we was at 3 a.m.? In freaking IHOP.
I was just gonna say, was it Taco Bell or IHOP? So
No, no, it was IHOP. So, but hey, guys, I appreciate y'all. Love ya.
have a good
OC,
night.
once again, I apologize, bro. I didn't mean to, make things worse. And I appreciate you, brother. Have a good one.
I appreciate you too, and
Bye, Wadi.
I mean, I'm not upset at you, but I just want everyone to know I never intended anything to happen like this, and I'm learning. I'm learning here too, and I'm going to count this as a good learning experience because this won't be the only time that we're asking tough questions and doing things,
Exactly.
but the responsibility does lie on me. I definitely know that in the future I will probably be jumping in at that point to squash that sooner. And I didn't want to interrupt anybody and then cause more tension, but I realized that that may have not been the right direction to go. But I am learning here. So please, chat, Dead Daddy, everyone, creators, do bear with me. I do apologize. I'm looking to hone my skills here as a creator because I am new. We've only been around a couple
I think you
months.
apologize more than enough towards Dead Daddy. I think you
Yeah,
apologize more than enough. I don't think you
I
need
do
to.
too. Yeah, I do too. And I think at the end of the day, like, there are emotions that are running high here.
Yeah,
Obviously, like feels like he's been slighted, which I tend to agree. But I think, when you're in an interview and you're a journalist trying to get the truth out, when you do that, um, sometimes emotions on the other side take over. And I think that's probably what happened. And it's not the fault of anyone. It's just the heat of the conversation that's
it's
going on
all
right now.
Wadi's fault. It's all
Yeah.
Wadi's fault.
We'll blame him
Yeah,
now
John,
that
he
he's
can't
gone.
talk.
I feel like it would have went better if it was just me and him one on one, but I could not get him to get on here. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, I was a little frustrated. I'm like, man, I spent a lot of time, money, and resources paying a full staff. We worked overnight, 24 hours straight, to get information for his live. That was like the next day so that we would be prepared and everything. And it cost me a lot of money to cover and do this story. But I could not get him to just come on. And then he even said that he wasn't coming on, and then he showed up. Like, I don't know.
Like a phantom.
Yeah. And it's
Yeah, but I think for him, it's like a safety thing now, right? You've got this
Yeah.
really I have to be careful what I say here,
I
but
know, right?
you've got this, yeah, right? You've got this company that obviously felt comfortable enough to fly him out and know what they were going to put him through when they did it. And so for me, I think there is like a piece of this that is like a safety issue as well.
I agree with that 100%. Like, and that's why I tried to tread so lightly on this one. Because like I said, I'm in a similar legal boat because of being a content creator, breaking my NDA. I got removed from TikTok for 9 days. Like, I know how that feels, and yeah, you get very not just defensive, but like, um, it, what's the word I'm looking for? But like, you don't want, you got to tread lightly and be careful about everything you say, everything you do, everyone you talk to,
Yeah.
because
They're walking on eggshells.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. And
absolutely.
so I don't hold it against him at all the way he reacted. I mean, I probably wouldn't have reacted the same way, but I think the average human, that's a normal response. Very normal.
I didn't even think about that aspect of it, honestly, until you two just talked about it. It was just the aspect of he has people breathing down his neck. So that pressure on top of, maybe feeling like he didn't really get a good shake or whatever. I'm not here to say whether he did or not. I'm just saying, maybe that's your perspective and what caused the reaction. But he's a nice guy, I like him. I have
Yeah,
nothing
I mean,
against him, but
that's the thing. Like he, at the end of the day, like if if a project said to you, "Why don't you fly out here so that we can prove that we're not whatever you think we are," and you flew out there and then had to deal with this, at
yeah,
the end of the day, like you'd come back the same way, right? You'd come back confused and angry and emotionally heightened. And I think that's, I feel, I don't know him, but I feel like in every interview, he's been as genuine as possible.
yeah,
Um, and again, I don't know him and I don't own White Rock. I never even looked into it, to be honest. Um, but I feel like this is a very emotionally heightened ordeal for him.
Yeah,
yeah,
and I
for
mean,
sure.
think about the other people that are in the project that own White Rock, how they feel, because I got a lot of nasty letters from people that hold White Rock. And yeah, those people too, like they don't want something bad to happen to their investments because of somebody talking, and it's just a very, very nasty place crypto is. And that's part of why I started this show, is because I wanted to bring a sense of integrity and professionalism to a den of thieves. I say this all the time, and yeah, it's very difficult when you're in a place where most creators, they have everything to gain from shilling out a coin to somebody, and that integrity is lost somewhere along the way. And that's my goal here, is to build a sense of integrity in my platform so that people will trust me. And the chat here in this show, they trust me because they know um, I don't take a side, and um, I don't really shill anything. I do the TA and stuff, but like if I find something that I believe in, I'll say, hey, this looks pretty cool. Let's learn about it. But I'm not here to, everybody throw your life savings at it. I'm about, trying to help people grow their financial freedom for themselves and their family for generations to come. And it's about uplifting people and helping people. That's why I give a donation from the show. Every month we raise money, and because it's about building a community and giving back to the community.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
think that's the difference. I've said this on a couple of lives actually. I think this is the difference between content creators in the last cycle and in this cycle, right? In the last cycle, what used to happen is that the content creators would own something and then they would talk about it. And so it wasn't necessarily that they were getting paid for it. They may have gotten paid for it afterwards, but they actually held it and believed in it before they got paid to talk about it. And I think in this cycle, it's very different. The smaller cap um, meme coins, which there are some that are valid, are paying these content creators before they ever have owned the project. They're giving them a huge amount of their supply to shill it and then pump it. And then these creators are dumping it and then also dumping the projects, right? And so it's just very different this cycle, I feel like, especially with like pump fun and everything that's happened. We're just in a different we're in a different crypto world at this point.
Can I
Which
ask
is
a question
unfortunate.
here?
Hmm.
I do agree with that as well. Um, by the way, another thought, Den of Thieves, you said that it is a good movie. If you've not seen that movie, by the way,
I have seen that movie. It's a
such a
good
good
movie.
movie, Gerard
Yeah,
Butler.
such a good movie. Yep.
Um, but do you guys know if they're so the basic gist of what you're doing, Austin, is you're laying it all the chips on the table and saying, look, let's just dive into this. Let's see what there is. Let's so everyone knows, not just you, not just a few people, but so that everyone knows. Do you know if there's a website or a resource where that is basically almost like how the Howie, method was done for knowing if something's a commodity or security? Do we have a resource ready of that where there's different parameters? Does this company have a white paper? Do they have a clear path, with roadmap, but also not just doxing, but like more information about the type of questions you ask personally?
So
Yeah, so
yeah,
I think like the oh, sorry, go
uh,
ahead.
Waddy had mentioned one that he used, and I'm gonna reach out to him and find out what that is, and I'll let you know. I don't really know. I've never used it before, so I try to vet my sources. But that's part of why I have 3 journalists here and a fact checker, because we have a right wing, a centrist, and a left wing journalist for a reason, so that we don't create echo chambers. And then we have the fact checker that's separate to sift through those to come to um, basically, okay, here's what this side's saying, here's what the other side's saying, here's what the middle's saying, here's the facts, and then I take that and I go through with a fine tooth comb and I display the facts and then I give my opinion. And that's why we have the show we have, is because we are sifting through so much FUD. And it's not just in crypto. This is also just financial news in general. And we also cover, the war, because I believe that that plays a role in finances right now. So like there's a lot that we have to dig through here, and that's our purpose. Our purpose is to dig, get the information, give it to you, and then you decide, not me decide for you.
Not to put more stuff on your plate personally, but do you guys already have like a spreadsheet or something along those lines of the ones you've already kind of went through?
What do you mean spreadsheet? Like
Or something, just like different projects you went through, different types of questions you asked, their answers, or the types of resolutions you had for them. Because I would like that personally, like some sort of resource if you're diving into those.
pretty much the only record of it is the shows that are recorded and posted to YouTube.
Okay.
I believe they're on Twitch as well, but that might actually be a good thing to do.
You just gotta be careful how you do that too, so you don't have the companies come after you.
Yeah, that is true. And that's why I'm reading the news from all different sides, and then you decide. But then, I find things in articles where they say, they'll say, oh, inflation is down, it's only up 1%, right? And then we read through the article and it says, well, actually inflation's up 2.4%, but we took out energy and food costs to come to this number. And I'm like, okay, people spend 90% of their income on energy and food. I think that's relevant information to divulge. And they do it this way in order to get the headline that they're looking for, which moves the market in ways that they want it to move and manipulates people. And so like that's basically what I'm doing here, is like we're getting the actual truth.
I mean, there's like, token sniffer that's out there. The problem with those websites is that they're looking at, like check, check, check. Do they have an
Okay.
audit? Do they
It's very
do they
surface.
have do they have a white list? Do they have a black list? Is there 95% of their token supply locked up? And at the end of the day, like a company or a project that is trying to fool you or rug you will have all of those things in line. What we're
Yeah,
looking for is
100%.
actually, do you have a roadmap, and have you taken steps on that roadmap? Are you actually functional at this point? And those are that's the type of indicator that I would like, is something that is a little bit more extensive, as far as, is this project actually doing what they're saying they're going to do? And if
Yeah.
they're not going to do that, this is just like smoke and mirrors, which
Here's
a
the
lot of
issue
these
with
projects
that.
are.
Here's the issue with that. Have you ever heard of NewsGuard?
No,
No.
I haven't.
Okay, NewsGuard is basically the same thing for the news. It's fact checking, right? And they give things like a rating based off of like how true or how false they are, right? But they claim to be unbiased and factual, but they use the same tactics that the media does in order to press a narrative that works in their favor, or what they want to divulge. So what'll happen is an article will come out and say Donald Trump did a backflip on Tuesday at 5 p.m., right? And it'll say false, debunked, right? But then you go and you read the article and it says, no, Donald Trump did not do a backflip on Tuesday at 5 p.m. He did a front flip, and it's like it gets lost because they change one little thing in their headline to make it look as though it lines up with the other headline, but it's misleading to make it look as though the narrative is false when it's actually true. That's the problem.
I mean, and that's why doing your own research in crypto is so important. I know we all
100%.
want like a fast win. We all want to get in
Right.
at the bottom and like ride it to the top and become a millionaire overnight. But at the end of the day, most people that are millionaires in crypto did not make it overnight. They
hmm
actually researched, they got into projects that they not only believed in, but had utility. And then they actually waited and were patient for that to actually go up. And I think that's the problem. We're portraying crypto as something that is an overnight success, like a lottery. And that's not what crypto is at all.
Agreed.
I'm still waiting for my safe moon to go up. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
No, that's
I'm waiting for my SXT to go up,
Good old
man.
safe moon.
SXT seems promising. No, but the reason why I say it is because I keep my portfolio relatively tight as far as like almost small handful of stuff, and most of the stuff people know what it is. I don't divulge like how much I have of whatever, but just more so like I'm not really in the realm of looking around as much. You know what I mean? So that's why I was curious as far as any kind of resources, or is even if it was just like, Austin, I know I don't want to put more stuff like, because if I share an idea, then your people are probably like, stop telling him different ideas, because then he'll want to do it and then give him more work. Job security. No, but even if it was like releasing an article of like what you did, and I would love to read those, and dive into different projects like that. But don't do that on my accord. I'm just sharing an idea. I like what you're doing, and having it digestible other than just a live stream too is also a nice avenue. Just to throw it
Yeah.
out there.
I think that's actually a great idea. Jesse's probably ripping her hair out right now because she knows she's going to end up managing
Dang
it
it.
and writing it.
She's been trying to do that forever, right?
And everything needs to be referenced, every sentence, everything.
Yeah.
It
And
needs to be
a
tokenized
link.
as well.
Yeah, I think that
link
would
to
be a
every
great
single
resource,
sentence.
though. I don't know. I'll think
Like
about it.
new
I have a
people that are
lot on
coming
my
into
plate.
the
I think I'm doing about 20 hours a day right now.
No,
I got
you
like
don't have to
two and
do
a
that.
half hours of sleep last night.
I'm just saying it would be a cool thing,
It would.
whether it's now or later in the future, I'm interested.
Maybe that's something I could do with the Discord. I just started Discord, and it's just starting to go. I'm doing my TA classes on Discord now. By the way, if anyone wants to sign up for the Discord, make sure you send, or the link is in my bio for the Discord. And if you want to sign up for the technical analysis classes, either send me a DM on TikTok, or there's a hashtag TA classes sign up on the Discord. Sorry, I didn't mean to do
Yeah,
a
I'm
little
excited.
PR.
I'm excited to come on your show because you're a TA specialist, and I do a lot of trading. And so it's funny because I think you were in our live the other day, and you were like, "That's what I'm seeing too." So I'm interested to see what you're seing in the market.
Yeah, I definitely have a different style, that's for sure.
I do
No
too.
indicators.
Yeah.
No
No, me either.
indicators.
Yeah, me
You don't
me
use
too.
indicators? I use 3.
I just use like the Stokes. I'm like a pattern seer. I think
Yeah,
it's like my
Same.
ADHD. I can see the patterns, and then I
same.
just find confluence, and that's where I trade from.
That's
And the indicators actually mess me up if I have indicators on my chart.
I'm exactly the same way. I noticed that about you. That's why when you said the
Yeah.
prices, I was like, that's exactly what I'm
Yeah.
seeing. And I have that bad ADHD, and I
Yeah.
see the patterns, you know. I mean, look at my chart on the live here. It's a massive head and
Yeah.
shoulders. But I guess where I get it is like I see the pattern before it forms. Like Mega will back me up on this
Me
one.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah, me too. And we were actually trading in the wolf pack today for 2 hours on like the 1 minute. And this guy Phil, who is a really really good trader in the wolf pack and has been trading way longer than I have, we see things the exact same. And so he was writing me tonight because we're both in a SHIB short right now. And he was saying, this is where I see it going. I see it going up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's where my entry is. Like we were spot on. It's crazy. I feel like most people in crypto are neurodivergent,
yeah.
you
You
know?
have to be.
So yeah, I think so.
Hey Mega, I got a question for you. Are you
I
seeing
might have an answer.
are you seeing the head and shoulders, or are you seeing a quadruple bottom here, bro? Because
I
I'm on the
am
fence.
seeing both.
Are you
That's
on the
why
daily?
I've been kind of holding off.
That's why the white light
Just
is on. It's either red, green, or white. If it's white, it's like I have no idea.
honestly, the way I report it is like, look, we have the left shoulder is a small head and shoulders.
Yeah,
The head is a double top. The right shoulder is a head and shoulders. And
yeah,
altogether, it's a huge head and shoulders.
yeah,
And I was like, it might even be a trap. I was like, we just have to be careful, you know. But it's when you have that much indication going on with patterns, I'm just like, kind of like, Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. It's just like, is the wall going to be painted? Am I going to just run flat into it? And so I think it's good to keep that in the back of your mind. And that's partially why I always have like that paranoid feeling of like, oh, the whales are after us.
yeah.
you know, just because it's true. It's like so many times we've had good patterns for them. Cup and handles and inverse head and shoulders, and it just gets squashed. And
I'll tell
now
you
we have.
this:
Oh, good.
it's easier for it to go down than it is for it to go up.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
And that's,
and
I think,
go ahead.
a lot of people don't realize that they'll start to like. I mean, how many times have you heard it too, or even Bullish Babe? Like anytime it goes up a little bit, people are like, it's never going back down. I'm like, dude, chill out.
Yeah. People come
Like,
into the
it's
live and
obvious.
they're like, oh, it's going up. You said it's going down. I'm like, yeah, it is. Just give it some time. It's gonna go down. I'm like, and like,
Are you guys looking at, is this XRP on the daily? Is that what you guys are
That
looking
looks
at?
like the daytime frame.
yeah, this is the
Or
daytime. I mean, even the week time frame looks
yeah,
the
it's very similar
same.
now.
Look at that. That's a head and
We have enough
shoulders.
information on a weekly now to start seeing what's happening. I think that's too long as a flag, to be honest with you.
I agree. It's not a flag,
Once it
and
starts to fizzle out after, like before the head and shoulders that we have now, the big one, if it had started going up from there, then I'd be like, okay, maybe it was, some sort of a flag formation. But now that we're going sideways even more,
it's
I feel like that fair
consolidation is
value
what
gap
it
on the
is.
downside.
It's consolidation on the downside for sure. And I mean, with the time of year it is right now, and with what's going on in the world right now, I'm leaning towards down, baby. Everything points to down.
Well, we went up in November. Usually, what happens after you go up is distribution, and then what happens after that?
Yeah.
So,
Down.
so are you guys seeing like the double bottom on the hourly though? Like, there's a big, huge double bottom.
I saw
I
that
don't usually
too.
watch
And that's why I
the
think it'll go to
hourlies too much.
233.
I don't usually watch the hourlies too much. More so just because I like to see more long term. I don't like to freak out too much.
Look, it's right here.
But yeah. So we'd go up to
233.
Go up to meet the last top pretty much. So a
Yeah.
double, quadruple bottom. Look, I'm down for it if it was to shoot up, but it's always good to keep in mind what we're seeing right now with patterns.
I hope it shoots up. I got to pay the staff here, man.
I just think what it looks like is that XRP may have some news. That's what I think right now for the storyline. I think XRP may have some news that's going to take it up before maybe everything else
I don't know. I'm not
on that
feeling
one
that.
1 hour.
I think we're newsed out on this one, and the only news we're going to get is speculation to the case being dropped. But I'll tell you this right now, what we're going to, mark my words, Torres is going to say 60 days. 60 days review.
60 days?
Yep. I don't know if you guys know this about me. I was studying for the bar exam before I decided to be a creator. I don't know what I was thinking, but yeah. That's just the legal process. It's continuance after continuance, and this is what I think. Okay. I know I'm a futter, but this is what I'm thinking here. If XRP was going to be used like a currency, we would need clear regulation on whether or not these currencies, not just XRP, are securities or commodities. And I feel like if that was the direction that they were going, was using these decentralized coins, that would be one of the first things to come out for legislation. But the first legislation that's come out has been stablecoin bill. And they're looking to maybe even revise it to have the Fed be in control of the regulation of stablecoins, which I think is a one-way track to a one world currency. And Mega, I know you're a believer.
I'm a moon boy.
Yeah, you're. Well, I mean, biblically,
cheese, right?
you're a believer biblically, right?
Oh,
So,
I think my XRP.
oh well,
Yes, I am a believer.
I go to Mega to make me believe about XRP. He makes me less bearish, but whether you believe or not, the fact of the matter is there are people that do, that are in control of everything, and they are pushing for these things to happen. So I believe that is the direction that the world is headed, is this one world government, one world currency. And it's about control, not about, decentralization. And that makes me a bit biased to this. But I think that the overall goal here is CBDCs and stable coins. And that being the case, what purpose does XRP have? Well, then, because RLUSD can do basically everything that XRP can do, except for it needs XRP to facilitate the gas fees, and it needs it as a liquidity pool. So really, what real value will it have? Because it's going to be like trying to fill a bucket that has no bottom in it. The money doesn't sit in XRP. It flows through it within seconds. Obviously, it will go up if it takes over 14% of Swift. I think that's a little outlandish. I don't trust anything Brad Garlinghouse says. But let's just say it does. he has everything to benefit from keeping the price up as long as he can. And I think that you know, the truth is starting to come out about this. People are waking up to this. But there's also a large community and a lot of social media is pushing the creators that are pushing this coin. So I think that there's that sentiment behind it. So I do believe in the moon cheese. But it gets its
Actually, I
value.
don't think social media. Oh, I don't think social media is actually pushing it. I think that there are just so many holders of XRP that the algorithm is picking it up, and
That
that's
might be
why,
part of it.
as creators, yeah, I think as creators,
But
make
you
an
know,
XRP video, it's double, like
XRP
automatically, and it
XRP gets
sucks.
its
And it
value.
sucks because it's like you have to put that in to bump your algorithm so that people can actually see educational videos. Like it
Yeah,
sucks,
that's true.
you know.
I'll tell you this, the only video I went viral was the one where I said that we're not going to the moon, we're going to Uranus. So, and that was
I
it
just
sounded
processed what you said.
Yeah.
it sounded
I
like
know.
but that's actually a bearish term, like you're gonna get effed, you know. So
I don't know, like
I don't
for
want to
me,
go there.
guys, the chart looks like if we break over that 200, we are on the move for XRP. And I am not
200?
like an XRP. So if we break that double bottom, we are over the 200, which means a pump for me. And that's just
Oh,
like
are you talking about the
indicator
200
wise.
EMA?
Yeah.
Okay,
let me pull
I
it up.
didn't see it on his screen, so I was like, 200 what?
200 EMA.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's at what?
Well, he has indicators, ladies and gentlemen. He has indicators. There should be an alert going off every time you use them.
That's like the one indicator where when I'm just not sure, I'll take a look at the EMAs.
Yeah. Do you have three
because
there?
they're
Do
pretty
you have a
much spot
50,
on.
200 in the middle?
If you
Hear me out on this one though. If we break that EMA line, it's coming down to where I say it's coming down to. It's coming down hard. But you know what I see here is, I just noticed this. Look at this. Is that a double bottom?
That's what I was thinking too. When it comes back down to actually hit below that golden box. I think that that's also a setup for end of year pump, you know?
Yeah, November. By November, top
So
out.
that's why I was anticipating for this to actually play out over the next month or so.
Actually, I think I kind of lean with Cosmic on this one. I think September, October is going to be it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything got shifted, you know? So
Yeah.
like the peak was when? January. Was it January or was
Yeah.
it December technically?
I would love to prove him wrong. So if you
Me
guys
too.
could just agree with
I need
me,
money.
that would be so
Just
great.
chase that feeling in life.
Yeah.
I know. The question
He's
is
been saying it for so long, and I feel like I'm going to be the target of and I told you so video. So
yeah. And he'll make a good funny one, I'm sure.
big time. It'll involve dancing on a desk, I'm pretty sure. So
That's awesome.
I got to get going, but just some last words I will say for those that are listening in here. I see people saying stuff like, you know, they're tired of crypto. I understand, but just understand that as soon as you get into crypto, you're instantly a target. And that's not just saying that just to say it. It's not, you know, some sort of clickbaity stuff. You instantly become a target as soon as you have a wallet, you sign up for anything, because you are now on the radar of the whales, you know, the large investors, and you're now a liquidity for them. And so if you're able to understand some of those different tactics and whatnot, it's going to help so much. And so the mentality here that I see a lot of right now, especially in this sideways movement, is just people are either bored or they're tired of waiting. And just like good old Warren Buffett says, you know, if you wait long enough, you will most likely end up on top. You know, like
Exactly.
a lot of the projects, if you're just patient, that's what the whales use, patience. Good, obviously a lot of other things too. But if you just use patience, that's one of the ways that the small guys can win, is just waiting. And that's one of the hardest things because a lot of people just don't have that patience, or they just need the money or whatever it might be.
Well, we
And
have
the
to
way I look at
also
XRP is,
be careful with that too, because a lot of people bought in at $3.40.
Mhm.
You know, and
Yeah, I hear that.
and
I'm talking about
many
my
times,
position, I would guess.
yeah, many times I in a cycle I've ridden it all the way to the bottom, DCA'd all the way to the bottom,
Yeah, yeah.
and just hoping for something that never came. And so that's also something we got to be careful
Yes.
of
Yeah, I do agree.
when we're, because we have an obligation to our followers as well.
Yeah, if you didn't get in at like 30 cents or 50 cents like I did,
I'll tell you this,
it's a different
everyone's
story.
financial situation is different. And that's
Yeah.
why I offer the one-on-one coaching, because I don't throw a blanket scenario on how to get rich in crypto. What I do is I
Mhm.
formulate a strategy to cater to your specific needs to get you profitable, because there's money to be made on the way up and there's money to be made on the way down. So if you are struggling in crypto and you just say that you're over it, send me a DM or become a deluxe subscriber and send a DM, and we can get you profitable. We have nothing but success stories here from our subscribers, and all of our subscribers resubscribe. That's the big thing here, is they resubscribe because they are making 18-year-old kid is remodeling his parents' kitchen and just got his the remodel all done, and now he's turned his parents on. They're watching the show. So
That's
it's
awesome.
yeah, that's TikTok seller in there. He says yes sir, that's him. So a lot of success stories. So if you are struggling, and not just me, Bullish Babe, Mega Crypto, they're good too. And I will give credit where credit's due. If I see that somebody is doing something good and making a difference in the space, and is on point and knows what they're doing, I'm going to give them credit. And I give both of you guys credit for sure.
Thank you.
Now, I've seen it with my own two eyes, and I think it's important to not just find one creator and stick with that, and that's it. It's important to reach out to different creators and educate yourself as much as possible. Do not blindly follow any creator. Get as much information as you can, and that's how you become successful. So everyone, definitely give Mega Crypto a follow, Bullish Babe a follow. I put my stamp of approval on them, 100%.
Thank you.
Of
Thank you.
course.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate you
Thanks
guys.
for having me up tonight.
Yeah.
And appreciate you
Yeah,
guys so
thanks, man.
much. Yeah.
I'm gonna have
You
to
guys have a good night.
speed through the news today because we went
too.
way over, but it was a
Good night,
great
guys.
live.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night,
And
guys.
Good night.
I'll hang out and chat. But
Yeah,
have a
I
good one.
appreciate you guys. Always are welcome on. If you just want to pop in, send me an invite, and you guys are always welcome.
Thanks, man.
Have a good night, Ozzy.
You too. All right. That was an interesting live. I would say definitely maybe our best one ever. I mean, it had some ups and downs, but good entertainment, that's for sure. And thank you to everyone with all the gifts. The gifts are just massive amounts of everything. Thank you to everyone that gave. So much appreciation to everything you guys do. And remember, we have the technical analysis class that will be on Discord. If you are interested in taking the technical analysis class, learn how to read the charts like I do. There are very few creators or people in general that do it the way I do. And it's instantaneous. It's very quick, and time is money. All right. And that's what I want to teach you guys to do. Space is limited though, because I want to be able to do close interaction with the students, so that way you can learn it very quickly and we can get you on your way and bring in new people. The idea is not to string you along and milk you for money. The idea is to get you learning, get you profitable, and get you on your way so that we can make room for new people. And so if that's something you want, send me a DM. Also become a deluxe subscriber or a regular subscriber. Our basic subscription comes with daily price points for XRP, or if I see something that's about to moon, I will put out an alert for it, and I post those. Sometimes they go out at like 3 in the morning. So we also have the email alert system. If you sign up now, it's free for the rest of the month. It is $1.99, but it pays for itself. Everything that I offer, I try to put it at a value where it will pay for itself quickly, because I understand a lot of people don't have a lot of money or they've already lost money in this space. The idea is to get you profitable and get you profitable quickly, so that the bull run doesn't come and bite you in the butt, okay? Because if you run with the bulls, you get the horns, man, if you don't know what you're doing. Definitely recommend that to anyone that's interested in that. Let's get into the news, huh? We'll kind of speed read through these because we got about an hour. I think we can do it. So Coinbase secures EU crypto license, swapping Ireland for Luxembourg as the main hub. Coinbase has obtained a market in crypto assets MiCA license from Luxembourg Commission de Surveillance de Structure Financier. So yeah, I'm not going to read the whole article, but already read and vetted. It's happening. So this is cool. Those of you that hold Coinbase, you're probably making a lot of money. I know some of you guys, we were covering it and got into the IPO on this one and just making buku bucks. But remember, IPOs are a fundraiser for Coinbase. And remember, we covered the news that Coinbase was potentially going bankrupt. This is a way that companies solve that issue. So it is a rug pull, I guess, but it's different. It's a fundraiser, okay? They release the IPO, it buys up, the price runs up, and then the company sells off shares, and that's how they gain finances to fund their projects and whatnot. So make sure you're taking profits. You only need to hold one IPO Class A stock, okay, in Coinbase to be a Class A shareholder and have a stake in the company, have voting rights, okay? You can sell them all, keep one, okay? And then you can buy back in later when it comes down, and you become a shareholder in the company. All right. Trump calls House GOP to quickly adopt clear version of the Senate passed crypto bill. Now, we had read the other day that they want to have the Fed have control of regulation over stable coins, basically. And I think that that's a bad thing. Having it this way is more decentralized. There's more people working on it and talking about it. Yes, it will slow things down, but I think we'll get a better, more clear framework. I think with having the Fed, it pushes us more towards the CBDC direction. We shall see. We shall see. But that's basically it. He just doesn't want them to change anything in the bill, right? We gotta buzz through some of these. Crypto user attacked in France over Ledger hardware wallet report. Okay, so this is a wrench attack that just happened recently. Make sure you are safe with your money. Get it stored on a cold wallet. If you are long-term holding, obviously, if you're trading, you need it on the exchange. But be careful. This is why I do not recommend any exchanges, because they are all vulnerable. Everyone tells me what's the best to use. I don't divulge that information. One, because I don't want anyone to know where I'm trading from. And two, because what if something happens? I'm not going to be taking on those legal repercussions from that. All right, here's another one. Geopolitical tensions freeze crypto markets while oil holds steady. Okay, so oil's doing really well, but the crypto markets are kind of stagnant right now, and I would say that they're headed down. This is a strong indication that we are going to war. Okay, the markets are a good way to understand what people think, but also what a lot of these whales are big players. They know what's coming. So when people are investing in oil, in order to run a Navy fleet or an Air Force, you need lots and lots of crude oil. Okay. not only that, we depleted our resources when we switched to the summer blend under the Biden administration, and those reserves are meant for if we have to go to war, and those reserves have not been refilled yet. So we could, I mean, if we go to all out war, expect like $8-10 a gallon of gas. And another indicator is gold. If gold is doing well, that shows that people are uncertain with the stock markets, with crypto, that they want a hedge for their money, a safe haven to place their money where it will grow. And we've just seen gold taking off like crazy. And I'd even say, according to the charts, it looks like gold may take another push upward. XRP news today: Ripple traders brace for Torres's decision and SEC shift. Bitcoin at 204. So a favorable ruling by Judge Torres could prompt both parties to withdraw their appeals and boost XRP spot ETF hopes. Bill Morgan warns a quick ruling could signal another rejection, citing the previous 7-day turnaround. And here it says Ripple and the SEC filed a renewed motion on June 12th, seeking to lift the XRP sales ban and reduce the fine to $125 million. Here's the thing. If they reduce the fine, that's an admission of guilt, okay? And if they broke the law, they may not remove the injunction. They may grant the fine, but they may not grant removing the injunction. It would take legislation clarity, and this is what we talked about earlier, is if we had a bill that came forward that said these are securities or commodities, or something that would clarify this, then that would change the law. But the law is still the same. XRP, Ripple broke the law. Therefore, that's why there's an injunction. So something to consider. Will the injunction go away? I hope, but it's not certain. The whole article is manipulation. Dude, I'm just giving you the facts, man. The facts are that it is a long legal process. It's probably going to get another 60-day continuance. Okay? I was studying for the bar exam before I decided to be a creator, okay? I understand how these things go. They are long, lengthy, and drawn out. It could take years for this to end. It may happen next bull cycle. It may be what sparks the next bull cycle. Okay? Housing market sees major power shift, which will send prices into free fall. An unlikely state is set to get hammered. I'm not going to read through all of this, but if you want to check this out, this is by the Daily Mail, and it's in the real estate section. But I would say that it's likely that I think, what's the number here? They said there's like 200 million homes for sale and only 100.5 million people looking for homes right now. So that's driving the market down. Where is that at here? I'll read that for you real quick. I don't remember. But yeah, that's basically, there's less people buying than there are homes for sale. That's not good. Yeah, prices are dropping. Get ready for the housing market's been a bubble since COVID, you know? Housing prices doubled overnight, and the interest rate for housing right now is like 7%. It's ridiculous. Like it is almost impossible to afford one of these homes. That's why the prices are coming down. Yeah, Oscar, they're dragging out that that case for sure. And I think that's in Ripple's best interest, because if they're moving towards CBDCs and then XRP is going to not be used what everybody wants it to be used for, then it would be in Ripple's best interest to elongate this out as long as possible to keep the price up, because that's more that they can sell from their reserves from the escrow at a higher price. Canada threatens further tariffs on the U.S. steel and aluminum. The exact rate will depend on progress made towards the tariff deal with Trump administration July 21st. So this is not good. This is not good. We could see reciprocal tariffs coming soon. I believe it's July 9th is the deadline. We could see the U.S. ramping up tariffs on other countries and reciprocal tariffs coming back on us, which could drop the market dramatically very quickly like it has in the past. Trump administration tariff updates in June. That's just recapping what we just talked about. All right. So a week into the war, Israel and Iran trade fire as Europe's diplomatic efforts yield no breakthrough. Let's watch this little video here. This is crazy. Bro. That is just crazy. And I feel sorry for the people that are stuck in all of this. And I pray that this ends quickly.
To remind you that 60% of sales.
Tel Aviv, Israel and Iran trade strikes a week into their war on Friday as President Donald Trump weighed U.S. military involvement, and key European ministers met with Iran's top diplomat in Geneva in a scramble to de-escalate the conflict. But the first face-to-face meeting between Western and Iranian officials in a week long war concluded after 4 hours with no sign of an immediate breakthrough. That's pretty much basically to take from this. Iran has no intention of surrendering. They've stated it, that they're not doing that. They're chanting death to America, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. They say within a couple weeks that it will be available for them to actually send and strike. Israel signals protracted war with Iran, and Trump says he won't push for a ceasefire. Let's take a look at this video here. No, this is them blowing some stuff up, you know. So Trump's gonna let them fight it out, and I'll tell you why. Here's your answer right here. Okay, listen to this guy, what he has to say.
And you said no. And now today you seem to be singing a different tune. So a
Let me
couple
start it
days
over.
ago I asked you if we're headed towards World War III, and you said no. And now today you seem to be singing a different tune. Explain.
Well, there's just not very many options with this Iran thing. Our bunker busters, our best ones, are only capable of penetrating 200 feet underground. Iran's nuclear facility that we want to strike is past that maximum effective range. It's like 260 to 300 feet in the ground. So with our best non-nuclear equipment, we can't reach it. So that leaves only 3 options, which is one, a tactical nuclear strike, which I doubt we'd do. I mean, the world don't want that. That would be fucking crazy. 2 would be boots on the ground, which I don't think he has public support for. But I'm already seeing the misinformation campaign starting on social media where people are like, I trust Trump to lead us to whatever decision. I mean, entering another 20-year war would be fucking terrible. And third option would be to negotiate, which Trump claims to be a master negotiator, and he promised to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, and that shit's still going on. And I just don't trust this administration's ability to negotiate. And what leverage does he have over Iran? What's he going to tell them? I'm going to carpet bomb your country? And Iran's like, all right, fine, we're going to develop nukes in a few months, and you're going to fucking regret it. So what leverage does he have? Like, Iran's going to want something in return, and is that nuclear capability? Because that's what they want. Like, there's really, I don't see any good options in this situation. And if Trump's like, if you keep developing these nuclear bombs, we're going to nuke you, Iran's going to be like, no, you're not. And then China's going to be like, you fucking better not do it. Pakistan's going to be like, you better fucking not do it. Russia's going to be like, you better fucking not do it. Unless we have some top secret bunker busting missile capable of penetrating past 200 feet, but doubtful. So it's kind of looking like boots on the ground is what's gonna, I mean, logically, that is the best case scenario if everything that we are hearing is true, ultimately, right? Like, that's what it relies on, is do we trust the intelligence that the government is giving us? And even then, you're like, is this fucking true? Who fucking knows anymore?
So a couple days ago, I asked you if we're heading towards World
No.
War III.
He is a former sniper in the U.S. military. Okay, is who this guy is. But I think what he's saying is true, and I think people need to hear his take on it, because that's what I believe. Everything that he's saying right here is what I've been saying. We don't have very many options here. And so World War III, it's knocking on our doorstep right now. It is knocking on our doorstep, and we need to take into consideration that everything that he said is pretty spot on. So wow. Could you imagine looking out your window and seeing something like that?
لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر.
There's a lot going on. And we talked about nukes yesterday, right?
What would happen if China nuked Los Angeles?
Maybe not China, but I live on the West Coast. I'm sure a lot of you do too.
China's current nuclear warhead, if it hit Los Angeles, most of us are dead. But look at the fallout. Look how far the fallout goes.
All the way to Las Vegas.
They would feel it in Vegas. That's crazy.
Utah.
Utah. It would make it to Utah.
And that's just one.
Or could, guys.
Here's another one. This is San Diego.
What would happen if China nukes San Diego, California with their current nuclear warhead? Let's check it out, guys. Boom! God. Look at that. Holy crap. San Diego is freaking cooked, bro. All the way up to Escondido. Look at this fallout. Palm Springs, India is toast. 29 Palms. Eagle Mountain. All the way to Kingman, Arizona. Needles is toast. Look at that. Past Vegas, almost to Flagstaff. That's what would happen if China nukes San Diego.
Oh yeah, big baller.
God, good luck.
I know what you're saying. Big Baller
All right,
says
guys,
it's
this
going to
all
get
happened
crazy,
in
guys.
China
Don't
meets
forget
San Diego,
Obama.
California with their
I call him
current nuclear
Obama,
warhead.
not Obama. He says Obama though.
Let's check it
Gave
out, guys.
Iran over 4 billion
Ooh,
lots of weapons.
God. Look at that.
Hey, Big Baller. I'm starting a new show, and it's going to be a facts and opinions show. It's going to be me and the IT guy, actually, and we're going to have a second set that is back here. These curtains will go away, and it'll be a different set. And we want to put the beer gator in the center of the set. So I want to get one. Let me know when I can get a hold of one, because as soon as we get one, we're gonna go. IT guy says I'm not doing a show with you unless there is soda on tap, and I said beer gator it is.
Nuclear war.
So this is
closer than
on the
before,
TikTok shop.
and that's why you need this.
Maybe
This is
you
a nuclear
don't
radiation
need it, maybe you
detector. It
do.
detects beta particles, gamma rays, and
Prepping
X-ray.
tool.
It gives you the radiation exposure
I don't
real-time,
make any
along with
money
your
off of
average
TikTok
exposure
shop
and the maximum
selling
level
this.
of exposure that you've experienced since you've started testing. It also has this running tally right here. It
Iran
tells you how much
sold
you've been
300
exposed to
million in
over
Bitcoin.
time.
I think
it has all of these different settings
there
that
was
you
a
can
bunch that
customize
was
according to your needs. I've
we
even
covered
had
it
nuclear
yesterday,
pharmacists
Neo.
use this counter right here and compared it to the
Israel
$3,000-$4,000 counter. They said it's
hacked
reading exactly the same.
them
It's USB-C
their wallets
rechargeable,
and
so you
sent
don't
them
need
to
batteries, and it's
wallets that
rugged
are
and compact, so it's
dead
perfect for your
wallets.
bug out bag. Nuclear war is not an idea, it's a true possibility. So don't get caught without one of these. If you want to check it out, I've linked it right here for you. Grab it today.
Fox News alert, the Ayatollah's gone into hiding. He's believed to be holed up inside an underground bunker northeast of the capital. This is a different kind of Iranian hostage crisis. Khomeini can hide, but he can't run. For the past 24 hours, Israel's been attacking the area around his underground lair. But Khomeini, still talking tough, says Iran will not surrender to anyone, and is warning that if America joins the fight and strikes, it'll result in irreparable damage to the United States. Is he bluffing? We don't know. Iranian proxies, which have been severely degraded, are threatening to commit acts of terror against American troops and American ships in the region. And American businesses are now bracing for cyber attacks. Trump says, good luck with that. We won't be bullied.
I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter. It's a big difference. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the, all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there. No, they had bad intentions. For 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore.
Trump's been meeting in the Situation Room with his national security team. Head of Central Command, Army General Eric Kurilla, they call him the Gorilla, has been instrumental in the war planning. The Pentagon's sending in their new state-of-the-art supercarrier, the USS Gerald Ford, and amassing a tremendous amount of assets in the area. Today, Trump had lunch with Pakistan's army chief. Pakistan borders Iran. Seems like something's about to happen. Trump's not showing his cards yet.
Whether you are moving closer or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question. Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
And this is just breaking. The Wall Street Journal is reporting Trump privately approved attack plans against Iran. Now, we don't know what these plans entail, but we're told they include U.S. airstrikes. Unsure if that includes bunker busters. Remember, the latest version of the bunker buster has never been used on the battlefield. It's only been tested. Axios reports that Trump has been quizzing his generals. Are they sure if he uses them, they'll be 100% effective? The generals say yes, but Trump's not completely convinced. Caroline Leavitt says all options remain on the table. Trump's been waiting on giving the final order. seeing if the Iranians give up and surrender their nuke program peacefully. Sources in D.C. say Trump's out of patience and Iran's up against the clock.
I believe that unless Iran surrenders in the next 48 hours, the United States, in conjunction with Israel, will engage in military action.
Trump says the Iranians want to fly all the way to the White House to negotiate an end to this. But he says it's too late. He doesn't appear to be open to long, drawn-out negotiations where he gets strung along like last time.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. We're looking for a total, complete victory. Again, you know what the victory is. No nuclear weapon.
Trump's made a decision. Iran's nuclear program is gone. The person who ultimately decides that is the Ayatollah. He can either let us do it peacefully or we'll do it violently. But either way, the outcome of this war is this. The Iranians will never be able to acquire a nuclear weapon, ever. But time's running out for both sides. Israel's reportedly running low on defensive interceptors, and Iran's reportedly running low on missiles. Iran's also running out of allies. They don't have any friends left in the region. And China, their biggest customer, quiet. And Putin, he has his own problems.
And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, you know, he actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later.
The Persians are pinned up against the wall. They've been completely humiliated by a tiny Jewish nation, a fraction of the size of Iran. And now the Daily Wire is reporting that the Mossad set up a fake hotline in Iran and ordered top Iranian military officials into an emergency meeting. And the generals were lured into a small bunker in Tehran before Israel wiped them out with a precision airstrike. And inside of the country, you're starting to see unrest. Sanctions have crippled their economy so badly that workers are rioting over delayed payments. Manufacturers are striking over high inflation. Schools, cement factories, and pharmaceutical plants are shutting down. The Iranian currency is getting shredded. And Israel's hitting Iranian energy infrastructure, which is going to create price shocks and shortages. So with the streets teetering and its military commanders assassinated, a nuke might be the Ayatollah's only hope. No one really knows how fast they could spin up a device and strap it into a warhead, but Trump says they're only a few weeks away. Back in March, Tulsi Gabbard said the Iranians were enriching uranium at record levels.
In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons.
So will the United States end Iran's nuclear program with a 30,000-pound bunker buster? Or can Israel end it themselves? Israel admits they have options. They could knock out the power plants that run the underground nuke facility. And since they control the air, Israeli commandos could be inserted and fight their way in and then detonate the site with dynamite. If America does it, there would be consequences, nuclear contamination, and internationally there could be some fallout, although I'm sure Trump could handle it. Either way, the Iranians would retaliate and the United States would have to go back onto a war footing in the Middle East. The whole world's watching. It's the biggest
We know
moment of the
those
Trump
bunker
presidency.
busters won't work.
China and Russia surveying the scene, and so are our trade partners. We're at this moment in history because of Obama and Biden. They signed a toothless nuke deal that let the Iranians keep enriching and let them keep their ballistic missiles, and paid them billions of dollars, which they used to finance their war machine and proxies. Proxies which have been killing Americans for decades. Marines in Beirut, soldiers in Iraq, and taking Americans hostage in Gaza and inside of Iran. American deterrence, backed by the threat of violence, is what maintains order in the world. And sometimes there comes a time when the commander-in-chief has to use force to nourish the deterrence and keep the American people safe. Is this one of those times? We're about to find out. Fox News alert, the Ayatollah's gone into hiding.
This is getting really bad really fast. We watched this yesterday, but we're going to watch it one more time.
در این سفر رئیس جمهور آمریکا به منطقه مطرح شد لایق جواب دادن نیست اصلا. اینقدر سطح حرف پایینه که مایه سرفکندگی گوینده حرف و مایه سرفکندگی ملت آمریکاست. اونا رو کار نداره. لکن یکی دو جمله رو باید روش توجه بکنیم. ترامپ گفت که میخواد از قدرت برای صلح استفاده کنه. دروغ گفت.
Death to America. These people cannot have nukes. We cannot let that happen. But I don't want to go to war. I don't want another war, but this can't be allowed.
برای جنگ افروزی در هر جایی که بتوانند، برای حمایت کردن از مزدوران خودشون از قدرت این استفاده کردن. چه از قدرت برای ایجاد
Big Baller says we're going to war. Buckle up. Yep. Get ready.
بله. از قدرت می شود برای صلح و امنیت استفاده کرد. به همین دلیل هم هست که
How many months have I been saying we're going to World War III? We're going to war, and everyone was like, no, Trump's going to make it all fine. It's going to be better. Don't worry about it. He's going to make a deal. And here we are.
به همت ملت‌های منطقه آمریکا از این منطقه باید برود و خواهد رفت.
Yeah, they could have the nuclear weapon now. I mean, they do now, but I mean, it could be days away. And it could take time for us to get in there and stop them. Like, this is very scary. 4th of July, possibly. Get ready for some fireworks, ladies and gentlemen.
اختلاف رژیم صهیونی است. رژیم صهیونی که غده سرطانی خطرناک مهلک این منطقه است، حتما باید برکنده شود و خواهد شد.
Man, that's scary. If you weren't scared now, you should be. You should be afraid. You should be worried. Okay, I am. I'm very much worried about not just, nukes or anything like that, but another long drawn out war, 20-year war in the Middle East, losing our young men and women of this country. Something needs to be done now before this gets out of hand. This is not good. Yeah, sleeper cells in America too. Yes, exactly. This is very bad. Big Baller said, where was it? What did he say? 4 years of open borders, they are here. Exactly. And he says, why was China flying in the middle of the night and picking up stuff? Where they picking up? What were they picking up? I'm still looking into that. We'll cover that once we have the facts of the story. Big Baller says, I have a plane on standby for my wife and kids. Good. Good, man. I'm right here. We are an airport, so we're good. The bunkers that we have here are just magnificent. Magnificent. I know that I'm going to be okay, but you should be worried. The average person is not protected. My biggest concern is if LA gets hit, we're going to have to move or something. Oh, I know. Even with bunkers, we won't really be okay, but I totally understand that. But we're about as safe as we can be. I'll tell you that. If something were to happen, we'll be all right. EMP blackouts will come first, most likely. Yeah, even just the EMP that comes from a nuke. You know, there's an EMP that's discharged from a nuke. Like, that's a lot. So
follow up on how close Iran is to a nuclear weapon. Can you clarify, when the president said a few weeks away, did he mean obtaining enough enriched uranium to start building a weapon, or did he mean Iran is a few weeks away from completing the production of a weapon?
I'm glad you asked that, Ouija. It's an important question, and it's one, frankly, the media has been getting wrong. Let's be very clear. Iran has all that it needs to achieve a nuclear weapon. All they need is a decision from the supreme leader to do that. And it would take a couple of weeks to complete the production of that weapon, which would, of course, pose an existential threat, not just to Israel, but to the United States and to the entire world. And that is something that the entire world, including countries like Russia, is in agreement with, that Iran should not and cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. And that's why the president believes that, and he's believed that, again, not just his political career, but frankly, his entire life.
So it
Michael.
sounds like it's the former, just to be clear.
we have a dual generator here.
Just to follow up on how
Dual
close
generator
Iran is
system.
to a nuclear weapon, can you clarify, when the president said a few weeks away,
the shoot down range of Americans' home defense missiles only has a shoot down rate of 50%. Yes. And that's why they're trying to build the Golden Dome. Solar and gas. Feb? What do you mean Feb? Gen. Yeah, solar and gas gen. Exactly. You guys, be prepared for anything. You never know, okay? A tornado could come through and take out a power line and you'd be out of power, okay? Have backups, have a way to shield yourself from these types of scenarios, okay? I'm not saying everything is going to happen this way, but it's good to be prepared. Be prepared. There's nothing wrong with being prepared. Get a Big Baller says, get a generator. They're going after the power grid. I think you might be right. I mean, even we got banned for 9 days. Oh, shoot. Somebody put capital F1 in the chat. I said the B word. Somebody put capital F1 in the chat. And FYP in the chat afterwards and all that. Thank you, Kodak. Hashtag FYP, all that. But yeah, we got removed because I told people to be prepared. I'm not going to say why, but we talked about it. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys. The support for the show is just overwhelming. Your guys' gifts and just the liking and everything is just incredible. We're at 69K likes. That is incredible. Thank you guys so much for everything you do.
Breaking news tonight, a federal appeals court clearing the way for President Donald Trump to keep control of the California National Guard troops he has federalized. This ruling from the Ninth Circuit halts a lower court ruling that found Trump acted illegally when he activated the soldiers over objections from California Governor Gavin Newsom. The deployment is the first by a president of a state's National Guard without the permission of that state's governor since 1965 during the Civil Rights era. Trump maintains the troops are necessary to restore order in Los Angeles. Newsom argues the move has only inflamed tensions, usurped local authority, and continues to be a waste of resources. Newsom says California will continue its legal battle. Breaking news tonight, a federal appeals court clearing.
So Trump has command of the National Guard again. I agree. California does need help, but I don't think I think they need to be going after the police instigating these things, man. I think the National Guard should shut the police down because the police are instigating a lot of this stuff. And let's end it on an XRP note.
This is an ATM. And what we're going to do is transform the traditional banking industry. I do not fit the picture of a banker.
Elon Musk is still connected to the payments business.
Here at the festival, I asked him what he thinks of Elon Musk's X platform and social media today. By the way, he used to work with Elon Musk, ended up actually pushing him out of the company at PayPal.
My judgment is, we should have just...
David Sachs from the PayPal Mafia is in the White House. Peter Thiel's Palantir still connected to payments. Now Vast, founded by Jed McCaleb, has partnered with SpaceX, Elon Musk's company. Jed McCaleb, founder of Stellar. As always, do your own research, and this is not financial advice.
I'm leaning towards Stellar Lumens instead of XRP, baby. I'm leaning towards Stellar Lumens. Stellar Lumens is actually designed to be a decentralized currency, whereas XRP is more or less for like institutions. XLM is for everyday people, businesses, things like that. I'm starting to, if CBDCs don't take over, stablecoins don't take over, I'm thinking XLM may actually be the sleeper here. And I've always been that way. XLM was the first cryptocurrency I ever bought. A few months ago, Musk tweeted one picture and no words. It was Stellar. Yeah. You see what I did there? Yeah, I'm feeling like XLM. Let's take a look at XLM. I think XLM might be the sleeper. I think maybe XRP is the fundraiser and XLM is the rocket, baby. Look at this, is classic bull cycle. This thing's coming down. Okay. This is actually a good sign. Okay. We want these things to come down. I think it comes down a little further and does something like this and comes to about 35 cents there. And that would put it around September. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, H-bar will pump with XLM, but as far as the projects I believe in, I do believe in H-bar. H-bar is one that I like too. I'm waiting to buy because I think this is what we're going to see. Downward movement until, look at, end of July and then up. But I think that's about all we get. Maybe we get more, but I'll be taking profits at 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, and so on and so forth. Those psychological numbers and the fives in between. Yeah, I love H-bar too, man. H-bar is good. I think Cardano even is solid, you know? But I'm thinking this is what we get. And I think everything's going to kind of get this. And then after that, you're going to see this right here again, just much smaller. But I'm thinking I'll get in somewhere around here and look at it. This lines up 15 cents. This is that support line right here. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it stops here at 24, 25 cents, maybe 20 cents. And then it goes up from there. And then that would take it a little higher. But I'm on the more bearish side. I think things will probably go a little bit lower in light of what's going on in the world. I would be leaning towards the higher end on this. I would be leaning towards up here around 20 cents and then a turn up to 45 cents. However, there's a possibility things are more downward because of what is going on in the world. This is XLM, Stellar Lumens. This is the very first cryptocurrency I ever bought. Thank you, Guinea Marie. Have a good night. What the heck? Big Baller says, my buddy owns a solar company in New Mexico and the workers are being shot at from Mexico. What? Are you for real? Can you get footage of that? Can you send that to me? That is crazy. I'd love to report on that. I haven't even heard that. That is crazy. All right. So that concludes the show. If anybody has any projects they'd like to go over, we can do one or two. I can go later if we receive our gift goals. Right now it's a dragon crown. If anybody's got me with a dragon crown, much appreciated. And don't forget to become a deluxe subscriber. And if you are looking to get technical analysis classes, we are offering the technical analysis classes. We only have a few spots left, okay? I'm trying to keep the classes small, okay? Small classes so that way you can learn quickly and be on your way out of the class to make room for new people. The idea is not to milk you. It's to get you in, teach you the information, get you out, okay? And check it out. We've got these... I printed these up for promotion. So we're going to be handing these out at Rare Evo. If somebody wants to go with me to Rare Evo, reach out to me. I have an extra ticket. I'd like to have somebody to come along and help pass these out. So if you're interested in going, give me a message. Let's figure it out. Let's come up with something. I want somebody that's going to help me. If you want to go, if you do not know what Rare Evo is, let me see here. I will show you.
Pump Fun got suspended from X.
Oh my
Even
God,
the
this
founder
guy.
of Pump.
I put in Pump Fun. What am I doing? Rare Evo. How much are classes? The classes are $25 an hour. They're once a week for 1 hour. And it's you pay for 4 classes up front, and then after that, you pay for another one until you feel like you've learned what you want to learn. Oscar wants to go. So the tickets are expensive. But if you are interested in going, we can work something out. Maybe If you're helping or something, I can give you a discount. I was going to raffle it off, but nobody's really tried to reach out for the raffle or anything. So we'll see. But these tickets, they're $500 a piece, okay? And they're press pass tickets. And I was told that they are highly likely to be upgraded to VIP so long as VIP is not sold out. If VIP is not sold out, we will be getting VIP tickets, which are $1,600. Comes with goodie bags and party and catering and all kinds of good stuff. Wish I could. That'd be awesome. Yeah, it's in Vegas. So if you're interested in coming with me, helping me pass out some of these, and you know, then we can figure something out. Or if you just want to purchase the ticket from me to help out the show, or if you're going to help too, we can figure something out. I'm open to the possibilities. This is August 6th through the 10th. August 6th through the 10th in Vegas. But it's going to be awesome. I can't wait. I can't wait. If I go by myself, all right, whatever, you know. I could always put the ticket on StubHub, but I'd rather, you know, give it to the community or have somebody come help me pass these out, you know, or someone be a fan. Yeah, Big Baller, let me know about that story. I'd like to look into that. But this will be fun, man. If you want to go to Vegas, I know how to have a good time in Vegas. All right. I'll be that guy with the sailor hat. That's me. It's me in Vegas.
Everyone's always busting my chops.
All right. And then don't forget to join my Discord. Join my Discord. Link is in my bio. Join the community there. That's where the TA classes will be held. So if you're interested in joining up for the TA classes, that's where it's going to be done at. And or become a deluxe subscriber. If you're struggling in the market right now, if you're not in profits, and or even if you are in profits and you just need some coaching, setting up wallets, things like that, or if you need a trading strategy, we can create a trading strategy that is specific to your needs, your financial needs, your portfolio. And we can get you set up with that. Or you can just ask me questions. Me Cheeky, he subscribes every month just so that he can send me dirty jokes. It's hilarious. Big Baller, oh, you got circled? Nice. I'm kind of bummed I didn't. And we have merchandise as well. We have our hoodies. We have men's and women's shirts. We have mugs. Check out the mug. I'm telling you, your coffee is going to taste better with the goat on it. It's just phenomenal. And they're actually really good quality mugs. I was really surprised at the quality of them. And we have stickers as well. If you want to give to the show, ordering merchandise, we don't make a lot off of it, but we get a couple bucks from each thing. So if you know you want to send gifts or whatever, but you want to get something in return, and not just a galaxy that flies across the screen, get some merchandise, get some stickers, get some t-shirts, mugs, whatever, because it's promotion for the show. It also helps the show, but it gives you something tangible. And like, you're watching the show, you guys are fans, like, who wouldn't want a hoodie? You know what I mean? Like, I want a hoodie. Like, I have a shirt. I'm probably going to get a hoodie soon. It's just been too hot. I'm like, I'll wait to get the hoodie later. And yeah, the TA classes, obviously. So starting June 6th will be our first class. It'll be held on Sunday at 5 p.m. It's 1 hour. Okay. And we're gonna figure something out. If you miss a class, I can record it and send it to you or something. But here's the thing: is we're gonna do that on the honor system. If you leak it out to other people, it'll just go away, and no one will get it, and you'll have to be there. So, and I might just lean towards that direction anyway. TikTok seller, he's not going to be able to make the first one. He's an exception to the rule. I trust him. But I don't know. I'm not sure if this is something, because all it takes is for someone to put this out on YouTube, and then the whole class is done. And the idea is to become profitable with this show, but also to make you profitable as well. And like, I don't want to gatekeep it, but we have a whole staff here that we have to employ and pay for. So it's become a bit of a financial burden for me, especially with the markets moving down. Marco, thank you for the heart me, and everybody that has been giving gifts. I know I haven't given a lot of recognition for gifts today because we've just been going through a lot of stuff. Thank you everyone for all of the gifts. Let's see if we can get this dragon crown. I really want to get this dragon crown. It's one of my favorite ones. But yeah, like we have to become profitable at some point. We have to make money to keep this going. Otherwise I have to lay off people, and that's the last thing I want to do. I want to keep people here. You guys helped raise $100 to keep Jesse on the air. Actually, it was more than that. I think we raised $450 in total. And that's employed Jesse, and I matched that, and so we could pay her salary to keep her here. And we're very grateful for everything that you guys have done. Marco, thank you. I appreciate you as well. Everyone, I appreciate you just for listening, but if you can't give, you can always just like and comment, put the FYP in the chat, all those different things. All of that helps the show. TikTok seller, thank you for the confetti and the 7 roses. Appreciate you. And all the gifts. There's so many. But we're over time, so I'm trying to wrap everything up quickly. But if you can't give, you can always just like, follow, share. Tell your friends about it. Tell your family about it. Tell your coworkers. Get them, on board what's going on. And don't forget, we also have the email alert system you can sign up for. There's, I believe, like 10 days left for free. So if you become a deluxe subscriber, you can get on the email alert system, because I post those price points out, and a lot of times they go out at like 3 in the morning. And this is a way to alert you, because a lot of people aren't getting the information till like days later, and it's too late, and time is money. And so it does cost $1.99. Okay, because it is something that has to be done. It takes time, energy, and resources. So there has to be something to it. But I offered it for free this month because of all the donations everyone was sending in, as well as I wanted people to get a chance to try it out and see if they like it, And so hopefully those are helping you with your trades. And the price points are mainly focused around XRP. This is pretty much an XRP show. I mean, look we got the XRP here. A lot of people are in XRP, and I'm still following it because I will buy some when the time is right. I don't think that it's going to be what everyone says it's going to be, but the hype is real with it, which means that when it is ready to explode, it will. Okay. The hype is still very much alive with XRP, and I take into consideration the moon cheese. Okay. That is why I'm still following it. But obviously I'm a little more bullish on the real world assets for my smart money entries for long-term holding for the next bull run. That's what it's going to be, baby. But as far as this bull run goes, XRP is definitely poised to either make or break you depending on how you trade it. So having those price point videos is going to help you. Do I get it right every day? No. There is a potential that the price point I put out yesterday still happens. Okay, it didn't happen last night, but it is still on the table. So we will see if that plays out. I have a feeling it will, but at the same time, everything looks bleak. So if you're looking for more of a smart money entry, I would say wait. But if you're day trading, those price point videos are going to help you out. And they're going to let you know when to take profits and where to enter, where to exit. Yes, Francesca, I'm still on. Thank you. All right. Any last gifts before we end the live? I'm trying to get a dragon crown. If anybody could send a dragon crown, I'd like to get a dragon crown or a galaxy that makes it so we only made like $12 this live, which is it's okay. It's $12, but I mean, I'm paid everybody to be here and everything because we had guests on, and so we're definitely in the red still. The more we can bring in financially right now, the better. When the market starts going back up, I'm not going to be so much whatever about it. I will pay for it with my trades. It's whatever. But the markets are going down. I'm not making any money. So if you can help, great. If you can't, no problem. Just you being here and hitting the like button and chatting and being here is great. And I appreciate all of you that do that. If that's all you can do, great. I love having you here. All right, I guess that's it for the live. I guess one quick look at XRP. We kind of went over it, but it kind of looks like a quadruple bottom, at least a double bottom, which means it could potentially go up to 225 to 233-ish, and we will see. So hopefully that works out, and I can get a little bit of money to pay for the show, because I do still hold a little bit. I'm mostly holding stable coins, but I have like moon bags and stuff that I still take my profits from, and we'll create a strategy that works best for you. Everyone's different. So become a deluxe subscriber. Become a regular subscriber, sign up for the TA class. Let's get you profitable. All right. Let's get you profitable. Let's get you smart money trading. Let's get you where you want to be in crypto. And that's not on the wrong side of a red candle. You want to be cheering when those red candles come and cheering when the green ones come, because that's what we're doing. TikTok seller, thank you for the roses. I appreciate you. 11 roses. And all the gifts, so many gifters. I can't even, this is the longest list of gifters, and it's incredible. A lot of them went to other creators, which is great and fine. We had a pretty awesome show. If you missed the show, it will be recorded and uploaded to YouTube by midnight. This was a good one. If you missed today's live, go rewatch this one, man. Was it saucy? Had a great time with you guys. And I'll see you all on Monday. And remember, if you are going to message me for coaching, it is the weekend coming up. However, I think it's Nate. Nate, you and I are all, if you're watching, you and I are already in talks. And I had an emergency today that I could not, maybe it's not Nate. Who was it? Oh, Neo 2.0. If you're watching, listening, we're already engaged in talking and working on something right now. So I had an emergency today, so feel free to message me, and we'll work through solving those issues you're having with your wallet. So no problem. But anyone else, if you need help over the weekend, all you got to do is send a donation, and I'll take care of you. But I gotta make something here, and I gotta have some kind of time off. The idea is to deter you from bothering me on the weekend, and so I can actually have time off. But I understand these markets are 24 hours, 7 days a week. So I want to help you. That's the whole goal of this entire show, is to help people. All right, everyone, have a good night, and I will see you on Monday. Everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. My speaker blew out, so I'm winging it. Even your speaker blew out. Hey, we got a special guest today coming in. This is pretty awesome. I'm really excited. Today is going to be special. It happened last minute too. And when you get big names like this to come onto your show, the biggest things happen like this very quickly. And so I'm just ecstatic. Like, this is just a once in a lifetime opportunity, guys. And I was very fortunate to meet with this gentleman recently, and we had talked about setting this up, and wasn't sure when he would be available. He's been working with Whistling Diesel, and they just got done filming, and it's pretty incredible. Actually, I need to pull up that. I'm running a little bit behind today, so bear with me, guys. How's everybody doing today? Start smashing that like button. Yes, get the likes up, guys. We need to get to 100K likes by 6:30. Yeah, start smashing the like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Send in those gifts. Help support the show. We are going to blow this show out of the water today. I'm telling you, I have so many interviews lined up for special guests. So many interviews lined up. It's going to be incredible. I've got a bunch of different creators. Established creators, up and coming new talent that are equally yoked with what we got going on here. It's pretty awesome. I'm really excited the direction this is going. Ever since we had Mega on, I was like, wow, like, we're on to something here. I wanted to kind of just do my own show, but we need to have some discourse here. We need to reach out and listen to other people and have other creators come on here, and that's the whole point, is we are growing our community through this way. You predicted 223 for XRP yesterday, and you pegged it. Was impressed today to see that. I told you, bro. I told you guys. I do that every day. Like, this is an everyday thing for me. Let me turn the music down. My bad. TikTok, man. TikTok's audio mixer is just... How's that? Is that better for the audio? My apologies. TikTok's audio mixer is so subpar, excuse me. I can't stand it. What are your thoughts on Algo, Master? Yes. My thoughts are, we're going to have to take a look at the chart. And you know what's great is, our special guest, he works for the U.S. military. He does all their social media for the U.S. military, okay? And this guy, bro, like, incredible stuff. Just to meet with this guy, what a pleasure. Great gentleman. I don't know if he's going to be able to come to Vegas. He's kind of toying with it. XRP looking bullish or bearish? I think XRP is in a descending channel, which is bullish. I'm thinking bullish, but if it does break 220 down to 222, it's cooked. When should I look to buy $2? I don't know. It may not go back to $2 for a while. We just got to kind of watch and see what it does. But 223, I believe, is the bottom. Jessica, thank you for the rose. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me. Zell Shops, thank you for the heart me. Much appreciated. It's funny how all the new people came in and were like talking this and that about me, and then boom, I call the price to the cent. And here we are. Everyone's a believer. I call the wicks, baby. We're not calling candles. We're calling wicks. Call me John Wick. All right. That really should be my name. Instead of Oz the Crypto Goat, you have self-proclaimed me as the goat. Okay. But I'm telling you, I'm John Wick over here, baby. We are sniping these things every day. Harry, thank you for the follow. Daniel, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. And don't forget to subscribe. Subscriptions are different than following. And with your subscription, you get access to my daily price point videos. I tell you where the market's going to wick at, baby. On the top and the bottom. TikTok seller, thank you for the 5 goats. Jessica, thank you for the 5 goats. TikTok seller, thank you for the 28 roses. Let me tell you, we are calling it. And so you getting those daily price point videos, if you're looking to trade, okay, it's going to pay for itself. It's $2, but with a deluxe subscription, you can message me directly, okay? You can message me directly and I can coach you and I can do a technical analysis on any platform you like. Twitch is not running. However, at the end of the live, the last hour, we will be on Twitch exclusively. We have some things to talk about that we cannot discuss on TikTok. So if you want to catch the Twitch only live, make sure you go over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces, on Twitch. And if you miss something, all these videos are recorded and uploaded to YouTube. So do not miss that. So yeah, make sure you are on Twitch. Yeah, we're gonna get to 100K likes. We have a special guest today. It's gonna be incredible. I'm excited to bring this guy on and talk about it. This all just happened like 5 minutes before the live. I'm not even ready. I'm not even ready, guys. Like I still gotta pull up these articles and stuff for this guy and what he's doing. So bear with me. Keep smashing the like button while I do this. I do apologize. We're gonna get into the show here. I got a couple articles I need to pull up. I got a couple little videos I need to pull up for our special guest, because I just got off the phone with him 5 minutes before the live, man, and we talked about what we're gonna do and everything prior to this. I met him in person when I was out, doing interviews and things. I was able to run into this guy, and I finally got him to come on the show. And actually, I have a lineup of people coming on the show after Vegas. We're gonna be doing a lot more co-hosts. We're going to be having a lot more guests, big creators, big names, up and coming people that are just like puncturing through the social media ceiling and through the crypto ceiling. It's incredible, all these people I've been meeting and reaching out to. This investigative journalism side of this show has completely unlocked a whole new world. Completely unlocked a whole new world for this show. This show is about to explode, man. And be excited that you are of the first from the beginning. When I was the dude on the Nintendo Switch, baby. Now we're here. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Guys, it's incredible where we're at today, and the leaps and bounds we have just progressed. So make sure everybody is tapping that like button. Let's get those numbers up. These are rookie numbers. We need to bump those numbers up. Everybody double tap. Show some support. Show some recognition for our guest. Make him feel comfortable. Make him feel like he wasn't an idiot for coming into some small-ass show. Help us out here, okay? Because we are a big show. It's just we've been kind of dealing with nonsense. Yeah, Jessica, since the Commodore 64, baby. I still have the old school screen. I could have easily got another screen. I decided to keep the old school Acer screen as the triple setup. One, because it's not that important. It's a loading screen. It holds random information. But it also reminds me where we came from. I get to see it every day and remember what we went through, man. We went through... They called me a clown. They called me so much. And then once it happened, they're all followers now. Then they're like, oh my God, this guy knows what he's talking about. How incredible. Poway Rock, thank you for the 26 roses. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Keep smashing that like button, guys. The likes are what we need. The gifts are what we need. We need to meet these goals. Somebody send me a money gun. I need a money gun. Let's boost this algorithm, guys. Appreciate you. I'm going to pull up... some information real quick for our guest. So while that's going on, start flooding in the gifts, start flooding in the likes, send whatever you can, and don't forget, like when we're on TikTok, to show some love and appreciation, likes for our guest. And there is a possibility, I don't know if he's on TikTok or not, but if for some reason TikTok doesn't allow us to... Poway Rock with the money gun, thank you so much, man. If for some reason he can't come on to TikTok, we're going to move to Twitch. Okay? So make sure you all are on Twitch and you don't miss out on this, because this is going to be incredible. I don't know what is going to happen with TikTok. It's hit and miss. Even Mega, I couldn't get him on as a co-host. I had to bring him on as a guest. TikTok is just wonky sometimes, man. I love Twitch so much better. It's just way better. And TikTok seller pinned it right there for you guys. That's Twitch, Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Make sure you guys get over there and get signed up early so you don't miss out, because we are having a Twitch exclusive end of the live show. And just a little token of understanding of what we're going to be talking about. Who was here when we talked about Katy Perry? You guys remember when I told you about Katy Perry? Who remembers that? So I was going through some of my old crew shirts and I found the shirt from that day. If you can see it. 2011. Katy Perry. This was North America tour in 2011. There it is. Validity and proof. This is my crew shirt. Look at this shirt is from 2011. It is so worn in, and I've had it for so many years, and I knew I had it somewhere. And look at that. There it is. Is that screen inverted? Does that look backwards when you see the lettering? It does, doesn't it? It's backwards. Oh well. The angels on my shirt is backwards too. Angels, baby! We love the Angels around here. I know there's a lot of Dodgers fans out in this neck of the woods here near LA, but I don't care. I don't care. I've been an Angels fan most of my life. All right. Keep smashing that like button, guys. We're almost to 10K. I got to pull up these articles, and we're going to get going and do some TA. Yankees, Dodgers, then Angels? Hell no. Angels, Dodgers, then Yankees. Come on. But I'll give it to Yankees. They had the great Bambino. That's the only reason why Yankees is up there. And by the way, the fact checker's in studio today, so we're going to have the fact checker mic'd up. Jesse got upset about me using ChatGPT, so Jesse's going to be on more often. She's like, you're not using AI. If you keep using AI, then I quit. And I'm like, all right, then you got to be on the show more often. So we got to start getting more donations to fund that. And start bringing in more revenue. And I'm hoping that we can with subscriptions, as long as we're not getting flagged or anything like that. We'll be getting our subscription money, and that will be going to pay her and donations and everything. Bro, you called 223. I do. I told you this, bro. Call me John Wick. I call the Wicks, baby. I call the Wicks. All right. I gotta set up this show because we got an amazing special guest.
Your paper Grammarly will always be.
We got an amazing special guest. I cannot believe that this guy is actually coming on. This is gonna be incredible. Stand by him. Yeah, SXT is coming down. I'm about to buy. I set a limit order pretty low. I put it at 9.5 just because I'm like, in case it goes lower, I want to hit it there. But if it goes lower and then like kind of starts kicking up, I'll buy it before it kicks up. As long as it's between 10 and 11, I'll buy it. But just in case it drops lower than my original buy-in, I want to have my my next price point to DCA that because we are in an accumulation zone with that. So I want to DCA on that. That's when you guys should be when you're in accumulating. That's when you should be DCAing. When we've already ran up like this, yeah, obviously you can, but you got to have a lot of money. I got a lot of capital, so like it works for me. All right. Let me see here. Let me get this set up. I want to make sure that we're ready for our special guest coming on. It's going to be incredible, man. I'm so excited. I'm so stoked. Whistling Diesel, man. That is crazy. Let me see. Okay, I'm not seeing. Okay, I gotta send some more stuff over to my email. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. I'm so unprepared. This came so rapidly. And when big things happen, this is how it goes down. This is how it goes down. This is why you got to be ready for anything, guys. Got to be ready for anything. Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. All right, let's see here. Let's see if that went through. Okay. Got one of them. Oh, yes, I got it. Okay. I got this one. All right, we'll set that aside. Double tap, everybody. Double tap. We got a couple little things I gotta work out here. But this is gonna be incredible, man. What is going on? I think the file might be too big. Keep smashing that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. TikTok seller, thank you for the 13 roses and the 4 popular votes. Appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Yeah, just so you know, the guest that's coming on is not Whistling Diesel. Okay. Guy that's coming on is he just worked with Whistling Diesel recently and wrote an article, and he works with social media for the U.S. Army, I believe. It's not Joe Biden. All right, let's see here. I gotta get. He's in the live right now. He's already watching. Hey, do me a favor, Jack, and see if you can go in and be a multi-guest. Let me see if I can invite you first. I don't even know what your TikTok name is. So, oh, I think I see you there. Okay, I see you already. Okay, so I'll be able to invite you. It's all good. You don't have to do anything. I got you. We're locked in. Biden is asleep. Rusty Spoke says Heartbreak XRP. No, man. I told you it was going to 223. Now it's going up. This could be the bullish breakout we've been looking for. Okay? It's in a descending channel. I would argue it's in a descending wedge. We're going to chart it out here in just a minute. But let me get prepared. You're loaded up on XRP. Yeah, I think XRP is going to do at least 257, or excuse me, 247 to 255. For sure, from where it's at now. Awakened Mermaid Healer, thank you for the heart hands. Thank you for the heart me as well. Kodak 59, thank you for the 3 roses. Appreciate you guys so much. Your support is overwhelming. Nikki, how you doing? How are you, my friend? You're amazing. We got to have you on as a guest. I want to promote your show. So reach out to me, and we'll set it up. I'm doing more guest spots now. We've got a lot of big names coming in on the live. I have a lot of people. We got so far locked in would be Crypto Rap and oh, what's her name? Oh, Brooke Odyssey. Now, there's no, it's still tentative on the dates, but we've got a few. And then there's others. We got J-Dan has agreed to come on and stuff, but we got to lock in dates on these. And I'm hoping that we can meet up with Crypto Rap in Vegas for a live. He wants to go live. He's going to be in Vegas too. I told him that he could use my equipment. So we're going to link up, and we'll see how that works out. Nikki, thank you for the hearts. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Let's do it. We need to get a lot of these hearts. We need the heart me's. Let's do some heart me's. We need 20 heart me's. Update your gift goal, friend. I just completed it for you. Yeah, I got you. Send in those heart me's, everybody. Big Baller with the heart me. Jessica with the heart me. Thank you very much. All right, let me get this last piece done here. Bear with me here. I'll put on. Oh shoot! I got the music's off. Everything is a disarray right now. Everything is a disarray. We were so unprepared. I just got out of the surgery center last night. I've been in bed, like recovering. I'm finally doing better and back on my feet. I should be good by tomorrow. But yeah, I haven't even been at my computer. Oh, they exceed the amount. Oh, man. Let me see. Maybe I can... Well, we'll just do the one. We'll just do the one. It'll work. Both of us had surgery. The timing. I know, right? I have more coming up. I got to have multiple shoulder and back surgeries. So, but you know what? With this job, I'm probably just going to bring in a super comfy recliner to sit in so I can still get the job done. We can still read the charts and do everything. I have a mic, a lavalier mic that I can use instead. So if I got to do away with this thing, we're going to figure it out. If I got to bring my freaking lounge chair in here and chill out and have a wireless keyboard and mouse, it's going to get done. Okay. It's going to get done. I am dedicated to the cause here, guys. It's going to get done. Let's see here. We've got 2 out of 20 heart me's. We need those heart me's, baby. And remember, if you do the heart me's and then you send a goal, make sure you go back to the little heart, click on it, and claim your rewards. You get rewards and points and get to level up. And it's all free. And you can earn coins to get gifts and stuff like that to send. Seamont with the heart me, TikTok seller with 5 roses, and then another 13. Thank you so much. All right, let's get into the chart, man. So I told you the naysayers said nay, and I said, hey, 223. I said 223 is where it's going to hit. But if it drops below 222, it's cooked, right? So we hit 223 on the dot. We pumped up. It's coming back down. We're in this. I would argue that this is a descending wedge. All right. This is a wedge and it's getting to that breakout point. All right. This is, I could even see this being the candle, but I'm still kind of watching. I want to see it pop up here. I would even argue, like, let's put that up there just to be safe. Okay. I want to see it pop into this zone right here. When it pops into this, I'm going to say it's going to 247 to 255. And that's all right. That's just the top of this blue line right here. That's just the top. But if it breaks from there, it's going to 280. Stop freaking on with the numbers again. What do you mean? Oh, spot freaking on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I told you, bro. Every fucking day I do this. Every day, Seamont with the 25 roses and the let 'em cook. I'm doing this every day. Nobody else is calling these numbers like this. You know? We called 163 this day. This was January 30th. I said we're going to drop and we're going to continue to drop until we hit 163 and then we will go into an uptrend. And we did. And we got all the way to 265 and I called that too. And then now we're coming back down a little healthy correction. And this is a bullish pattern. You're the only one that calls prices daily. Dude, I have a gift. The Chartgician. I know, man. Nobody else. Every single day, guys. Every single day. That's why you want to be subscribed so you can be locked in on these daily price point videos. Become a deluxe subscriber, and I guarantee you your subscription will pay for itself. I was in when you called it to the cent. You also called it to the top at 163.2. Yep. After once, we called the bottom, we called the top. We called the bottom, we called the top. Every freaking day. And sometimes it's months apart. You know, I will call it every day, but then I will give you that month-long projection as well. And so, like, because some of you are longer holders, some of you are daily traders. Everyone is different. As soon as I see something, you're going to get that information because you are subscribed to the channel. And let me tell you, we have 82 subscribers. And of those 82, 79 of you have resubscribed for 3 to 4 months in a row and continue to resubscribe because you see what is going on. What's it drives the price up? You mean what is driving the price up? I wouldn't even say anything. Speculation. The closed door meeting on Friday. Is today Friday? Or today's Wednesday. Closed door meeting with the SEC and Ripple on Friday. That's what's driving the price up. And let me tell you, and the Bitcoin event, yes, that's true. Let me tell you though, if good news comes out after the SEC closed door meeting or a nothing burger, it's going to pump. As long as it's not bad news. Okay? Bad news is the only thing. If what we get from this is that, you know, they're not going to be able to drop the case or it's done, something like that, then we're screwed. But I don't see that happening. This is all going to happen. It just takes time. So as long as we get a nothing burger or good news or speculative news, we're going to grow. Awakened Mermaid Healer, thank you for the subscription. Jesse, if you're watching the show, can you do me a favor? Go on to Twitch. Take my card, the one I gave you. That's the business card. And go on to Twitch and send a subscription tier 1 to Awakened Mermaid on Twitch. She's one of our followers. I owe her that. I've been meaning to do that forever, and we are doing a Twitch live at the end of this, so I want to make sure that she's locked in for her Twitch subscription. And she's one of our moderators as well on Twitch. So let's get her locked in on that. Nikki, I apologize for taking so long to do that. My hands have been full. I am so sorry. But Jesse is now working more full time on the show. So I have a little more help now. Pocahontas was using the auto pen to sign against crypto. Is that true? I didn't hear that. Pocahontas, are you referring to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Oz, you have so much on your plate. I know. It is crazy. Oh, Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, because she lied about being Native American, so she's Pocahontas. Oh my God, that's hilarious. TikTok seller with the big shout out. Nikki just leveled up